दिया है, आवाज डाउन कर लें। मैं हूँ राजा अकबर, अभी रुक जाइए। आनंद रंगनाथन जी, इन्होंने कहा कि कल सिख आ जाएंगे, कल सिखों को लेकर ये कोई नया कानून ले आएंगे, ये हिंदुओं को लेकर नया कानून लेकर आ जाएंगे, क्रिश्चियंस को लेकर आ जाएंगे, पारसी को लेकर आ जाएंगे, और हम ऐसे ही चुपचाप बैठे देखते रहेंगे क्या? आनंद जी,
सबसे पहले तो
अरे रुक तो जाइए प्रभु, रुक जाइए। अच्छा, मैं आनंद जी के पास जाऊं कि ना जाऊं? हाँ कि ना? ले आप जनता की सुनेंगे ना? आप आएंगे आएंगे। आनंद जी,
अनुराग जी बोल ले दीजिए प्लीज, थैंक यू। देखिए 20 मिनट बाद मेरा समय आ रहा है। रूबिका जी, पहले तो आपको बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि आपने मुझे इस पैनल पे आमंत्रित किया। 2-3 चीजें मैं कहना चाहूंगा। एक तो बहुत दुख की बात होती है जब हर चीज जो आदमी सामने ला के डिस्कस करना चाहता है, वैज्ञानिक के तौर पे कोई भी चीज डिस्कशन के अवे नहीं होती। हर चीज को टेबल पे लाओ, डिस्कस करो। हमारे देश में ही ऐसा होता है कि कोई भी चीज अगर आप डिस्कस करना चाहें, आपको इमीडिएटली कह दिया जाता है हिंदू मुस्लिम ला रहे हो, हिंदू मुस्लिम ला रहे हो। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ अनुराग जी, प्लीज सुन लीजिए।
पूछिए तो रहे, मैं तो बोला पूछिए।
मुझे लगता है हम एक सभ्य डिबेट करते हैं यहाँ पर, चीख चिल्ला खूब लिए एक दूसरे पर, एक की सुनते हैं, दूसरे की जवाब देते हैं, ठीक है? ऐसा करते हैं, ओके
ठीक है। तो हिंदू मुस्लिम, यहाँ पे हमारे देश में अगर कोई ऑब्जेक्टिवली सोचे तो कुछ हिंदू मुस्लिम नहीं है। मैं आपको सच बता रहा हूँ, हम सब एक हैं। अगर मुझे फिरनी या सेवैयां खानी होती है तो आपके घर से आती है। अगर वारिस पठान साहब ने जो विग पहना हुआ, ये तिरुपति के हिंदूज के बालों से बना हुआ है। हर कोई एक दूसरे का, सॉरी हंसते रहे, सच में बता।
आप वारिस पठान,
आपको व्हाट्सएप मैसेजेस दे।
अनुराग, वारिस पठान साहब का क्या बताना चाहते हो? वारिस पठान साहब इतना अच्छा हेयर स्टाइल किए बैठे, आपने बिग बता दिया उनका। बताइए।
मैं आपकी नकली मूंछों की बात नहीं कर रहा, मैं विग की बात कर रहा हूँ।
आनंद भाई, आप खींच के देख लीजिए, असली बाल है।
हटक के नहीं, सुन लीजिए बात को एक बार सुन लीजिए।
आनंद भाई आज अच्छी बातें कर रहे हैं आप, आज तो कम से कम अच्छे, लेकिन लास्ट में कुछ लेकिन मत लगा दीजिएगा।
पर आपने इतना कन्विक्शन से कहा कि अनुराग भदौरिया सच में टेढ़ी आंखों से देखने लगे।
अनुराग भदौरिया साहब नहीं, वारिस पठान साहब भी ऐसे करके चेक कर रहे हैं। बात को सुनिए। मैं व्हाट्सएप अपना लीक नहीं करना चाहता जैसे तृणमूल के कर रहे हैं, वरना और सारे और सीक्रेट निकल आएंगे। देखिए, दुख इस बात का होता है कि बात हिंदू मुस्लिम की है ही नहीं। बात है इनजस्टिस और इनइक्वालिटी की।
बिल्कुल सही।
अनुराग जी प्लीज देखिए, ऐसे नहीं, फिर आप बोल लीजिए। मतलब आप जरा
सही बोला, मैंने कुछ गलत कहाँ बोला भाई? सही बोला।
लेट्स गेट बैक। हाँ, अनुराग जी वो माइक रखिए, वो कुर्सी नहीं है जो उसे पकड़ के रखना है आपको, माइक रखिए। हाँ
ठीक है, अब आप कवाल की तरह ताली भी बजाना शुरू कर दें। एक बार रुक जाइए, सुन लीजिए, बात सुन लीजिए। मैं बहुत पते की बात कह रहा हूँ। बात इज नॉट हिंदू मुस्लिम, बात इज इनजस्टिस, डिस्क्रिमिनेशन और इनइक्वालिटी की है। और दुख इस बात का होता है कि जो हमारी 250 मिलियन मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी है, वो जब इनजस्टिस, डिस्क्रिमिनेशन और इनइक्वालिटी देख रही है तो वो ये प्रोटेस्ट ही नहीं कर रही, वो एंजॉय कर रही है कि ये डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, ये इनइक्वालिटी और ये इनजस्टिस हिंदूज के अगेंस्ट हो रहा है। अब मैं आपको 3 एग्जांपल देता हूं। नंबर 1, क्या कभी किसी मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी या वारिस पठान साहब ने कहा कि ये गलत है कि सिर्फ RTE, राइट टू एजुकेशन एक्ट का 93rd अमेंडमेंट के साथ जो कंजंक्शन है, वो सिर्फ हिंदू रन स्कूल्स को कहता है कि अपने 25% सीट्स आप इकोनॉमिकली वीकर सेक्शन के लिए रिजर्व करो। हिंदू रन स्कूल्स और क्रिश्चियन रन स्कूल्स को नहीं कहता। ये डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं है। थाउजेंड्स ऑफ हिंदू रन स्कूल्स बंद हो चुके हैं इस चक्कर में। कभी वारिस पठान साहब ने नहीं कहा ये गलत हो रहा है। कभी वारिस पठान साहब ने ये नहीं कहा कि स्टेट एक्सक्लूसिवली। देखिए,
वारिस भाई के बारे में बोल,
एक बार सुन,
हिंदू भाई के बारे में बोल रहे हैं।
RTE
नहीं, इनको हिंदू नहीं, ये कह रहे हैं कि नहीं, इनका कहने का मतलब ये हुआ कि सिर्फ मुस्लिम हिंदू। अरे हमारे साथ अन्याय नहीं हो रहा है क्या? हमारे साथ अन्याय नहीं हो रहा है क्या? हमें रोजगार नहीं मिलना चाहिए था क्या? हमें महंगाई से छुटकारा नहीं मिलना चाहिए था? हम हिंदू, मेरे साथ अन्याय क्यों हो रहा है? मैं आपसे सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ। लेकिन इसका जवाब नहीं है। हम सफर कर रहे हैं, इसका जवाब क्यों नहीं मिलेगा?
अनुराग जी एक सेकंड रुकिए। वारिस पठान, पहले RTE
मेरे बारे में बहुत सारी बातें।
अच्छा, वो 4 पॉइंट बोल रहे हैं, उसके बाद आप इंटरप्शन। वारिस भाई 4 पॉइंट बोल दें।
अब बीच में 5-5 बार इंटरप्शन करेंगे तो फिर कैसे कैसे चलेगा भाई?
समय उतना नहीं है सर, जल्दी बोल दीजिए, इतने समय में तो सरकार चली जाएगी।
आधा समय आपने ले लिया अनुराग जी।
अरे ये सपा की सरकार नहीं है कि टूटी साइकिल चली जाए, चिंता ना करिए।
सरकार तो
भाई आप बोलिए।
सरकार तो जाते जाते
आनंद
बच
जी,
गई है।
आप
सरकार
कॉन्सेंट्रेट
तो जाते जाते बची
बोलिए
है।
जल्दी से।
मतलब मेरा रोल आपने स्पीकर की तरह बना दिया है लोकसभा के,
अरे
बोलने नहीं दे रहे।
सर,
सुनिए,
आप 5 मिनट से बोल रहे हैं, आपकी बात
अच्छा,
पूरी नहीं हो रही, तो मैं क्या करूं भाई? मैं 2 मिनट में अपनी
अनुराग
बात
जी
कह चुका
देखिए,
हूं।
अनुराग जी प्लीज, इट्स अ
अरे
रिक्वेस्ट।
मैं 2 मिनट बोला हूं, आपने 20 बार इंटरप्ट किया। ये 5 मिनट से बोल रहे हैं, इनकी बात
क्योंकि वो
पूरी नहीं हो
कायदे
रही
की
है।
बात
क्या
बोल रहे
अन्याय
थे
नहीं है
ना,
तो क्या है?
वो कायदे की
आपके
बात
मंच
बोल
पे
रहे
अन्याय हो
हैं।
रहा है, आप कह रहे
आप
बोलने
रुक
नहीं दे रहे।
जाइए, इधर मेरे
2
ऊपर
मिनट
आरोप
में आप
लगाने
20
से
बार
बेहतर
इंटरप्ट
होगा
किया
कि आप
आपने।
उनकी बात सुन लें। ओके आनंद जी, प्लीज ट्राई टू फिनिश इट इन संक्षेप।
बिल्कुल। अभी कभी वारिस पठान साहब ने ये नहीं कहा कि सिर्फ हिंदू टेम्पल्स पे गवर्नमेंट एक्सक्लूसिवली कंट्रोल कर रही है और बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स ले रही है। मॉस्क पे कंट्रोल क्यों नहीं कर रही? क्या ये डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, इनइक्वालिटी नहीं है? वो हटनी चाहिए। कभी ये नहीं कहा, या वो हटे या मॉस्क को भी कंट्रोल करो। मॉस्क से पैसा लो। और तीसरी सबसे जरूरी बात, और ये मैं वक्फ पे आना चाहता हूं। देखिए, मेरा वक्फ बोर्ड से कोई भी डिसएग्रीमेंट नहीं है। मैं तो कहता हूं हजारों वक्फ बोर्ड हो, कोई, देयर आर हंड्रेड्स ऑफ बोर्ड्स, एनजीओ, चैरिटीज, लेट देम रन। पॉइंट है कि वक्फ एक्ट आ गया जो कि वक्फ बोर्ड को वेपनाइज करता है। अब मैं आपको एक उदाहरण देता हूं।
नहीं सर,
अब-
मैं
अब- जवाब
समझिए ना, वक्त की कमी है, जो बातें आपको
तकरीबन
बोली।
5
ओके,
मिनट
वारिस
में
पठान जवाब दीजिए।
मेरे अच्छे दोस्त आनंद रंगनाथन ने 5 मिनट में 50 मरतबा मेरा नाम लिया। तो मैं पूछना चाहूंगा आनंद भाई, आपने बहुत अच्छी अच्छी बातें बोलाई। मुझे बताओ, आप लोगों को मुसलमानों की इतनी फिक्र कब से होने लग गई?
क्योंकि देश में है,
जिनको
आपको होनी
जिनको
चाहिए,
सुनिए,
हिंदुओं की
जिनको
क्यों नहीं है?
मुसलमानों की
अच्छा, मेरी क्यों
2
नहीं है?
मिनट की अजान से तकलीफ है, जिनको मुसलमानों के 10 मिनट रास्ते पे नमाज पढ़ने से तकलीफ है, जिनको मुसलमान की बेटियों के हिजाब से तकलीफ है, जिनको मुसलमानों के खाने पीने से तकलीफ है, जिनको मुसलमान अगर दाढ़ी टोपी रख के कुछ ट्रेन में चला गया तो उसको मॉब लिंचिंग कर देते, JRCR नहीं बोलने से तकलीफ है, उनको आज अचानक मुसलमानों से इतनी मोहब्बत आ गई। यही तो सबसे बड़ा शक आ रहा है हमको। यही तो आपकी नियत में खोट है। अगर आपको कुछ करना है मुसलमानों के लिए, दीजिए, हमारी बेटियों को डिमांड ड्रिवन स्कॉलरशिप देंगे आप? नहीं देंगे? दीजिए, चकिया जाफरी मरूम को
उतना
इंसाफ
हिंदुओं
दीजिए।
के लिए भी नहीं किया।
दीजिए,
मैं आपको डेटा देता हूं।
मुसलमानों को इंसाफ दीजिए।
11 साल
देंगे
से।
आप जितने की मॉब लिंचिंग हुई, सबको इंसाफ दीजिए। जिनके घर बुलडोजरों से आपने उड़वा दिए मुसलमानों के, बिना कोर्ट के ड्यू प्रोसेस फॉलो किए, आप दीजिए, उनको इंसाफ दीजिए। और अब इनइक्वालिटी की बात करो, इनइक्वालिटी कहां मैं बताता हूँ। आर्टिकल 14 का ग्रॉस
वारिस भाई,
आर्टिकल 14 का ग्रॉस वायलेशन हुआ। मैं आपको बताना
एक
चाहता हूं
कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल और लीगल प्रोविजन बता दीजिए कि एंटी मुस्लिम है।
हिंदू एंडोमेंट बोर्ड में मुसलमान अलाउड नहीं है, गैर कौम अलाउड नहीं है, लेकिन मुसलमान के वक्फ बोर्ड में आप हिंदुओं को डाल देंगे, ये क्या अलाउड है? चलिए,
वारिस भाई, अनुराग जी एक सेकंड। आपने कहा कि आपने एक साथ बोला कि इनको हमारी दाढ़ी से प्रॉब्लम है, इनको हमारी नमाज से प्रॉब्लम है, इनको में हमारे बच्चों के हिजाब से प्रॉब्लम है, लेकिन आपको तो जय श्री राम तक बोलने से प्रॉब्लम है।
वो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, आप बोलिए।
आप
किसी को नहीं बोलने पे मार डालोगे तो प्रॉब्लम है।
इन्होंने गणपति बप्पा बोल दिया था, माफी मांगनी पड़ी थी।
आप बोलिए,
गणपति बप्पा बोल दिया था, माफी मांगी।
आप बोलिए।
गौरव भाटिया,
जबरन नहीं बोलने से केस से निकाल देंगे,
ओके।
नहीं बोलने से एंटी नेशनल घोषित कर देंगे।
कोई एंटी नेशनल नहीं है,
चीजें जो आप लाते
कोई
हैं,
एंटी नेशनल नहीं है। यही वो जगह है जहाँ पर गौरव जी ये कह देते हैं रूबिका जी इफ्तार हुई और आना नहीं हो पाया। यही वो जगह है जहाँ पर सिवैया की बात आनंद रंगनाथन कह देते हैं और आप जय श्री राम को जेसार कहने में भी घबराते हैं।
रूबिका जी, यही वो जगह है जहाँ हिंदू का जब परिवार होता है रामनवमी में तो मुस्लिम भाई फूल बरसाते हैं।
यही बीजेपी को
ईद
पसंद नहीं है एकता।
तो हिंदू भाई मुस्लिम भाई पे फूल बरसाते हैं, हिंदू भाई मुस्लिम भाई पे फूल
ओके।
बरसाते हैं, मुस्लिम भाई हिंदू भाई पे फूल बरसाते हैं।
गौरव भाटिया,
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के दिल में सांप क्यों लौट रहा है जब हिंदू
भाई सांप क्यों लौट रहा है आपके दिल में? गौरव भाटिया, इसका जवाब दे दीजिए।
सबसे पहले तो मेरे भाई ने अभी बात करी कि ये हिंदुओं का भी है, मुसलमानों का भी है, सिखों का भी है। बिल्कुल, मेरे भाई जो अभी आनंद भाई बता रहे थे, एक बार टीवी डिबेट में बोला गणपति बप्पा मौर्य 6 महीने तक गायब हो गए टीवी से। फिर
ये भी झूठ और एक झूठ। बोलो। मैं अभी आप लोग झूठ बोलते हो तो मैं बिल्कुल हंसता हूँ उस झूठ के ऊपर।
फर्क क्या है?
7 साल से झूठ चलता जा रहा है।
प्रवक्ता अपने भाई वारिस पठान को आदर देता है, सम्मान देता है, उसकी बात सुनता है, लिखता है, फिर उत्तर देना चाहता है। ये लोग हर लाइन पे टोकेंगे क्योंकि इनको डर ये लगता है कहीं हमारा असली चेहरा सबके सामने हर लाइन पे टोकेंगे। आप देख लीजिएगा, मैं बताता हूँ।
अच्छा,
ये बात तो सच है ना, ये बात तो
गाना
सच
है
हर
है
लाइन
कि
पे,
गौरव भाटिया ने जब बोला बीच में कोई नहीं बोला।
हर लाइन पे
अनुराग भाई जब आप बोले
नहीं,
बीच में कोई नहीं बोला।
अरे वक्त में बताओ ना, आर्टिकल 14 का वायलेशन
वो-
है नहीं है,
वो-
25 का वायलेशन
मैं
है नहीं
बता
है,
दूं,
26 का वायलेशन है नहीं है।
25, 26 आर्टिकल
मैं
14
सब देखूंगा।
वायलेशन है कि नहीं है?
7 मिनट बोले हैं,
हाँ।
और क्या चाहिए? हम
आप
2 मिनट
इंसाफ की
बोले हैं,
बात नहीं
और
कर
क्या
रहे हो।
चाहिए बताइए?
ओके,
तो
अरे
अन्याय तो हमारे साथ है
भाई
ना।
जितनी सीटें उतनी बातें ना, रुक जाइए ना, जितनी सीटें आप रुकिए।
बताइए
रंगनाथन जी कितनी सीटें हैं आपकी?
कितनी सीटें हैं?
गौरव भाटिया
140 करोड़ सीटें हैं
वो 100 तो मेरी भी है,
अरे हमारी एक है लेकिन पूरे पे भारी है।
आप दावेदार थोड़ी हो जाएंगे।
विषय पर
140
लौट
करोड़
कर
के, हम भी
आइए
140
सर,
करोड़ के।
विषय पर लौट कर आइए गौरव भाटिया।
विषय पे रहते हैं, ये गोल
अभी
गोल
एक वक्तव्य खुद का बोला तो शर्मसार हो गए, एक और याद आ गया, कहते 15 करोड़ हैं, 100 करोड़ हिंदुओं पे भारी हैं, ये बोल रहे थे।
और
और
जलियान वाला बाग बनाने वाले तुम्हारे साथ बैठे हुए हैं, वो अलाउड है। शाहीन
देखा,
बाग बनेगा तो
हर
जलियान बाग
लाइन
बना
पे
देंगे,
बोलते
वो अलाउड
रहेंगे,
है।
ये
हम
गारंटी दे रहा
कंडेमनेशन नहीं करेंगे।
गारंटी है। अब सुनिए,
उनको रॉन्ग प्रूफ कीजिए ना,
अब
बीच
मैं-
में मत बोलिएगा, रॉन्ग प्रूफ
देखिए
कीजिए।
अब मैं आपको,
जवाब दीजिए।
क्योंकि वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता हूं, आपको बताता हूं अनुच्छेद 14 क्या कहता है। हर नागरिक को कानून के सामने एक जैसा देखा जाएगा, कोई भेदभाव नहीं होगा।
फिर क्यों ये बिल में डाला?
बीच में नहीं,
भेदभाव
बीच में ना बोले प्लीज। रूबिका जी इस तरह से कोई चर्चा नहीं कर सकता है। हाँ, अब मैं आपको बताता हूं, जब वक्फ का कानून संशोधन हुआ 2013 में, वही भेदभाव की शुरुआत हुई। कैसे आप बताइए? क्या सिखों के लिए, ईसाइयों के लिए, क्या हिंदुओं के लिए कोई वक्फ बोर्ड जैसी संस्था है कि ट्राइब्यूनल में फैसला होगा कि मंदिर की जमीन है कि नहीं? 14 का उल्लंघन तब हुआ, बीच में नहीं, सॉरी
नोट कर लीजिए,
I'm
नोट
not
कर लीजिए
using-
वारिस भाई, नोट कर
आप एक
लीजिए।
अच्छे पार्लियामेंटेरियन बन सकते हैं अगर चुप रहे तो,
हाँ,
वरना नहीं।
जो चुप
ठीक
रहेगी
है,
जुबान
सुनिए।
खंजर, लहू पुकारेगा आस्तीन का। खामोश रहे, 70 साल अब खामोश नहीं रहने वाले, हक इंसाफ की बात करेंगे।
अक्सर ऐसा होता है कि जो सहिष्णु होता है और खामोश रहता है उसमें ताकत ज्यादा होती है, जो चिल्लाता है अंदर से खोखला होता है। आप तय करिए, आप खोखले हैं? बीच में नहीं। अनुच्छेद 25 सुनिए, अनुच्छेद 25 स्टार्ट होता है, सब्जेक्ट टू के वर्ड्स है, सब्जेक्ट टू पब्लिक ऑर्डर, मोरालिटी एंड हेल्थ। ऐसा नहीं है, एब्सोल्यूट राइट है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, उसमें कानून बनाने का विशेष अधिकार है टू कर्टेल रिलीजियस राइट्स, और ये पार्लियामेंट को मिला है। अब सुनिए, इन्होंने बात करी मुस्लिम महिलाओं की।
एक ऐसा नहीं बोल सकते, ऐसा नहीं
बीच में
बोल।
नहीं,
हाउ
please।
कैन यू कर्टेल माय रिलीजियस राइट्स?
अरे
कौन से प्रावधान के अंदर कौन से प्रोविजन के
ऐसा है,
आर्टिकल बताओ पब्लिक को,
ऐसा
चलो
है,
बताइए।
कोई मैं लॉ कॉलेज तो हूं नहीं,
26 का बताइए
जो
ना
मैंने
आर्टिकल।
20 साल के कड़े अध्ययन से सीखा है वो आपको 10 मिनट में नहीं सिखा पाऊंगा। इसके लिए आपको संविधान
मैं
पढ़ना
आपको 2 मिनट में सिखा रहा हूँ।
प्लीज सुनिए। अब मैं दूसरी बात करता हूं, मुस्लिम महिलाओं की इन्होंने करी। नरेंद्र मोदी जी से बड़ा सगा भाई कौन है? मुस्लिम महिलाओं को ट्रिपल तलाक को अपराध बना दिया, और ये हलाला और बहु विवाह
आज तकलीफ
के
में वो
हमेशा
महिला है।
पैरोकार बनते हैं।
आपने बना दिया
तीसरी
कानून,
बात
हमको
सुनिए,
अच्छा अब मैं चाहती हूँ, हाँ
एक बात बस समाजवादी पार्टी पे कर लेते हैं।
बाप रे
आप बताइए, अतीक अहमद सांसद रहे, विधायक रहे, 73 करोड़ रुपए की जमीन वक्फ की कब्जाई।
सरकार किसकी है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी की।
अरे
साढ़े
आपको
8 साल से
मौका दूंगी,
उसके
मैं
पहले-
बोलने तो दीजिए, एक बार बात खत्म करें, फिर देखिए अभी टाइम है ना, मैं
और
आपको
सुनिए,
मौका दूंगी।
दूसरा उदाहरण, आजम खान, आपको याद होगा, जिनकी भैंसे अखिलेश यादव पुलिस से ढूंढवाते थे, वो जेल में है, वक्त की संपत्ति ले गए। और अंत करूंगा एक ही बात कह के, ये गिराने की कोशिश करते हैं भारत को, नरेंद्र मोदी जी को। हमें ना मैं गिरा, ना मेरी उम्मीदों के मीनार गिरे, मुझे गिराने में कई लोग 100 बार गिरे,
ओके।
और ये गिरते रहे।
गौरव भाटिया ने जो बातें की, सर तुष्टीकरण का आप पर आरोप लगता है ना, वारिस भाई आती है, तुष्टीकरण क्यों?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी आज की डेट में वोट बैंक के लिए पूरे समाज में तुष्टीकरण कर रही है। हिंदू मुस्लिम की राजनीति कौन कर रहा है? नफरत की राजनीति कौन कर रहा है? इतनी देर इन्होंने भाषण दिया, इतनी देर बात बताई, एक बार भी देश कैसे आगे बढ़ेगा उसके बारे में नहीं, यूथ कैसे सम्मान से जिएगा उसके बारे में नहीं, सिर्फ एक ही बात, हिंदू मुस्लिम, मुस्लिम हिंदू, हिंदू मुस्लिम, मुस्लिम हिंदू, इसके अलावा कोई शब्द इनके पास नहीं है। राष्ट्र को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए देखिए, आपको याद रखना पड़ेगा, ये देश संविधान और
अरे पर ये तो रिपीट टेलीकास्ट कर रहे हैं आप।
सुनिए, इन्होंने इसके पहले
अरे नई दलील दीजिए ना।
सुनो, इन्होंने 2014 में भूमि अधिग्रहण बिल लेके आए थे, वापस किया इन्होंने, क्योंकि विपक्ष अपनी राय दे रहा था, इन्होंने राय नहीं मानी। किसान बिल लेके आए थे ये, हमने कहा मेरी राय ले लीजिए, क्योंकि उसी जनता ने हमें भी चुना है, जिन जनता ने आपको चुना है, आपने मेरी राय नहीं मानी, बाद में आपको किसान बिल वापस लेना पड़ा। जिन किसानों को मौतें होगी उनकी जिम्मेदार कौन होगा? आज आप वक्फ बोर्ड का बिल लेके आए, जेपीसी आपने बनाई, हमने कहा मेरी राय ले लीजिए, जेपीसी ने राय लेके वक्फ बोर्ड बनाए।
अनुराग जी, लेकिन
आप तो सुनना ही नहीं चाहते।
कवि कहना क्या चाहता है, लेकिन इसका कवि कहना क्या चाह रहा है?
क्या हो
कभी
रहा है?
कहना चाह रहा है
क्या
कि
कहना
भारतीय
चाह रहा है?
जनता पार्टी
कवि बोलना
तानाशाही
चाह रहा है कि इसको
अपनाती
समझ नहीं आ रहा है।
ओके।
तानाशाही अपनाती है,
ओके।
अपने मन से बिल पास करती है।
All
कभी
right.
कहना
कवि
चाह
जो
रहा है
बोलना
कि
चाह रहा है
भारतीय
पब्लिक
जनता
को समझ नहीं आ रहा है।
भारतीय
हाँ,
जनता
वो
पार्टी
किसी को नहीं
समझने तो
समझ,
दो।
रूबिका
वो आप वालों को भी
रूबिका
समझ में
जी,
नहीं आ रहा
और
है।
आप भी हमारे साथ अन्याय कर रहे हैं। कभी ये कहना चाह रहा है,
अच्छा ठीक है, सुन लिया, कोई
अरे
समझ
किसको
नहीं
तो
पा रहा
समझने-
है।
सब समझ
आनंद
रहे हैं कभी।
आनंद आनंद आनंद, आपने वारिस से जो सवाल पूछे, वारिस ने उनका जवाब दिया। उन्होंने कहा
कहाँ दिया जवाब?
नहीं दिया भाई, वारिस आपने जवाब
मैंने
नहीं
आपकी
दिया।
हर बात का जवाब दिया। मैंने आनंद भाई से सवाल किया कि ये जो नया वक्फ का कानून आया है ये किस तरह से वायलेशन नहीं है 14 का, और आपको मुसलमानों से इतनी हमदर्दी कब से हो गई
ओके।
जो इनसे इतनी नफरत करते
All
हैं?
right.
तो आप मुसलमानों के लिए कुछ अच्छा करना चाहते हैं तो उनकी बेटियों को डिमांड ड्रिवन स्कॉलरशिप दीजिए, हमको भी हमारे हिसाब से आजादी दीजिए, हिजाब पहनने दीजिए, एजुकेशन लेने दीजिए, विकास का काम करने दीजिए, हमारा माइनॉरिटी का बजट बढ़ा दीजिए। आप जो माइनॉरिटी का बजट आप कर्टेल कर देते, और जो असंवैधानिक बिल जो आप लाए,
मिनिस्ट्री
ये
का
आप
बजट
वापस
डबल
लीजिए,
हो
जिस
गया
तरह
है,
किसानों
इनको ये
ने
भी नहीं
बिल
पता।
आपने वापस
सर,
लिया,
ये
इस
मैं
तरह ये
पन्ना
भी बिल
लेकर
को
आई
वापस
हूँ।
ले लीजिए।
ओके, जवाब दीजिए।
प्रैक्टिस
मैं-
लीजिए,
मैं
हमारा
आपके पास
अधिकार है,
आती
हमको
हूँ।
हमारा
आनंद
अधिकार
आनंद
दीजिए, यही
आनंद
तो बात है बस।
आनंद,
रूबिका जी, वारिस पठान साहब इतना झूठ बोल चुके हैं कि असादुद्दीन साहब सोच रहे होंगे अरे तुम इतना झूठ बोलोगे तो मैं क्या बोलूंगा। अब मैं एक एक करके इनका जवाब देता हूँ और बीच में इंटरप्ट मत करेगा, आपको आपके साउथ इंडियन बालों की कसम, मतलब वीक वाले। ठीक है, पहली बात, हिंदू मुस्लिम कर रहे हैं। मैंने इनसे क्या पूछा? सीधी सी बात पूछी, जो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हिंदूज के अगेंस्ट हो रहा है आपको वो दिख ही नहीं रहा है?
कहाँ हो रहा
आपको
है?
अब वो
हमें
मैं
नहीं
नहीं
दिखा,
कर
अगर
रहा।
आपको दिख रहा है तो
अरे
अलग बात।
काहे आप बीच बीच में परेशान कर रहे हैं?
तो
कैसे बोलेगा?
रुकिए ना अनुराग जी,
अरे मेरे
वो
साथ
आपके बीच
मेरे
में
सामने
नहीं
बोल
बोले
रहे
हैं।
कमाल है।
अच्छा नहीं लगता आपको? यहाँ वोट देने वाला कोई एक भी होगा ना तो पलट जाएगा,
वो देगा,
समझिए आप।
देगा।
ओके आनंद,
क्योंकि हम गैस की बात पूछेंगे, 50 रुपए बढ़ा है, उसपे वो कोई बोलने को नहीं तैयार है।
एग्जाम्पल मैंने आपको दे दिए।
अरे गैस के दाम 50 रुपए बढ़े, आप तो रोजगार पा रहे हो, जिनके पास गैस का
अच्छा,
पैसा नहीं हो कहाँ से मिलेगा? जरा बताइए। आप गरीबों से पूछे जाके, आप तो यहाँ बैठे एसी
अरे
में,
आप
उस
वोटर
गरीब
से
से
थोड़ी
पूछे
लड़ने
50 रुपए
लगेंगे।
कहाँ से लेके आएगा?
आनंद
जिसके घर में रोजगार नहीं है, पूछो कैसे जिंदगी चलती है?
आवाज डाउन करें भाई,
सुनिए,
हर बार ऐसा ही क्यों होता है? मुझे आवाज डाउन करनी पड़ती है। अनुराग जी, लड़ने से कुछ नहीं होगा, यहाँ सभ्य तरीके से डिबेट हो रही है ना। ओके ओके अनुराग जी रुक जाइए। आनंद,
गरीब की बात करना आपको
आनंद,
परेशानी हो जाती है।
एक मिनट।
मैंने सिलेंडर की आवाज क्या उठाई, आप चिल्लाने लग गए?
अरे
शर्म नहीं
सर,
आती आपको?
सर
आपने गरीबी देखी है कभी?
सर
कभी
सुनिए,
जाइए गाँव में, पूछे लोग कैसे जी रहे हैं।
डांट क्यों रहे हैं भाई?
डांट ही रहे, हमको याद
ऐसे
दिला
नहीं
रहा हूं।
बात करते,
दिल्ली में
ये
बैठ के
समाजवादी
आपको नहीं
पार्टी
पता
का
लोग
ऑफिस
गरीब
थोड़ी
कैसे
ना
जीते
है।
हैं।
अरे
आप
भाई
यहाँ
आप
सम्मानित
लोग
लोग आ
एसी में
रखे
बैठ के
हैं।
आप आनंद ले रहे हो,
ये
आपको
सपा का
छोटा दुनिया
ऑफिस
ऐसे
नहीं
जी
है।
रही है।
मैं एक आंकड़े लेकर
कमाल है
बताती
भाई।
हूँ।
मैं एक
आंकड़े
मिनट
बताती हूँ, आंकड़े
एक
आपको
मिनट
बीजेपी
नहीं
का
बोल
नहीं
पा
जाइए
रहा।
रोड पे।
आंकड़े बताती हूँ। आप जिस तरीके से चीख रहे हैं ना, ये सच्चर की रिपोर्ट बताती है प्रशासनिक सेवा में मुसलमानों की भागीदारी 3%, आईएएस और बाकी जो है उनकी 4%, आईपीएस जो है वो 4%, पुलिस बल में मुसलमानों की भागीदारी तब 7%, रेलवे में 4%। आज मोदी सरकार 2025 में ये आंकड़े मैंने निकलवाए, यूपीएससी क्रैक करने वाले मुस्लिम छात्र 5.12% बढ़ गए, यानी 3% से आगे गए। रेलवे में जो 4.5% मुसलमानों का आंकड़ा हुआ करता था, वो 14.16% पहुंच गया है, जिसमें 463 गैजेटेड ऑफिसर है। अगर मोदी को सच में मुसलमानों से इतनी एलर्जी थी तो ये आंकड़ा बढ़ते हुए कैसे दिख रहा है? आनंद रघुनाथन,
सीधी सी बात है, देखिए डेटा कभी झूठ नहीं बोलता। अब जॉब्स की कोई बात कर रहा है, अब ये भी बात झूठ बोलेंगे कि जो केम्स रिपोर्ट है आरबीआई की कि पिछले साल 47 मिलियन जॉब्स वर क्रिएटेड, ये भी झूठ है। जीडीपी भी, हर चीज झूठ कहेंगे तो उसका कोई इलाज नहीं है। और आप ठीक कह रहे हैं, अगर आपको पावर्टी देखनी है ना सर, तो आप वहां जाइए सफाई में, जहां फेस्टिवल हुआ था सफाई में, जहां पे बॉलीवुड को अब सुनिए, अब देखिए ये गलत बात,
आप गलत बात बोलेंगे। आपको देखना है तो बोलेंगे गोरखपुर जाइए। आप कैसी बातें करते हैं? आप कल्चर प्रोग्राम बोलेंगे, सैफई जाइए, सैफई से इतना प्यार, चले जाइए आप। आइए आप देखें क्या क्या हमने गांव का डेवलपमेंट किया है।
अरे तो आप एंग्री यंग मैन की तरह क्यों बिहेव करते हैं?
चले जाइए, गरीबी देखनी है तो।
यहाँ अरे
गरीबी देखनी है,
आपको
बगल में निकल के देखिए।
आपको इतना गुस्सा होने की जरूरत नहीं है। आपको पता है,
कमाल की बात कर रहे हैं।
आपको
सैफई
पता
में विकास
ये
हो गया, पेट में दर्द हो
सुनिए
गया।
मेरी बात
सैफई क्या
सुनिए,
उत्तर प्रदेश में नहीं है,
अनुराग
सैफई क्या
जी,
देश में नहीं है।
अनुराग
कैसी बातें
जी,
करने लग जाते हैं? गाँव का
अनुराग
विकास
जी,
हो गया,
ये
उधर का
रेगुलर
दो है।
डिबेट
कि गाँव
नहीं
का
है।
विकास कैसे हो गया? गाँव कैसे उन्नति कर दिया?
अनुराग जी, ये नॉर्मल, ये अनुराग जी, अनुराग जी, अनुराग जी हद कर रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं आप? अनुराग जी एक सेकेंड, ये एक तो ये कॉन्क्लेव है, एक तो ये कॉन्क्लेव है, और जाट मूवी कल रिलीज हो रही है। सनी देओल की एक्टिंग आप ना करें, वो जाट मूवी कल
बात होगी तो
क्या क्या किस
समाज
बात
की
पे
बात कर रहे
टोकेंगे?
हो।
क्या
गाँव
कर रहे हैं आप?
करेंगे बैठ के गाँव में, अगर वहाँ बॉलीवुड आ गया, आपके पेट में दर्द हो गया।
चलिए अब समय हम लोग
ओके, अब समय
सदुपयोग
ओवर हो
करना
गया है।
चाहेंगे।
मैं आखिरी 30 सेकंड सबको देना चाहती हूँ।
इतना तो
पहले
मेरी
आप
बीवी
ले
भी मुझे
लीजिए
नहीं टोकती।
पेड़
ये
पहले
राज की बात है।
पहले आप बोल दीजिए 30 सेकंड, ठीक है? 30
देखिए,
सेकंड, ओके?
देखिए मुझे दर्द इस बात का होता है जब आप सैफी चले जाते हैं एक ऐसा गांव जिसको एक मॉडल की तरह से पूरे देश को लेना चाहिए कि एक गांव में क्या क्या सुविधाएं हो सकती हैं।
कितने पैसे लगे थे
ऐसा
फेस्टिवल
गांव
में?
आपको हर भारतीय जनता पार्टी की
बॉलीवुड
सरकार
वालों को
8.5
कितने
साल से आप
पैसे दिए थे?
बनाइए।
ओके,
किसने आपको रोका है?
30 सेकंड ओवर, ठीक है? आनंद,
गरीबी देखनी है ना तो सफाई में जाके देखिए 500-600
सैफई,
करोड़
पहले
जो
सैफई तो बोलना सीख जाओ। सफाई नहीं है, सैफई है।
अच्छा
सैफई
ठीक है,
बोला।
सैफई।
हाँ,
हाँ,
पहले
सैफई।
सैफई, यही दिक्कत है। शहर वाले लोग प्रोनाउंसिएशन हिंदी नहीं कर पाते गांव का, तो गांव की बात करेंगे।
ओके,
अब मैं
आनंद।
तमिलियन हूँ, अब आप कहेंगे कि मुझे हिंदी अच्छी बोलनी नहीं आती तो धिक्कार है मुझ पे मेरी
नहीं,
तमिल
नहीं,
पे। आप
सैफई
तमिल में
बोलिए।
बुलवाऊं आपसे?
तो
मैं?
pronunciation
तमिल
गलत
तेरी
मत
माँ।
कीजिए, आप सफाई बोल रहे हैं तो आप
तमिल तेरी याद है।
देखिए अब ये भारतीयता है, ये सीखिए आप रूबिका जी से। हर
नहीं।
चीज में चिल्लाने का मतलब ये नहीं होता कि आप अपना पॉइंट्स रख रहे हैं, लोग समझ रहे हैं। आपने गरीबी की बात करी,
हाँ।
मैं आपको सैफई की बात बता रहा
हाँ।
हूं कि जो आपने 100 की तादाद में करोड़ों रुपया खर्च किया वो गरीबों को भी दे सकते थे। बॉलीवुड
भैया।
हीरोइंस को क्यों दिया नाचने के लिए?
अरे भैया आप
ये
बॉलीवुड-
बता, इसका
अरे-
आंसर करिए।
अरे तो इसके मतलब बॉलीवुड यहाँ जो बुला रहे हैं तो इसके मतलब क्यों बुलाते हैं बॉलीवुड?
ओके
हर
सर,
जगह बुलाते
अब
हैं।
आखिरी
अब हम की बात कर रहे हैं।
आखिरी कुछ मिनट में देना चाहती हूँ वारिस पठान, और उसके बाद जवाब देंगे गौरव भाटिया।
देखिए बात गरीबी की हो रही है, ये बात गरीबी की हो रही है, इसलिए बताना चाहूंगा कि हम लोग जो ये लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं वक्फ के लिए, ये गरीबों के लिए तो लड़ रहे हैं जिनके ऊपर इनका अधिकार है वक्फ की जमीन के ऊपर, बेवाओं का, यतीम बच्चों का, उन्हीं के अधिकार के लिए लड़ रहे हैं। और हमारे यहाँ पे वक्फ बोर्ड है, वक्फ ट्रिब्यूनल है, और आप जो झूठ फैला रहे हो कि ट्रिब्यूनल के ऑर्डर के नहीं जा सकते, गलत है। हाईकोर्ट के अंदर आप रिवीजन फाइल कर सकते हो। अब ये जो कानून आपने लाया है पर से असंवैधानिक है, आर्टिकल 14, 24, 25, 26 का ग्रॉस वायलेशन है गौरव भाटिया जी। हिंदू एडवोकेट बोर्ड के अंदर आप किसी मुसलमान को रखेंगे नहीं रखेंगे?
ओके,
मुस्लिम बोर्ड के अंदर आपको क्यों लाना है? बात
है।
नंबर 2, दूसरा एक खाली 10 सेकंड में अपनी बात कंप्लीट कर दूंगा रूबिका जी। वहां पर कोई भी डोनेशन दे सकता है, कोई भी वक्फ कर सकता है, लेकिन अब यहाँ पर आपको मुसलमान वक्फ के अंदर आप वक्फ नहीं कर सकता। 5 साल के लिए आपको प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम बताना पड़ेगा। प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम कैसा होगा बताइए मुझे? यहाँ पे आपने लिमिटेशन डाल दिया, वो बल्कि आपको हटा देना चाहिए थे जो वहाँ पे बैठ गए हैं
ओके वारिस
एनक्रोचमेंट
भाई,
करके,
हम लोग
उसको तो बल्कि
कंक्लूजन
12
पर आ
साल से
रहे
जो बैठा
हैं,
उसको
इसलिए
आप
मेरे
वहाँ पे
पास
पक्का
वक्त की
बना रहे
कमी
हो।
नहीं,
तो इस
वक्त की
तमाम
कमी है।
चीजें को मद्देनजर रखते हुए
सर-
हमारा ये बोलना है
सर,
कि
ठीक
मोदी
है।
सरकार ये बिल वापस
ओके,
ले ले, जिस तरह
गौरव
काशी
भाटिया।
किसानों का बिल वापस लिया था, इस बिल को वापस ले ले।
ओके,
सुप्रीम कोर्ट
गौरव
में
भाटिया।
यकीन है सुप्रीम
गौरव
कोर्ट
भाटिया।
ये
शांत
कानून
हो
को
जाए,
रिपील
मेरे भाई
करेगी
वरना
जरूर।
गुस्सा हो
ओके,
जाएंगे।
गौरव भाटिया।
धन्यवाद। देखिए सबसे पहले तो इन्होंने विरोधाभास बात करी। इन्होंने कहा वक्फ बोर्ड पे नॉन मुस्लिम्स कैसे आ गए? जब हिंदू सिख ईसाई अपनी जमीन देते हैं वक्फ बोर्ड को तो कहते हैं लाओ 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 ले लेंगे, लेकिन बोर्ड पे रहेंगे तो कैसे रहेंगे? हटाओ इन्हें। तो ये विरोधाभास है। दूसरी बात, ये हिंदू वर्सेस मुस्लिम नहीं है, ये है संवैधानिक और गैर संवैधानिक की लड़ाई। और सबसे बड़ी बात मैं आपको बता दूं, ये कहते हैं कि इसका समर्थन जो है केवल हिंदू कर रहे हैं। नहीं, आप बताइए केरला में बिशप जो एसोसिएशन है, कैथोलिक बिशप एसोसिएशन, उसने समर्थन किया। 70 साल के मुस्लिम बुजुर्ग ने आके समर्थन किया, उसको पीटा गया। और अंत करूंगा, कश्मीर में क्या हुआ, वहां पे घर जला दिया गया एक मुस्लिम आदमी का, क्योंकि वो समर्थन कर रहा था। तो गुंडागर्दी बीच में नहीं बोलिए, मैंने देखिए पूरी इज्जत दी थी, घर में नहीं मिलती, मैंने तो दी थी, लेकिन हाँ थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू। नहीं, अब अपनी बारी में मैंने भी लिखा, बहुत करेक्शन है। अरे नहीं, ऐसे नहीं चलेगा। तो सकारात्मक बात करते हुए सिर्फ अंत करूंगा। देखिए आगा खानी, बोहरा, पसमानदा समाज जिसको अलग थलग कर दिया था, उनको बोर्ड में जगह मिलेगी, सशक्तिकरण है। महिलाओं को बोर्ड में जगह मिलेगी, सशक्तिकरण है। तीसरा, कानून पढ़ा नहीं होगा इन्होंने,
पहले ज्यादा किया, अब 2 है।
बीच में नहीं,
ये अच्छा किया आपने,
बीच में नहीं,
वाह,
बीच
पहले
में
नॉन
नहीं।
अवेलेबल था, अवेलेबल कर दिया,
बीच में नहीं।
अच्छा किया।
ओके, सर, मेरे पास वक्त की कमी है। नहीं, वक्त की कमी है, वक्त की कमी है।
एक लाइन बोल के हम कर रहा हूं।
हाँ, वक्त की कमी है मेरे पास,
क्रिश्चियनों की जमीन के ऊपर आ गई है।
वक्त की कमी है,
अब क्रिश्चियन की जमीन
पर
पर
अब
आएगा,
वक्फ के पास दलीलों की कमी है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सभी का मेरे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। गौरव जी, वारिस पठान, अनुराग भदौरिया, आनंद रंगनाथन। मुझे पता है वक्त की कमी थी, लेकिन यहाँ अपनी अपनी दलीलों की नहीं। देखते रहिए न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
तो देखिए, बफ के पास दलीलों की कमी है या नहीं, अगले सेशन में भी हम इसी पर चर्चा करेंगे, लेकिन मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी, आई वुड लाइक टू रिक्वेस्ट एवरीवन टू प्लीज बी सीटेड फॉर अ नेक्स्ट सेशन। तो क्योंकि हम राइजिंग भारत समिट के मंच पर हैं और ऐसी इंटेंस डिस्कशंस हम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन बफ को और बेहतर समझने के लिए हम अपने अगले सेशन की तरफ बढ़ते हैं, क्योंकि भारत एक ऐसा देश है जो संस्कृति और धर्म की विविधता से समृद्ध है। यहाँ पर वक्फ संपत्तियों और उनके मैनेजमेंट से जुड़ा सवाल बेहद अहम हो जाता है, और हमने जितनी भी डिस्कशंस अभी की, हमने देखा है कि सबसे ज्यादा हीटेड टॉपिक इस वक्त वक्फ ही बना हुआ है। वक्फ एक्ट आज उन चर्चाओं के केंद्र में है जो वक्फ संपत्तियों के एफिशिएंट यूज और उनके गवर्नेंस से जुड़ी हैं, क्योंकि इन संपत्तियों का मकसद ये है, क्या ये लोगों के हित में काम हो रहा है, या जो मैनेज कहा जा रहा है कि जिन चीजों को मैनेज किया जा रहा है वो उस उपयोग में आ रहा है। ये सबसे बड़ा सवाल यहाँ पर बना हुआ है। लेकिन आज इस सत्र में हम ये समझने की कोशिश करेंगे कि क्या वक्फ एक्ट अपने मौजूदा ढांचे में देश और नागरिकों के बेस्ट हितों को पूरा करता है, या फिर जरूरत है किसी सुधार की, ताकि अकाउंटेबिलिटी, ट्रांसपेरेंसी और हमारे समाज की बदलती जरूरतों के मुताबिक इस सिस्टम को ढाला जा सके। इस सेशन को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए मैं स्टेज पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी राहुल शिवशंकर को। प्लीज वो मंच पर आए, बिकॉज वही इस अगले संवाद को मॉडरेट करेंगे। और मैं पैनल से भी आपका तारुफ करवा देती हूँ। हमारे अगले पैनल में सुधांशु त्रिवेदी होंगे, राज्यसभा सांसद, वारिस पठान जी हमारे साथ होंगे, AIMIM का पक्ष रखेंगे, विष्णु शंकर जैन हैं हमारे साथ, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के वकील हैं, और शाहिद अली लॉयर हैं समाजवादी पार्टी की तरफ से हमारे साथ, वो अपना पक्ष यहाँ पर रखेंगे। वेलकम एवरीवन, थैंक यू सो मच।
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. We promise to be better behaved than the panel before this, but we're going to discuss something very interesting. The Prime Minister has spoken for the first time on the Waqf Amendment law, and he's come out and said that it is the Congress that perpetuated iniquity in our society, and it is because the Congress believes in appeasing the hardliners that the Waqf Act of 1995 came about, giving one community privilege over all others. How does our panel this evening react to this statement by the Prime Minister and the debate that it has sparked across the political spectrum? Let's get a sense of that. I want to first begin with Varis Pathan, who is, of course, the irresistible force on this panel, and he will, of course, be taking on the immovable force, Sudhanshu ji. So, Varis Bhai, I want to understand something from you. You say that the Waqf bill perpetuates inequality and discriminates against Muslims. Can you explain how?
Well, Rahul, the apprehensions which we are having regarding the Waqf Act, they are coming true now. As we rightly said, that by incorporating Article 3D in the amendment, they will now say that it is ASI protected thing and they will take away the property. Their intentions were right. And so what happened yesterday? In UP, the ASI came there at the Sambal Mosque, they removed the green board, they put a blue board and that instead of Jama Masjid, now they have written it Juma Masjid. This will go on and on. That is why we say this bill, which act now is will become, is totally unconstitutional. It is a violation of Article 14, 24, 25, 26 of the Constitution, which is given to us by Dr. Baba Sahib. And I say why? Article 14 talks about equality, Rahul. Equality should be everywhere, whether with the Hindu Endowment Board or with the Muslim Waqf Board. In Hindu Endowment Board, you cannot have a non-Muslim, non-Hindu. In Waqf Board, you can have Hindus. In Hindu Endowment Board, anybody can give Waqf. But in Muslim Waqf Board, only a Muslim who's practicing 5 years as a Muslim religion is only entitled to this. Now, why is the discrimination? That limitation period. Now, Modi said that we want to remove encroachment and all. There was a bill brought in 2015, but they've removed that. Now, if a person is there encroaching the property for 12 years, he will become the owner of that property. You have removed that, whereas this is not there in their property. So here also there is a discrimination. The right to practice religion is a fundamental right guaranteed to us by the article, which is given to us by the Constitution. Article 26, I have my right. You cannot interfere into what I am doing in my religious affairs. This is the private property. This is a personal religious affairs. You cannot just enter and say, no, we will take up. You talk about corruption. Well, corruption is not there. Corruption is everywhere. When the last time what we saw in the video, which is viral everywhere, a judge's home, 15 crore rupees, more than that were stashed in a storeroom. So corruption is, so that means, does this mean to say that Modi government take away the entire judiciary?
Okay.
So if corruption is there, what did you do for 11 years to remove those corruption?
Okay, so
you should have taken steps to remove the mafia and everybody.
Point by point. You're
That's why
making
we
3
say
points.
personally illegal and this has to be repealed.
Okay, so you're making 3 points. Number one, that the state gets through the back door control over Muslim properties, especially religious properties, exclusively religious properties. You're saying also that on Hindu temple boards, you have now a new dispensation in which you cannot appoint non-Hindus, while this is going to happen on our Waqf board. And the third, which is a point that you have been making for a while now, that fundamentally you have a situation where you feel, and I find that strange, because for 75 years, the state has exercised control because they apprehend corruption in Hindu temples on temples. So I don't see how you're being singled out as Muslims, because the majority has suffered this for 75 years. But Sudhanshu ji, जरा आप विस्तार से ये बताइए कि ये बिल जो ये कह रहे हैं कि मुसलमानों के राइट्स को सर्कमस्क्राइब करता है, वो आप क्यों इससे डिसएग्री करते हैं?
There are 3 aspects. One is a technical aspect, one is a political aspect, another is a moral aspect. On technical ground, it is categorically clear. Number one, it has nothing to do with the committees of mosque, dargah, and qabristan. They are going to be unaffected by this. It has to do only with the management of the land. And it is being categorically and unequivocally stated by several high courts. In 1964, Allahabad High Court has used the word that the mutawalli cannot be an equivalent of mahant, because it's not a religious act. In 1976, Calcutta High Court has clearly said that it has having no religious connection and it is not come under the purview of Article 26 of the Constitution. And in Kerala High Court judgment of 1993, they have also clearly said that this is not a religious activity. It is just doing with the management of the land. And now come to the political question. It's a very peculiar thing to understand that from 1913 to 2013, first I would like to say there is a statement that since the matter is related to the Mohammedans and related to Mohammedans law, so there is no question of public policy arise. Means government should not have any role. You know whose statement this is? This is the statement of Muhammad Ali Jinnah in April 1913 in Imperial Legislative Council, while trying to pressurize the British government, and with the help of Congress, they try to get it done. Today, they are the same language in 2025. From 1913 to 2025, nothing has changed. So, strictly on politically speaking, I would like to ask that they are having, from 1913 to 2013, 17 lakh acre land. And 2013 is the date in which such a committee recommendation came. And it said that the Muslims are in a worse condition than scheduled caste. But from 2013 to 2023, 21 lakh acre land has been added. It's a very peculiar, you can say, mind-boggling logic. And second thing, out of this 39 lakh acre land, I would like to ask, now political question, how many institutions, hospitals, universities, how many libraries, even the centers of Islamic excellence are there? How many for orphans, for widow, for divorcee, for the poor? Nothing. And what is the earning? Just net profit is 1 crore 25 lakhs from 39 lakh acre land. On the other hand, Ram Janmabhoomi is having 2.77 acres, 3,000 crores earning, and 400 crore contributed to the tax. So that shows they are not having any apathy even towards the Muslims. And one more thing, if they are having so much of sentiment for Islam, why there is a separate Muslim Shia Waqf Board and Central Waqf Board? It means no is having any trust if the issue of land has come. There are several examples. There are several examples of having this farmhouse, just one line, farmhouse on land. There are several examples of having commercial property, mall. Lalu Prasad Yadav ji has said, Patna mein sab kabja kar liya gaya hai, kada kanun chahiye. There are examples of 5-star hotel, but quote me a single example of hospital, library, orphanage, or others. That shows कि ये सिर्फ जमींदार बनने की एक ललक है और वोट के ठेकेदार बनकर जमीन पे जमींदारी।
सुना आपकी बात जरा, मुझे एक सवाल का जवाब दो सुधांशु भाई, आपको अचानक से मुसलमानों से इतना प्रेम कैसा हो गया? यही तो शक की बात है। आपको हमारे 2 मिनट की अजान से तकलीफ है, 10 मिनट अगर कोई रास्ते में नमाज पढ़ लिया उससे तकलीफ है, आपको हमारे हिजाब से तकलीफ है, आपको हमारे खाने पीने से तकलीफ है, आपको हमारे दाढ़ी टोपी से तकलीफ है, आप अगर कोई चला गया शक की बुनियाद पे JSR नहीं बोला आप उसको मारते हो, आपको इतनी सारी चीजों से तकलीफ है, आप बिल्किस बानो के बलात्कारियों को खुले फिजाओं में छोड़ देते हो, जब छूट के आते बेल पे आप उनको गार्लैंड करते हो, टिकट देते हो, जकिया जाफरी इंसाफ मांगते मांगते मर गई, उनको आपने इंसाफ नहीं दिलाया। आपको अचानक से मोहब्बत ये जो आई है ना सुधांशु जी, ये वक्फ को बचाने के लिए नहीं, ये वक्फ को खत्म करने के लिए आप कर रहे हो, झूठ फैला रहे हो, आप भरम फैला रहे हो देश में। आप अगर आप यकीन में इंसाफ की बात करते हैं
आपके
तो
जवाब
मुसलमान बहनों को दीजिए डिमांड रिवर्स।
आपके जवाब देने से पहले मैं एक चीज छोटी बात कहना चाहता हूं।
मुसलमान जेल में बेकसूर बंद है,
वारिस
छोड़िए
पठान
उनको, क्यों
साहब,
नहीं देते हो बेल उनको?
वारिस पठान साहब, आपको
नहीं देंगे आप।
नहीं, आपको उन मुसलमानों से आज तकलीफ है जो वक्फ एक्ट को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। मणिपुर में घर जला दिया, नहीं आप मेरी बात सुनिए।
वायलेंस इज कंडेमनेबल, मैं बोल रहा हूं आपको।
That is not easy to say.
Yes,
No,
I condemn.
because the chilling effect of that act, and it's not just against one Muslim in Manipur. There have been several incidents where Muslims who have supported the BJP's position on the Waqf Act have been attacked. The chilling effect that goes through the community means that hundreds and thousands of other Muslims, women, pasmandas, others from different communities who are benefiting will also now keep quiet. So this is not an exception. And this doesn't mean that there's one incident. But one second, let him respond.
Jafar in our community.
Let him, no, Mir Jafar.
Peculiar gains and benefits are
So if people follow the constitution.
because Modi has given them
Okay,
post,
so one
they
second.
want something from Modi. That's why they're
No, one second. Are you saying,
knowing that they are going
are you
against
saying
the
that
Muslim
people
orphans?
who respect the constitution are Mir Jafars?
No, this is the question of not respecting
This is the Constitution.
We are respecting the Constitution, and that is why
Quick
we have
response.
moved the Supreme Court.
Quick
Had
response.
we not respected the Constitution, we would not taken the due process of law. We have gone to the Supreme Court.
Good.
We have filed an appeal before the
Good,
Honorable
that's a
Supreme
good
Court.
thing.
and it's
That's a
kept for
good thing.
hearing.
I'm not denying
But there are
it. Yes.
certain people who wants to just see to it that
So
Modi
what?
gives them something.
They have a
And
right.
for their peculiar
That
own
is democracy,
personal
sir.
peculiar gains and
That
benefits.
doesn't
they are-
matter. That is also
He
democracy.
has used the word that he is against violence, but अफजल हालात का मारा है, who was the mastermind of attacking Palam. याकूब मेनन की जुडिशियल किलिंग हुई है, जाकिर नायक शांति का मसीहा है, इशरत जहां बेटी है, हाफिज साहब है, भारत तेरे टुकड़े होंगे इंशाल्लाह कहने वाले भटके नौजवान हैं। गजब की डाइकोटोमी ऑफ द कैरेक्टर है कि आई एम अगेंस्ट वायलेंस बट आई एम इन फेवर ऑफ दोज। आप ऐसे मुस्लिम्स के साथ रहते हैं। लेट मी कंप्लीट द सेंटेंस सर,
condemn करो।
सुनिए,
Very important point I want to make.
Yes, when Manmohan Singh was Prime Minister, who was invited to Prime Minister House? Yasin Malik, who was accused of murdering several IAF officers. When Modi ji became Prime Minister in 2015, which Muslim was invited? It was the 50th year of the martyrdom of Veer Abdul Hamid. His entire family and his wife was invited and respected. That is quite clear कि वीर अब्दुल हमीद जैसे अच्छे और सच्चे मुसलमानों के साथ हम हैं और अपराधियों और आतंकवादियों के साथ आप हैं।
आपके आपके खुद के एलाय शिवसेना के लीडर संजय निरुपम ने कहा कि अगर आप शाहीन बाग बनाओगे हम जलियान वाला बाग बना देंगे, जनरल डायर तैयार कर देंगे। आप उसके खंडन करते हो नहीं करते हो? बोलिए क्या स्टेप लिया आपने उसके खिलाफ, क्या एक्शन लिया आपने उसके खिलाफ? आप जलियान वाला बाग बनाएंगे, डायर बनाएंगे। उसके बाद भगत सिंह पैदा हुआ था और वारिस पठान बोल रहा है आप बनाएंगे, आप बनाओ जलियान वाला बाग, वारिस पठान आगे खड़ा रहेगा, मारो मेरे सीने पे गोली, आएंगे गोली हक की इंसाफ की लड़ाई के लिए।
There are people from your political party.
सुनिए,
There are people.
हाँ
from
ये
your
वायलेंस के अगेंस्ट है। 15 मिनट के लिए पुलिस हटा लो तो देख
एक झटका और
लेंगे।
कोई सब
20% 100 करोड़ पे भारी पड़ेगा।
अरे जलियांवाला की बात
सरपंच
तो
से
कंडेम
जुदा
नहीं कर रहे हो।
गजब है
Okay,
साहब, क्या
we're
गजब।
spiraling
और वो
into,
खैर छोड़िए।
Yeah,
बुल्ले
हमें
काटे
बताएं।
जाएंगे, राम राम
Let's
चिल्लाएंगे,
not-
उसका
let's
कंडेमनेशन
get to
करो,
the
नहीं
sub-
करेंगे।
Please, Varis bhai, look, we
Now
are
coming-
not in
coming to the serious aspect.
We're one stage today.
Can he quote a single Muslim country in which Waqf board is having this type of provisions which India's Waqf board is having? I challenge him. Second thing, can he quote a single minority community in India? Does Buddhists have this right? No. Sikhs have this type of right? No. Christians have this type of rights? No. Parsis have it? No. Jews have? No. Even the Christians, the Catholic Bishop Council of Kerala has written a letter on 31st of March this year that this should be amended
You should have
because
questions
400
property
acre
also,
land
so
of
that we can
Christians
do this.
has been claimed by them. This is the fundamental. दोनों में से बता दीजिए। एक
दूसरी
मुस्लिम
जगह पे
one
आपने
second,
संविधान
one
नहीं
second.
किया,
अब भारत से
बाबा
बता
साहब
दीजिए।
दिया हुआ संविधान
भारत
नहीं
से
किया।
बताइए ना, किसी
सऊदी के
कम्युनिटी
अंदर
को
कानून
बताओ।
आप चोरी
Okay,
करोगे, हाथ काटने के
one
ऊपर भारत
second,
में लाना
let
चाहते
me
हो क्या?
open this up
अभी आप
further.
जलियांवाला तो बनाने वाले हो ना
Okay,
यहाँ पे।
Varis bhai.
बनाओ जलियांवाला बाग, आएंगे
Varis-
भगत सिंह बन के खड़े रहेंगे सामने, मारो गोली।
Varis
अरे
bhai, why are you
take over a
taking-
constitutional
No,
right.
hang on.
You have a right to protest. You
Listen,
don't have a right to
जलियांवाला
impose
बाग
too much
में
penalty on us.
listen,
Under what provision of law did you
One
impose too much
second.
penalty on us?
Okay,
In
I'll have
UP,
to,
we
I'll
are
have
never
to shut down your mic,
Back bend of
please.
the head.
Let's not shout at each other. Please, we're within earshot. For God's sakes, there's a whole live audience. Calm down. Okay, let's look at the constitutional question because the matter now is going to go to the courts. We've tackled the politics here. Let's go to the constitutional question. Vishnu Shankar Jain, you've been arguing. In fact, you might even be moving the courts. I want to ask you, is this bill legally infirm? I see certain precedents that have been cited, and I have them here. In fact, there are several. There is the Shri Adi Visheshwari of Kashi Vishwanath Temple versus the state of UP, where legal precedents support state oversight. There are Supreme Court rulings. So can you explain a little bit of that? And then I want Ali Saab also to come in.
First of all, I want to ask a question that what does this Amendment Act 2025 has done? Let me give you a very brief glance. Section 40 used to say, Rahul, that Waqf board has the power to declare any land as Waqf property. That has been deleted. Section 104 used to give a provision that a non-Muslim can also donate to Waqf, which was against the Islamic tenets. That has been deleted. Section 107 gave an exemption of the Waqf from the Limitation Act. That has been deleted. The Administration of Evacuee Property Act, which all the properties were of central government, that was given to Waqf by Rajiv Gandhi government by Section 108, that has been deleted. So the unfettered and unchecked powers which were there under the Waqf Act 1995 has been curtailed by the present Amendment Act 2025. Now, let's come to the constitutional aspect of it. The first Waqf Act in this country was introduced pre-independence in 1913, and the next Waqf Act came in 1923. And Rahul, if you will have the provisions of those two acts, the only provision was there to get the Waqf property registered before the district judge. It is over a period of time, over these 100 years, that so much powers have been given that today we know a very well-known saying is there in the legal terms, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And it is because of that Surat Municipal Corporation was declared as Waqf property. Allahabad High Court's land, a portion of Allahabad High Court's land was declared as the Waqf property, matter traveled till the Supreme Court. Then Bet Dwarka was claimed to be Waqf property. Chandrasekhar Azad Park was claimed to be the Waqf property. So the present Amendment Act has only curtailed the unchecked powers which was given to the Waqf board. And Rahul, let's analyze. The major ground of challenge is what? That you have introduced two non-Muslim members in the Waqf Council and in the Waqf board. This is the major ground of challenge. Now in the Waqf Council, how many members are there? 22 members are there. And these two non-Muslim members will not be ex officio. It is mentioned in the act. These two non-Muslim members in the Waqf board will not be ex officio. So when you were receiving money from the non-Muslims under section 104, then also they were there. And I want to ask you a question. Varis bhai bhi mujhe bataएं, दो बातों का जवाब दें. Where is, in which Quranic text or in which hadith the concept of verb by user is there? Please tell me. Point number one. Point number two, Varis bhai, please bataiye whether the Waqf Act 1995 does not apply, whether the Waqf Act 1995 applies to non-Muslims or not. It applies because of the judgment of the Supreme Court, Rahul and Rashid Wali Beg. So if it applies to non-Muslims, just let me finish. If the Waqf Act 1995 applies to non-Muslims, why should non-Muslim members should not be there in the Waqf Council and Waqf Board? If
Okay.
it applies to me,
Okay, now
and
I'll.
according to my submission, it applies.
Acha, Vishnu, you have raised a very nice question. I'll rebut it. You spoke about equality. You spoke about the constitution. You say why it should not be applied here, why is applying there. Hindu Endowment Board. Why don't you allow Muslims to be a part of it?
There's a
Because no,
difference.
in Hindu Endowment Board, you will allow other people from other community to give waqf, to give donation. But
not
that is
masjid
not
committee.
included in
It's
this
not a
Muslim.
masjid committee.
You have
You're
removed now.
talking about temple
And
committees.
anybody can donate now. But as per the new amendment, Muslims can only donate to Muslims in our work. That to 5 years, you have to show that you are a practicing Muslim. Now, what is the criteria to show that a person is practicing for 5 years?
Okay.
What is the criteria? I want to know that because Rahul, if I want to donate, I should know the criteria
मैं
for
बताना
donating
चाहता
to
हूं,
the 5 years.
बहुत साफ बात है.
That is not
देखिए
there.
ये बात मैंने पार्लियामेंट में भी बोली थी. आई वांट टू मेक इट वेरी क्लियर. इस्लाम में बहुत क्लियर मान्यता है कि जो गैर मुस्लिम है उसकी तो दुआ नहीं कबूल होती तो दान कैसे कबूल हो जाएगा. इट इज इन
ऐसा
रिस्पेक्ट.
नहीं
अदरवाइज दुआ कबूल हो जाए तो कन्वर्जन की जरूरत ही नहीं है भाई.
अरे दुआ तो सब
क्या
मन
बात
से
आप
मांगते
करने
हैं.
की
दुआ
बात कर
हाथ
रहे हैं?
जिसके नहीं है उसकी
दूसरी
भी
बात
कबूल होती है.
किसान-
क्या बात करते हो, सबकी दुआ
Don't
कबूल होती है.
disturb, sir.
ये झूठ आप फैलाओ मत.
सर, पूरे-
आप
पूरे
इतने बड़े
sentence
पार्लियामेंटेरियन हो.
Okay, let him
आपकी
finish.
बात लोग सुन
No
रहे
one
हैं.
interrupted
बोल रहे
you.
हैं
Varis
साहब.
bhai.
मैं
No
बता
one
रहा हूं.
interrupted you. Let him finish.
बोल रहे
Let
हैं.
him finish.
हमारे माइनॉरिटी अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर गए, वो मदीना में एक लेवल तक जा सकते, उसके आगे नहीं जा सकते बिकॉज ही इज अ नॉन मुस्लिम. तो भाई इबादत नहीं कबूल हो सकती, जायदाद कैसे कबूल हो सकती है? इट इज स्ट्रिक्टली इन अकॉर्डेंस विद द प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ इस्लाम. वरना कोई मुल्ला मौलवी मुफ्ती मुकर्रम बारी हाफिज से कहलवा दें कि गैर मुस्लिम की दुआ अल्लाह मियां कबूल कर लेते हैं तो मैं मानने को तैयार हूं. यहां पे पॉइंट दिखाई पड़ता है कि यू वांट टू मैनिपुलेट द थिंग्स एज पर योर पर्सनल चॉइसेस. बट वन थिंग इज वेरी क्लियर दैट एज ही हैज पॉइंटेड आउट कि जो लीगल प्रोविजंस हैं, लीगल प्रोविजंस बिल्कुल कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के हिसाब से किए गए हैं. जो अधिकार सबको हैं वही अधिकार आपको है. मगर अफसोस जानते क्या होता है? जिनके दिमाग में आज भी बादशाही बैठी हुई है, जिनके दिमाग में आज भी है हम तो कभी हुजूर नवाब थे हुक्मरान वक्त, जिस जमीन पे उंगली रख दी वो हमारी हो गई, वो अब दौर खत्म हो गया.
यही गलत है, यही झूठ है. जिस जमीन पे हमने रख दी कहां से आ गया? अरे जो अगर वक्फ करता है तो बताता है मेरी प्रॉपर्टी है, सर्वे ऑफिसर अपॉइंट होता है,
यही तो
ऑफिसर
है.
रिपोर्ट बनाता है, गैजेट होता है,
यही तो
नोटिफिकेशन
यही
होता है, उसके बाद वक्फ होता है. ये आप लोग ने फैला दिया, नहीं ये जगह मेरी, ये होटल मेरा. ये झूठ बोल बोल के
Quick
आपने पब्लिक
intervention
को
on this
डराया.
point.
ये तमाम बातें झूठ है.
This is not
भू माफिया
exactly-
बैठा हुआ था वो भी डराया. भू माफिया तो आपने निकाला क्यों
Okay.
नहीं 11 साल से?
Quick one.
क्या मदद किया आपने
quick
भू माफिया
response
निकालने
to
के
अतीक
लिए?
अहमद था भू माफिया, उसको निकाला भाई. 100 करोड़ की वक्त प्रॉपर्टी हड़प के बैठा.
Okay.
या निकाला
Yes.
किधर? उसके बाद
Okay,
यहाँ पे
okay.
मुंबई के अंदर
Varis-
आगा खंड ट्रस्ट
Varis
की जगह है.
Pathan-
ऑर्फनेज
Varis
निकालो आप
Pathan.
उसको वहां से. उद्योगपति ने बड़ा बंगला बना
Varis
दिया है वहां
Pathan,
पे.
there are two other
नहीं निकालेंगे
panelists.
आप.
Please listen to the legal
जो
response.
वारिस भाई प्रोसीजर बता रहे हैं यही बात सेक्शन 3B में आई है. जो वारिस भाई प्रोसीजर बता रहे हैं यही बात सेक्शन 36 में आई है कि वफ अब बिना वफ डीड के नहीं होगा. इसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या? और मैं एक बात और बताना चाहता हूं,
कहां से लेंगे? पहले
कीप द
राजा
रिकॉर्ड
महाराजा दे
स्ट्रेट.
देता था, डीड बनाता था
वफ
क्या?
में द मैनेजर ऑफ द वफ इज नॉट द वफ बोर्ड. द मुतवल्ली इज द मैनेजर ऑफ वफ,
मुतवल्ली.
नॉट द
Shahid-
वफ बोर्ड.
Shahid Ali, let me bring him in also. He's been sitting
और
patient.
पूछा था कैसे डिसाइड होगा कि प्रैक्टिसिंग मुस्लिम है. इट्स वेरी क्लियर. हम सबको हर जगह अपना रिलीजन लिखना पड़ता है. तो जिस समय सेंसस में अगर आपने अपना रिलीजन मुस्लिम लिखा हुआ तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. इफ यू आर कन्वर्टेड देन यू हैव टू गेट अ सर्टिफिकेट फ्रॉम ए मौलवी
That's-
ये
एंड दैट
हिंदुइज्म
शुड बी
में
5 years old.
That's a
ये
fact.
हिंदुइज्म में है.
नहीं
Okay.
हिंदुइज्म में तो कन्वर्जन का कॉन्सेप्ट ही नहीं
क्रिश्चियनिटी में है.
है.
Okay,
अगर
हमारे यहाँ
क्रिश्चियन हिंदू
conversion
बना तो
का
उसका क्या
concept नहीं है,
करेंगे
आपके
आप?
यहाँ conversion
उसका
का
भी
concept
अप्लाई
है.
करेंगे क्या?
Let him
हमारे यहाँ
respond.
कोई
Shahid Ali.
कन्वर्जन का कॉन्सेप्ट
Shahid
टाइम भी
Ali.
दे दीजिए इन दोनों को, कोई मसला.
Sorry?
मेरा टाइम भी इन दोनों को दे दीजिए, कोई मसला नहीं.
Okay. No, क्यों?
If they have been continuing, they have been this speaking, my time may also be given to them. I have no objection.
Okay. No, please make your point, sir. Make your point.
So this Waqf amendment bill, which has been brought into this act, Waqf Act, this is not only against the constitution. I will tell you, this is against the secularism. This is against the preamble of constitution. This violates basic features of India. Basic features cannot be amended or cannot be abrogated by anyone. So since by virtue of these provisions of these amendments, they have abrogated the basic feature, we believe that this will not stand before the Honorable Court. How this violates not only the preamble, but Article 26(14), I will tell. India is standing on three pillars basically: the executive, legislative, and judiciary. Now, by virtue of these amendments, they have curtailed the powers of judiciary and they have conferred power upon the executive in the form of DM. So presently, the power will lie were with the Waqf board, or with the Waqf tribunal. Tribunal basically is the court, judicial court. So they have taken the power from the Waqf Tribunal and they have conferred power to the DM. He will ascertain as to who has the title. In India, here is a judicial system. Only the courts, judicial system can try and can establish and can tell by way of passing a judgment as to who is the owner. The title can be decided only by the honorable courts, not by executive officer. So by taking power from judiciary, they are conferring power from executive. So you have been demolishing one of the pillar of India. So
But do
whether
you know-
India will be standing
But
on
do you
two
know-
pillars, which is standing on three pillars?
But do you know that some people will say that this is an attempt at equalizing the distinctions? Because for Hindus, this has been the case for 75 years, sir. So let's put that into perspective. Let's put that out there also. There's been an inequity. Anyhow, very quickly, Vishnu Shankar Jain, on this point that he has made, I'll leave it at this then. Very quickly,
According
yes.
to me, Shahid Bhai is relying upon the principles of secularism. The dichotomy is that when secularism was introduced in the constitution, there was no JPC which was constituted. The stakeholders were not allowed to participate and there were no
No, but
discussion.
particular-
But anyways,
Yeah.
but Shahid Bhai is saying that there are certain rights which have been violated. So point is this, Rahul, according to me, according to my legal scrutiny, this present amendment act is completely in consonance with the provisions of the constitution. Only those provisions have been deleted which were violating the principles of fundamental
Let
rights
honorable court
and which
decide.
were making the other sections of the society feeling discriminated in
Right,
violation of
well-
Article 14, 25 and 26 of the constitution.
Well, viewers, this is an unending debate, as you can see.
One thing I would like to ask, he has asked about secularism. I challenge anybody, even the listeners, can they
I
quote,
accept the challenge.
sir, let me complete. Can he quote a single secular country in the world which is having provisions like Waqf Board, Triple Talaq, Mehram, Halala, Hajj subsidy? And if there is a conflict between Sharia and Supreme Court, Shabano case, then the parliament trounced the Supreme Court and established Sharia over the Supreme Court. I
Sir,
challenge,
I
just name one
challenge-
secular country.
I accept this challenge.
Electoral
board,
I
Parliament
accept
also
this
found the
challenge.
Farmer bill and
I
Parliament.
accept
Give
this challenge
example,
and the
example.
debate may be convenient.
No, but I'll just say
No, no,
one thing.
example, quote
I accept all
example.
this.
It
Okay.
happens only in Muslim countries. So they tried to convert India a partial Muslim country in the garb of secularism.
Absolutely not.
Otherwise-
This
Okay,
all
we leave it at
lies.
this. We'll close the debate.
इतना
We've run
झूठ
out of
और
time.
गंदी बात
Run out
करेंगे।
of time. Run out of time.
नफरत
Dr.
फैलाने और
Ambedkar, सुनिए,
Please, I've run
मेरी
out of
बात.
time.
In
Please.
the Constituent Assembly debate,
Okay.
anybody can go and check. The secularism what was proposed by Mr. K.T. Shah,
That is
and
true.
who has participated in the debate
तो
was
मतलब आप
Dr.
निकाल रहे
Ambedkar.
सेकुलरिज्म ना
Okay,
संविधान के अंदर छेड़खानी कर रहे हो
okay,
सेकुलरिज्म
we are
को
going
निकाल
off
रहे हो
track. I
It
need,
was rejected
Gentlemen,
because
please.
Dr. Ambedkar said
Okay.
अगर minority होगा तो secular नहीं होना चाहिए, secular होगा तो minority नहीं होता.
Okay,
किसी
so-
secular देश में minority नहीं होती.
we're
तो
off,
अगर नेहरू जी
we're
का
off,
कहना था
we're
कि
off,
minority
out of
चाहिए,
time and
Very,
we're
very
off
clear now.
topic
They want
now.
to
I'll
remove
leave
the
it at this,
secularism
please.
from
Few
constitution.
quarrelsome, please. Calm
Now
down,
they want to
everybody.
remove
Calm down.
secularism from the constitution.
It's all over. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, let's cut this. Thank you. It's over. The debate is over, sir. The debate is over.
Clearly said, I would like the audience and your entire nation to know that Sardar Mukherjee has said that they want to remove the secularism from the constitution. अरे आवाज जाएगा ऐसा भी है. Outside also जा सकते हैं.
Thank you, panelists, and thank you, Rahul, for that very fiery discussion. As many of you are aware, the global trade environment has become increasingly complex in recent years, as has the politics of our nation. And one of the most significant shifts has been the imposition of reciprocal tariffs by the United States. This move has placed India in the spotlight, highlighting the delicate balance between economic growth, trade policy, and international relations. This upcoming session today will focus on understanding how these tariffs are affecting India's trade dynamics, the challenges they present for Indian industries, and the broader implications on the economy. To provide a deeper understanding of how India can best respond to these tariffs while continuing to thrive on the global stage. My colleague Shivani Gupta will be moderating the session today. Shivani, the stage is all yours. And joining Shivani with us is Gusharan Singh, who is a renowned economist, Dipanshu Mohan, Director, Center for New Economic Studies, and P.K. Basu, economist. What a stellar set of experts Shivani has. And I'm sure you all can't miss this discussion. It's the topic of discussion today. In fact, Dr. Jaishankar was with us and he couldn't help but touch upon that topic as well. The stage is all yours.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Akansha. I know that we've had a few fiery rounds and people need a break, but a big round of applause, please, for the three gentlemen joining me here on stage. Actually, this is the burning issue of our times, isn't it? But we're going to have a much sober debate. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but let's have it at it. Let me begin with you, Gusharan Das, and I'll dive right in. India is in a precarious situation because we're kind of doing okay. We're kind of okay as far as the heat from US tariffs, reciprocal tariffs is concerned. But, you know, we are not the major player in the market. So we have to be very wary of the headwinds that come our way because of others that are getting affected, namely US and China. So US increased its tariff in a fit to 104% on China. Just yesterday, China has increased its tariffs on US goods to 84% now. Are we all going to burn in this fire, which is primarily between US and China? That's the big question.
Well, first, I would say that India is in a relatively better position because we are not an exporting country. Now, that's not something to be proud of, but in this circumstance, it means that the impact will be relatively modest. And secondly, in the products that we sell to America, the tariffs on our competitors are higher than they are to us. So we have that particular advantage. Where we are going to get hurt is because the global economy is weakening as we speak, moving to a recession, and it will, and that recession in the world will hurt us.
But
so
actually, Gusharan Das, interesting you talked about a global economy. Many believe the global economy is dead. There is nothing called globalism going forward.
Well, I wouldn't say quite that, but I would say that this is also an opportunity for India. If we play our cards well, this may be the opportunity to really become an exporting country, which is to say that the reality today is partly why we are not an exporting country is because our tariffs are too high. And therefore, we have not been able to join the global supply chains. And as a result of that, we have, frankly, and the main issue for India, there's only one big issue for India, and that is jobs.
Right.
Half of India's population is still on the farm.
Mm-hmm.
And the farm only need those, and that's a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And they have no future of rising. We're talking about India rising.
Mm.
They have no future. So the only way that this can be done will be through creating a larger manufacturing base.
Mm.
Every country that rose up, since 1991, India has grown at 6.35%. Now, this is very good for democracy. We have lifted 450 million people out of poverty. The middle class has grown from 10% to 30%. Now, this is all very good.
But we have to do so much more.
We have not created an industrial revolution.
Yes, and that has been a pain point for quite some time. We've been hearing about it for the last 15, 20 years at least. But Dipanshu, sticking to the tariffs, I want to press on this question with you. Is the global economy, the way it used to function, dead? Is that order dead? What is going to come after this if this is what is going to happen?
Okay, thank you for having me here. Much more civic in terms of what I was listening in the last two sessions. So it's a very critical point in economic history and political history for nations. There are turning points in history for every century. This is precisely one of them. So a lot of things would look clearer 6 months, a year down the line. Where I think India is in a relatively better position is that it started aligning with other regional groups much earlier in the conversation. I think thanks to a little bit of foresighted thinking by the current administration, at least from projection purposes. So one good example is what India's been doing in BIMSTEC, within conversations as part of BRICS. It's trying as much as possible to be part of regional groupings where they have strategic interests.
Is that the way to go? Regional more than global?
Absolutely, because in the rise of multipolarity, there are multiple poles of strategic alignment. And you have regional competitive advantages. Where I think India has been affected economically is that it's been very vulnerable on a few sectors, which I am sort of worried, which is agriculture, sectors like dairy, poultry, which will be big contesting points in its FTA conversations with the US. That's under a sort of discussion point. It's been a larger trade issue for many developing countries.
Yes.
And I think because we have lesser leverage given what the US is doing, you would find these sectors to be very critical in the way how India positions itself.
Okay.
As of right now, if you really look at the information out, we don't really have a very clear, cohesive trade policy vision. And I'm using the word trade policy because it's different from broader foreign policy. There are strategic military interests where you have a clear understanding who your principal trade partners are, not by the data, but by the vision of your alignment. And India has right now an FTA negotiation, even with the EU. I think the diversion of the trade conflict from what you're going to see between the US and China will have ramifications on India as well. And I think it is there where there is a case for a better alignment of India's partnership within the Asian continent and in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, of course, a lot of people are also suggesting, why don't India and China get together better and kind of ride this out? But we all know the problems we have, the geosecurity issues, the national strategic issues that we have. So if I have time, I'll try and touch on that. But PK Basu, I want to ask you this. Donald Trump is saying countries are coming to him and begging him. Should India also join that queue, or should we stand our ground? What is the best way to negotiate with Donald Trump?
Well, let's get away from some of the rhetoric and the sort of abuse of Trump that is now sort of the global consensus. Donald Trump has been very clear since 1988, at least, that America is being taken for a ride. I think in 1988, he was perhaps a little bit ahead of his time. But the simple fact is that what America faces and the world faces is one economy, China, that is not a market-based economy. And I have been saying this for 25 years, and I'm glad that Donald Trump now also says something similar in roundabout ways. But the simple fact is this. So if you look at China, in the year 2000, I'll just start with steel. Steel is a very basic thing that is produced all over the world. In the year 2000, world steel production was 840 million tons, of which China produced 128 million. And it was already the largest amount of steel produced by any country in history. By 2007, that went to 400 million tons for China. And at that year, in March 2007, 18 years ago, Wen Jiabao, the premier of China, used the 4 uns, that the economy is unstable, uncoordinated, and unsustainable, etc. So he was referring to overcapacity in China then. Guess what? Steel production in China in the year 2020 reached 1,065 million tons. Way more, 200 million tons more than the whole world was producing in the year 2000. So now, this is just one. But if you look at automobiles, semiconductors, solar panels, everything, China produces way more than the rest of the world combined. Is this because China is very competitive? No, it is because China does not respond to market signals. It just keeps, this is the same thing as the Soviet Union. When the Soviet Union had too much steel capacity, it built up massive inventories. When China has too much steel capacity, it exports it to the world at below the cost of production, which is called dumping.
Yes.
Now, that is defined as dumping, okay? So, what we have now is a situation where the US is dealing with China. Now, thank goodness, Trump is dealing with China on our behalf. We should all have been doing this.
We should be thanking him.
We should have been doing this 20 years ago.
So
now,
don't curse Trump.
Okay, now let me just complete this.
Yeah,
the complete point is that most of the rest of the world is negotiating. We have already started negotiating with the US long before April 2nd. We've been negotiating, and we are going to negotiate a mutual reduction in tariff. Once there's a mutual reduction in tariff, there will be no question of a global recession. But global trade will be very disrupted because at the moment, a lot of what is called these global supply chains, they're all centered around China. They used to be centered around ASEAN before the 98 Asian crisis.
So
they are now centered around China.
If I get you correctly, you're saying this is an opportunity for the rest of the Asian
So the simple fact is, for India, the opportunity is this. The opportunity is that most of our competitors are now paying more. So let's just look at Vietnam and Bangladesh. They were paying zero tariffs in the US for textiles and garments. They will now pay 37% for Bangladesh and 46% for Vietnam. We lost our GSP benefits in the US market in June 2017. Trump took them away. But he didn't take them away from Bangladesh and Vietnam. So now we have a huge advantage. Now, Gurchan correctly pointed out that labor-intensive manufacturing is the one area where we've completely missed the boat. We've missed the boat. We find every opportunity once a decade to miss the boat there. This time we have a real opportunity to do that well. Now, I also saw.
Minute each to both of our guests. They've raised their fingers. Yes.
So I would just say, let's think of this moment as another 1991 moment for India. Trump could be our best friend because ultimately, and PK has shown the way, that really it is only through labor-intensive manufacturing via the global brands, because we forget Indian market is actually relatively small, and we need the best story for India today is Apple, the iPhone. If we just duplicate the iPhone model to all the labor-intensive sectors, and it can be done, but it means work. Forget the work of reforms but you know, when the Prime Minister of Vietnam heard that India had got the iPhone, he flew to Cupertino, California to talk to the head of Apple, and he said, now we have lost the iPhone, give us the tablet, give us the iPad, and he got it. Now, every chief minister in India has to behave in that way, and it can be done.
So opportunity, but it needs to be grabbed. And as you were saying, gentlemen, that we have missed those opportunities in the past. Dipanshu, very quickly, I have a final round of questions.
But one thing we have to be clear. We have 10 years of data of the current government and what it has done. My problem is a lot of this has been said year after year. They've had a number of opportunities. What you would find it difficult to understand is the issue around precursor to labor-intensive manufacturing is human capital development. And if you see year after year, the natural weightage of budgetary allocations towards areas of human capital development has repeatedly been falling. Now, where you would find India to become ready is investing in a medium to long-term vision, which I feel is more or less lacking. And I think unless and until, because you're talking about Rising Bharat, if you don't have a long-term vision, to become another Vietnam or to become another Bangladesh or to become another, South Korea. The evidence right now is we're falling more in a Latin American trap of high debt, government putting a lot of money, private sector not investing enough, consumption demand weakening, and you have a situation where you're sort of battling for yourself. So we have to be very clear that what is our vision, not just in policy, but in action. And I think I am not convinced by looking at the last few years that we're able to do it. We started doing it in 2014. The first 2 years of FDI data is very promising, even for private investment. But America is facing its demonetization moment now, like we did in 2016.
Okay.
So you have a big issue with the intent being there to do the right thing, but
not
the
really
way
the
this is
action
being
on
done
ground.
is going to erode a lot of good faith.
Let me ask a couple of rapid fire. PK Vasu.
But can I just respond to this?
Okay, go ahead.
You see, the basic thing that most people don't understand is that we lament the fact that private investment hasn't really picked up in India.
In India, yeah.
Private investment has been stagnant pretty much around the world for 25 years because of China. You look at the level of investment spending in the United States today compared to 25 years ago. The CAGR is less than 3%. You look at Korea, CAGR growth, compound annual growth rate for private investment spending in Korea is less than 1%. So Indonesia, Jokowi was president for 10 years. And during that time, he came in saying, I want 7% growth. What did he achieve? Less than 5%. Why? Because he couldn't get investment spending going. This is not specific to us. In fact, we are the second fastest growing in terms of investment.
He doesn't agree
Second
with you.
point is, it's completely, this is data. Now, the final point I'll make, one more, is that, we often say that we haven't industrialized. We missed the industrial revolution. Not true. India is the second biggest producer of steel, aluminum, cement in the world, with the fourth biggest producer of cars in the world. Electronics and labor-intensive manufacturing are the two areas where we failed. Electronics is picking up. If you look at electronics, they're now about 10% of our merchandise exports. This year, they've grown about 40%. They've continued to grow strongly for the last 5 years. So we're beginning to see a pickup there.
Okay.
But there's a lot of
I'll take
space to grow.
precursors from previous panels. If the
Textiles and
government has
garments.
to do its bidding, let the government do its bidding. I mean, you have to look at the facts. Indonesia has done remarkably well in drawing private capital formation. India has not invested enough in human capital development. There have been studies last 3 decades of higher functional illiteracy. You have more enrollment in schools, colleges, but you have a situation of higher youth unemployment than ever before.
Okay.
And this is
I have
something we have to be very practical about.
Okay, I have a rapid fire question set for you. So, Bhushan, very quickly, please add to this, then I'll go to my rapid fire. You wanted to add to this?
Well, all I want to say is, let's not worry about why we failed so far to become a manufacturing powerhouse, why we seem to have skipped from a green revolution, making agriculture a surplus sector, to a leader in the IT economy. What now is a golden moment, because with the tariffs against China being so high, every multinational company is scared. And China plus one, which we have not been able to harvest that strategy, is almost like waiting, a fruit that's almost falling on the ground that we should grab.
But we said that after COVID too.
Yes, that's exactly my point, sir. We have been saying this year after year. I've been part of so many budgetary discussions as well. This is your 91 moment. This is an intellectual bankruptcy, because I've been part of those conversations back and forth.
Disagree with what he's saying.
And I think this has to be put in
I think we have on my left.
I didn't know this
A
was going to
Senate.
be so heated.
Sorry.
Okay, one by one.
No, so let me just point out. Our public debt as a percent of GDP is coming down. Our external debt as a percent of GDP was 24% in 2014. It's now 17%.
82%.
It's coming
Where is
down.
it coming down?
24% to 17%.
The IMF has just warned us.
So
Have you looked at the report of the IMF, which has just warned that your government debt to GDP is going over 80%, which is a red marker? I've been studying financial crisis
in the United
for
States,
15
what
years.
it is in Indonesia, or what it is in
No,
Korea.
India is
So
not
what are you talking
Indonesia.
about?
India is not Indonesia.
So the point is,
You know-
the point I just like to make on industrial.
Very quickly.
So let us just look at steel, for instance, right? I started with steel.
Hmm.
Steel production in China and the world has been declining for the last 3 years. The only one of the top 10 steel producing countries in the world that has seen an increase in steel production is India. It's gone from 100 million tons in 2020 to 149 million
Okay,
tons
so
last
let
year.
me say there is a silver lining.
India's deindustrializing. It is industrializing and growing
Separate
rapidly.
the macro questions
Industry,
from the
you know,
sectoral
the question
questions.
of industry.
If you want to talk about sectors, I mean, we can talk the whole day.
So I
The
just-
macro
Okay,
picture
okay,
has
I
to be
have
put in
intervene. I have
perspective.
to
The
intervene.
macro picture is
I
really
have
good.
to intervene, running out of time. So silver lining to the dark cloud. And of course, we can look at it as half glass full or half glass empty. But I do want to fire 2-3 rapid questions very, very quickly. PK Basu, I'll start with him. Because I asked you the Trump question about Trump. Friend or foe? Donald Trump.
Friend.
Dipanshu? Donald Trump, friend or foe? Yeah.
Friend, yeah.
Well, the same here. Grab the opportunity. This is the moment.
Is he a friend
Go
to us
for
or a
it.
foe to us?
Well, thanks to him,
Hmm.
China's tariffs are 100 and whatever you said.
Yeah.
And thanks to him, we have every multinational now wants to leave China. And this is the time to grab the opportunity.
Okay, next question then. Tariff war, in the larger scheme of things, good or bad for world economy?
Obviously bad for the world economy short term.
In the
Good.
long term?
Good for US manufacturing strength in the medium term, and hence good for a broad-based industrial recovery in the US, which is good for the world.
Dipanshu, same question.
I just said, I mean, in the long term, we're all dead. That's what Keynes said. You have to be very honest.
Okay.
It is bad because, as I said, this is America's demonetization moment.
Okay.
We can capitalize, but we are not showing any
Rapid fire,
promise.
rapid fire. Good or bad? Tariff wars.
It is very bad for the world economy.
Okay.
It's also very bad for the United States. So this, I mean, there was a reasonably good order. And what we needed was to reinforce and return to a multilateral system.
Okay, but at the same time, you all agree this is an opportunity for India, right?
No,
yes,
yeah.
yes, and yes.
I
I
do-
want
If
to.
I could just say one
maybe.
last thing.
I do
Very
accept
quick.
this cynic here.
Completely
Most
out of
people
time.
are now saying that China is about to take over the world. You know, if you must understand the Chinese economy is a colonial economy. Even Chinese, China still has 40% of its population living in rural areas.
Yeah.
They provide the cheap labor that drives China's economy. So 10% of China, which is the Communist Party membership, benefits, and the rest are slaves.
Okay,
So
we can discuss Chinese
we
system
don't want to be
versus
part of
our
China.
system
Separate
till the
discussion on
cows
China.
come
We
home.
need
That's
a
a separate
separate
discussion. But I did want to end on a nice, slightly better note. The RBI has cut rates today, so consumers are a little happy. We don't know what the markets will do, how they'll behave, but generally speaking, India not
But
as
you have
bad
to
as
see
the
whether
rest.
it is passed on by the banks to the consumers.
Sure enough,
Just
sure
because
enough.
RBI has cut rates doesn't mean
Sure
banks.
enough, the government does need some sentiment boost. And let's hope that at least as far as India is concerned, it's going to be in a better state than the rest of the world. I do have to thank our guests for joining us. Pleasure talking to all of you. And thanks a lot for making this heated. Thank you. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, everyone, for our esteemed guests. 3 economists never agreeing on anything. That's a good sign.
Thank you, Shivani. Thank you, esteemed panelists. As Malcolm X rightly said, the future belongs to those who prepare for it today. And so, as Sir said, let's seize the moment. I'm sure you all enjoyed that very insightful conversation. As I was saying, that External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar was also here with us at Rising Bharat. And he also spoke extensively about it, but good to hear all those varied insights. And since we are now talking about future, let's also talk about the past. Up next, we are about to embark on a journey through time, exploring how India's rich history shapes its present and will influence its future. In this session, we will have to ask ourselves those crucial questions. How do we learn from our past to shape our present? What role does history play in crafting the identity of modern India? And perhaps most importantly, what kind of India do we envision for generations to come? Let's dive into this dialogue and see where it takes us. And for that, may I invite Anand Narasimhan to please moderate this session for us. Anand, the stage is all yours. And joining us for this session are Mr. Uday Maharkar, who is a former CIC, Professor Makhan Lal, who's a historian and author, and Sanak Pular, who's a historian and art collector. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in. Anand, the stage is all yours.
Namaste. This is a conversation I've always loved to speak about, our history. The past, present, and the future. Let's have a historical dialogue. That's the thought process. Uday Maharkar ji and Makhan ji and also Sanat. Thank you very, very much. My first question is, to understand our past, कहते हैं कि अतीत को समझना आवश्यक है, यानी भूत को. We have to understand. और भूत, if you are able to understand our past, reconcile with our past, accept it, that's when we can live in the present and perhaps look ahead to the future. How much do we know our history? And how much do we need to know our history to even be able to perhaps understand the present circumstances so that we can course correct for the future?
I think there are many false and true narratives going around, in terms of history. I think if we don't interpret history properly based on true history, then our future is difficult. You need to identify true history and then interpret it properly. So I think there is a need for National History Interpretation Commission. I think so. Correct. Now I'll put 2-3 things. Sultanate period. Amir Khusro. Correct. Amir Khusro is sold as a great Sufi and great symbol of Hindu-Muslim brotherhood. But he was supporting Alauddin Khilji also. If you look at the Sultanate period, you see one big, we have a very ordinary sense of history, Now, entire Muslim period is clubbed as Mughal period. It is not correct. Sultanate period is the worst period for Hindus in their entire history. There is not a single ruler during Sultanate period from Iltutmish to Lodi, Tughlaq, Firoz Tughlaq, Muhammad Tughlaq, who can be called secular by any yardstick.
So this you're saying.
So that is the most painful period. Then comes Akbar. No, I'll tell you. I'm not pitching for a ultra-right narrative as such. Then comes Akbar. Akbar initially is a fanatic, and after 1570, he turns to modern interpretation of Islam and, becomes a moderate for that matter. Now, Akbar is the first person who withdraws jizya tax. He is the first person who puts a stop to temple destruction. So now this whole narrative where Akbar is being compared virtually with Aurangzeb, I think it's not correct. Aurangzeb was certainly most fanatical person, but he was only half fanatical as compared to Khiljis and Tughlaqs.
Okay.
Get your point.
Okay.
Second, you see, the period between 8th and 12th centuries, when these Khajuraho-like temples were made, where even orgies were, depicted on the walls, correct? That is being sold as a golden period. My sense of history, my understanding of history, based on very good books, says that that was a decadent period of Indian history. Because Vamachari Tantric cult had taken over the society. There were Kapaliks who were doing sex in the open in the 8th and 9th century and 10th century. Correct? And that was the reason why Islam got a foothold in India. So what is being sold, by people who want to serve perverted content, sexually perverted content, that we are a land of those temples.
Liberal values, open values.
I don't think so, because that is the decadent period, because it was the period where Vamachari Tantric cult took hold of the society.
Correct. What I'm asking you, Udayji, is why is it that a nation or a civilization, and Professor Makhanlalji, I'm going to ask you this question again, that we have an itihasa of more than 7,000-8,000 years if you were to go by what Rakhi Ghadi has shown us. How is it that that is all concised into 500-600 years, 1,000 years, jo hamara atit tha? Is that what is going to help us define who you are going to be in the future? Is 10,000 years of history, is that so much so difficult to accept, understand, grasp, that कि इसको अब इतने में ही सीमित कर देते हैं, भाई ये वाला पीरियड है, इसको निकाल लो, जैसे इंस्टा शॉर्ट्स हो गया, तो हिस्ट्री शॉर्ट्स नहीं हो सकता. That's exactly what's happening.
I'm very grateful to you for asking this question, and this question I answer you as a university professor for 45 years. I taught in Banaras Hindu University, Cambridge University, Aligarh Muslim University. So this question is very dear to me. Why history? Why 500 years history or 10,000 years history? Let me explain it in simplest possible word, which I learned as teacher. Every time you fill a form, you write your name, you write a date of birth, you write your village name or city name, you write your father's name, mother's name, your qualification. What that form is, that's your history. That's your identity. Remember that. That little form is your identity. Because of that, एक कॉलम उसमें और रहता है. Is there any criminal case against you? That also is part of your own history. And therefore, same is applicable on nations. Whichever nation it is, they are your identity. History is your identity. And deeper the identity, deeper you are more stable. I will explain that briefly. But at the same time, always remember, why history is identity. Imagine a person who has lost his memory. ऐसा नहीं है कि we do not know. हम अब सब लोगों का वास्ता ऐसे लोगों से पढ़ा है जिनकी मेमोरी नहीं है. जिसकी मेमोरी नहीं है, is he able to relate himself with anybody? मेमोरी जिसकी खो गई है, क्या वो अपने पिता को, अपने माता को, अपने बहन को, अपने रिश्तेदारों को पहचान पाता है? He has lost his complete identity. आप उसको कहीं भी ले जाइए, he will not be able to understand कि जहां मुझे ले जा रहे हैं वो मेरे फायदा का है, गलत है. Same thing happens with a nation which forgets its history. History is not only its identity, history is also its future. And therefore, all the time I'm asked this question, why history? क्या देती है हमको? अरे history gives you your identity, who you are. And that is why it's very important to study history, to know history. Believe me, to go to England, go France, go Germany. Even the most smallest house will have a rack full of history books to know their own people. Now I'm coming on very briefly, I will tell you why 500 years, why not 6,000 years? That is where the problem begins, when you become selective. History does not allow you to be selective. History does not allow you to write selectively. History does not allow you to write balanced history. No, history should be written as it is. And we, the people, consumer of history, must learn to live with history and not in history.
Yeah, very nice. Live with history, not in history, and accept all of our history. That ये जो acceptance है ना, Uday ji, and Sanad, I'll come to you in a bit. I'm just going to push Uday ji on this. This is what my grounds is, sir. If you believe that the Nehruvian historians balanced it out or tried to revisionize history, how is raking up the past in tones to say, this is the truth, this is what happened, going to help? Or is it to say, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, this also happened, and this also happened. And all of this makes us. When are we going to adapt that tone? When are we going to say that we were an advanced civilization 5,000 years ago because we saw the Harappan civilization and of course the entire Saraswati civilization, but society decayed. We became decadent. We reinvented the wheel. We came back again. And there were different times, different shapes to Bharatvarsh. Eventually, this is the shape. Now, this is an accepting tone. When will we adopt that?
No. Let me add to what he's saying. That it is, very essential that we know correct history and we interpret history in the right way.
Correct.
Now, you see, in that sense, Gandhiji's murder was a big jolt to the nationalist movement. Because those who did not believe in the original ethos of this country, they took over. And then this narrative started coming, Now, the Harappan civilization, there is always an attempt to whitewash the positive aspects of the Harappan civilization.
Right.
Idea is to ensure that India doesn't become a great nation. It is being done by a set of leftist historians, communist historians, and Islamist historians.
Okay.
The first thing which happened after independence, R.C. Mazumdar and Sir Jadunath Sarkar, two very balanced historians but patriotic people, they were sidelined soon after independence.
No, Udayji, what I'm saying is, I'm not contesting all of this happened. Let's accept this happened. Jadunath Sarkarji, R.C. Majumdarji were not allowed to present Itihasa as it happened. There were people who corrupted the interpretation to say as it should be interpreted or as we want them to read it. ठीक है. How are we going to correct that? To tell all of Bharat, it's not with an agenda, it's not with venom, it's not with spite, nor is it with pride or arrogance. It's with a sense of realism to say all of this is what has made us who we are today. Ye kab hoga? And I'm asking you this again, is unless this happens,
I will repeat.
Do you ever think that by 2047, that generation will be an accepting Bharatiya generation which knows कि ये मेरा भूत था, ये सब कुछ हमारे साथ हुआ है.
How history is taught?
And this is how it is.
History is taught through schools.
Right.
The first lesson of history a child gets is from the school.
Correct.
So I'll repeat again. We need a National History Interpretation Commission based on scholars who will identify correct history and draw correct lessons from them. Otherwise, these false narratives, you can't tackle them. They'll continue.
Ji Makhala ji.
Can I intervene?
Ji.
Very simple way history is. Narrate the facts, all facts, first. So that people know what are the facts. There is lot of space for your own opinion, for interpretation, and always remember, you people have equal right to interpret the facts, not only historians.
Correct.
Therefore, I have always been of the view that first job of the historian is narrate the bare facts.
Ji.
Don't say this, that, and facts alone. Afterwards, you give the opportunity for people to make up their own mind about the fact.
Ji.
After that, you have all the time for interpretation. You have all the time for balancing. That will be history written by you, not necessarily the history itself.
Right.
That is your opinion of history, but public which reads the facts, they will be also able to form their own.
Now the point is, how do I teach these facts? How do I make sure that every person sitting here understands the same set of facts and it is left to their interpretation how you want to interpret those facts? So that means a half glass full, half glass empty, and an empty glass after you drink it. There are three possibilities.
Anand, that can only happen when we set up a National History Interpretation Commission.
So the point is, again,
that is the only way.
Otherwise,
all sorts of material is there in the market.
Okay.
Let me give just one example what is history, because he is also sitting quietly and very shy, not so aggressive like us. History, I'm telling you how to write. You may have a different opinion. He pointed out Gandhiji's murder. One fact is Gandhiji was murdered by Nathuram Godse. Other fact is court case went on. Those files are there And third fact is Godse's own testimony, which was blacked out for almost 70 years.
Correct.
Now it is out. Now, these are three bare facts. You cannot amend any of this. You cannot hide away.
Exactly.
You cannot hide away Godse's statement. You cannot hide away. G.D. Khosla was the judge. He said, if there was a jury and all the people sitting in the hall were made part of jury, Godse would have been acquitted. That's Justice Khosla.
I'll just,
Anand, let me complete it. Let me complete it.
I'll add something.
Let me
You
complete
see,
it. Let me complete it. But Justice Khosla gives a different judgment. Beyond that is all interpretation. Why Godse killed, what Godse meant in his testimony, why G.D. Khosla said if the entire hall was jury, Godse would have been acquitted. Now, all this is matter of your own interpretation.
Correct.
Facts have to be there.
Correct. So
No,
what you're
just
saying is
one-
put out the
I-
put out
I-
rather than
Anand, I want to add one point.
Ji,
One
ji.
point before you give me a chance.
Ji.
No, he has
Chance now.
spoken.
Yeah, ji.
You see, take Savarkar's example. Savarkar is still being accused of Gandhi murder,
Correct.
in spite of other commissions,
Right.
declaring him innocent.
Correct.
Now, in 1978, Manohar Malgaonkar, the great author,
Huh.
literary figure, he wrote a book, The Man Who Killed Godse.
Huh.
By no means he was a Hindutva person.
Correct.
He was an honest, patriotic Indian.
Right.
He met Digambar Badge,
Huh.
the person on whose statement Savarkar was arrested,
Right.
the one who became approver.
Right.
Badge told him in 1978, 30 years after Gandhiji's murder, that Savarkar had no role to play, had given the statement under the pressure of the then government.
Right. No, I understand. What I'm saying is our itihas or history is
He was not part of the.
Ji. So,
Savarkar was not part of the trial. He was acquitted right in the beginning.
yeah, he was not. He was. What I'm saying is this is got to be history. What the judges said, what the accused said, what the incident was, and what the prosecution said. All of this should it not be out for us to consume. If some of it is masked, that means you are being fed partial information so that your opinion, our opinion, as a society, as a people, is doctored in a particular direction. Now, thank you for your patience, Sanat. Now, he is doing something which is very different. What he is doing, he's collecting art. Because art is a huge representation of our history. Over a period of time, how art evolves, how art is shown, and what happens also is a reflection of how we evolved, what were our influences on us, our society. So you got a lovely book, what's called Gems of Indian Art, Sanat. So let's talk about it, and let me understand your perspective. How would you want us to understand our itihas, our history, and what kind of a dialogue would you want on our history, say 20 years down the line?
First
Thank you
of
for
all,
your
thank
patience.
you so much for having me. I would like to thank you, the fellow panelists, and the entire News Rising Bharat team for giving me this platform where I could talk about the book Gems of Indian Art, which was unveiled by the Honorable Vice President of India, including various other senior cabinet ministers. And this book actually was written in the memory of my late grandfather, who started in our house the process of collecting art, because he was the person who believed in Indian history. And he said that art is something which will stop the pre-colonial era exist. We can see the painting and understand the artist's perspective and their view, what they used to think of an ideal Bharat. The old Bengal school was set up as history of Indian modern art of the Bengali artists, set up by Sri Rabindranath Tagore ji, and Rabindranath Tagore ji was also a part of it. They were the people who saw how Indian art can grow, because actually the problem what has been not only in Indian art about Indian history is few people have only thought that the British history or the Western part of the history is superior to our history. They have always neglected that India was the richest country if it had not been looted by the people who looted India when it was the richest country, country in the world.
Colonial period, like you
In the
say, from
colonial
1890
period.
onwards till about 1920, the biggest loot happened. Yeah.
And
So-
then after that, a process came of demeaning the Indian history, only showing how superior their kings, their queens were. Why don't they talk? They never talk about Maharana Pratap or the Indian kings who conquered the world? Why didn't they think that Sikandar, who came down everywhere, he couldn't conquer India? Why don't they realize that? Because of the way the Indian Maharajas fought.
Correct. So that aspect, is it captured in art? Have you been able to collect art that shows the interpretation of how we would like to say, as Bharatiya, how we interpret those times and also the previous periods? Have you been able to collect from those periods?
Of course, they have been art. I have a artwork of renowned artist M.B. Dhurandhar, and I would like to talk about that. That is a painting, that is a huge canvas painting showing the Darbar of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and how he used to.
Is it there in the book?
It's not there in this book. It
but
will
you
be
have it.
it will be there in the volume 2 of this
Volume
book.
2. So we look forward to
That is the treasure which we have, and that painting actually what it reflects is how Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj used to conduct his court. Now I'm unfortunate to not to see how Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj used to conduct his court, but he is an inspiration for us to see that how actual governance is done. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and the Maratha Empire set up the principles of governance, how rape accused or how people accused of murder or serious heinous crimes should be convicted, should be punished, and how an ideal Bharat should exist. He showed that. Now the problem today is everybody is trying to alter history, as Sir also mentioned, for their own vested interest. People are trying to interpret. You should have the history put, you should have the paintings, you should have other forms so that people can decide these
It's
things.
there. So the idea is, do you agree with that, Udayji? Yes, we should have people who will interpret the history in the right perspective. That is a Bharatiya perspective.
I would
not
like to
a-
add one thing.
Yes, please. Yes, Anand, complete.
For the same thing, I also, as Sir said, I would like to urge from your platform, the Ministry of Culture, to make up a platform where Indian art and culture could be moderated by a regulatory body where Indian history can be preserved. Because today what is happening is people are preserving only their business interest. Because it has been regulated by private individuals, few people who are actually intermediaries are trying to control this art market, thinking that they are, because there is very less government interference, because the government feels that Indian art is only $144 million in India. They don't see what the larger picture we are forgetting is, it is $60 billion in the world.
Yeah.
Because the world market is always trying to demean Indian artists, because of which artists such as F.N. Souza, M.F. Hussain had to take inspiration from Picasso.
Right.
Indian artists have now become something for which the newer artists which are coming will take inspiration from the Indian artist, the great history of India, to make paintings of the great history of Bharat, so that the future generations, 1,000 years down the line when we are not there, but the history, that painting exists, which is a part of the history, that should tell the world how the ideal Bharat looks like.
Right. Very nicely put together there. But at least overall, do you agree that yes, we need to have someone who would interpret the facts based on how we want to shape the narrative for our country? But most importantly, we need to put the facts out, not dress it up, not darken the lines, not shade what certain versions, but all of it should be out for everyone to consume. Because when you accept something,
correct history,
you have to accept all of it.
correct history is something which is the need of the hour. If we want to become a great nation, then we need to know correct history, howsoever bad or good it might be for our needs.
Yeah. Final word.
You see, I think we are ending. We all are stakeholders in history for one very simple reason. History is our identity. Our means each and everyone. So therefore, we must be gracious enough to accept our history the way it is. Because there is no country in the world which does not have history, but only those people become great, those who accept the failures, successes, and everything else in the same spirit. You cannot be selective in history. Again, I will repeat one sentence. Please, please learn to live with history, not in history, and own everything. Good, bad, ugly, that is part of us. Not that this is not mine, this is not yours, this is yours. No. Collectively, it belongs to all of us.
I would like to add one more thing.
Live with history,
Anand,
don't live in
one
history.
thing I want to add.
Haji, I've got to wind up. Yeah. Final words. Yeah. Ji.
You see, take example of Akbar. Akbar is today compared with almost with Aurangzeb, you know. Now, Akbar is the most hated figure in Deobandi madrasas. If you go to Devbandi Madrasa, Akbar is, sold as a non-Muslim almost.
Right.
You get my point? So this shows what kind of history is being narrated,
Correct. So
from both the sides.
Yeah. So I'm just saying one has to have the understanding and we need to see all of what happened. So in a lifespan of about 30 years, lifespan about 40 years, lifespan about 20, 25 years, everything hasn't been good, even in our own personal history. We've all made mistakes. We've all shown colors of gray, colors of black, shades of black, but largely we've always been green or we've always been good, right? So we have accepted ourselves as to who we are. So that is the same thing that we need to do as a country. And yes.
I'd just like to add one more thing, that talking about history shows us, history does two things. First of all, it gives the other person and ourselves an idea of what we actually are and what mistakes we did in order to correct those mistakes for a new future. Because if you have done one mistake, it doesn't mean that you have to continue doing that mistake. You can correct yourself as well. And one more thing on history, I would like to add, the Western influence during the previous era, when I was not there and nobody in this room was there, the Nalanda Vishwavidyalaya was considered one of the best universities in the world. People from abroad used to come in to the Nalanda Vishwavidyalaya. They used to see that how can we get admissions. They were not admitted in our great university, Nalanda Vishwavidyalaya, or universities such as Banaras Hindu universities or other. They were not admitted over there. But today what the trend has started is that you have to go to Harvard, you have to go to Oxford to study, and then only you are considered of that level. I'm not saying that those universities are bad, but what I want to make
that
the
is
point
again
here
where
is,
we are. It's a fact that there were great universities like Takshashila and Nalanda in Bharat. It's a fact that today we lack some of those kind of universities. It's also a fact that there are still potential to build such universities in our country. Now, all these three are facts which we need to put forward. How you look at it and how you interpret it, that we should leave it to the people.
We need to correct our immediate history,
So correction, the way the role correction,
the role of revolutionaries.
Sir, correction is very simple. Correction is you saying this is right, I saying this is right. My point is
the problem is everybody's
dialogue on history
the way
can
they
only
want to
happen
interpret
when
it.
everything is put forth and we accept कि ये सब हुआ था, ये हुआ था, जो fact हुआ था वो सब हुआ था. सिर्फ इसको देखो फिर उसको मत देखो, इसको देखो उसको मत देखो. That we shouldn't do. That's where I'm trying to.
Some authority has to do it. You see, it can't be done by people themselves.
Yeah. So
therefore, the National History Interpretation Commission.
Sir, I think there will be people who will question the word interpretation. The National History Factual Commission or Revelation Commission. That is perhaps a better word than saying interpreted, because there again it is colored. That's where finally we are having a conversation about our history, and it's an engaging one. It's not a boring lecture. So I think that's why I need to thank all of you that putting perspectives here. And itihas mein bahut kuch hai seekhne ke liye. And all these facts, I think as a generation, we need to have the curiosity to learn, to know, so that हम कौन हैं, कहाँ से आए हैं, कहाँ पर हैं और कहाँ तक जाना है, इसमें absolute clarity है. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Anand, for that very straightforward conversation. And as they say, history is a great teacher. We've learned quite a bit today as well. With that, it's also time to discuss about something that's extremely relevant today, the Indian judicial system. The judiciary is the backbone of any democracy, entrusted with the responsibility to uphold the rule of law and protect citizens' rights. But in order for it to remain effective, it must not only be impartial, but also accountable to the people it serves and transparent in its processes. And in this next upcoming session, we have top legal minds of our nation who will offer their views on judiciary's role in shaping the future of our courts. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Avishankar Singhvi, who is an advocate at the Supreme Court, Arghya Sen Gupta, who's a legal scholar and founder and research director at Vidhi, Sumit Chandra, who is an advocate at the Supreme Court. This one is going to be my seat. And Ashish Dikshit, who's a senior lawyer at the Supreme Court too. Thank you for joining in. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a huge round of applause, please. I have the pleasure of also moderating this session.
I've been very economical over here, MC, and also moderating. Avishkar. Avishkar, okay, so you've been spelt as Avishkar. But Avishkar, if I may begin with you, I just want to keep the tonality very informal because I happen to be a mother to a 13-year-old who always tells me, I want to learn more, but the legal jargon sort of gets boring. But I want to actually bring to the point why we are having this discussion is, of course, the month of March, which saw some international headlines, and that was also the case of Yashwant Verma. And that's why I want to ask you, when the Allahabad High Court says that you can't make us the dumping ground, where is the onus? Who takes accountability?
Well, I'd start by saying that the Supreme Court is currently cognizant of the matter and a 3-member committee has been formulated. So I would exercise restraint in saying anything about the impending investigation. But the
About the
larger
accountability
issue,
bit.
Yes, precisely. On the larger issue of, judicial independence and accountability and transparency, these are two constructs that go hand in hand. You cannot have one or the other. The independence of the judiciary lies at the heart of our constitution, and it is part of the basic structure. And it is an uncompromising value that and a virtue that we must all live by, because the judiciary is the foremost institution when it comes to protecting the liberties and freedoms of our citizens. When it comes to accountability of judges, the Indian system is unique insofar as it has the collegium as opposed to the other jurisdictions in the country. The Indian courts, function by judges appointing judges, and there's a long evolution of the law. I don't want to take you through the judgments, but the upshot of this whole thing is that today we have a system where the collegium, the top 5 judges of the Supreme Court, appoint all the judges. And it happens in a rather opaque manner. So the collegium is not the best system that is there. However, the alternate that is there, which is the appointments by an executive interference, would also not, in my view, be a system that would be desirable. Because the collegium, for whatever follies it is still the best option in safeguarding the independence of the judiciary.
But when you're talking about the follies, I want to bring you in on that note. In the year 2022, the law minister shared a figure of 1,600 cases where there were complaints against High Court and Supreme Court judges, but there could be no action taken. What do you do about it then? I'd like to bring
Yes. So I think the Indian judiciary has a serious accountability problem. And I think we must all be open in admitting that. The fact is that the provisions for accountability of the judges that were made in the Constitution were limited to impeachment, because we felt that these are persons of such high stature that it's unlikely that there will be too many allegations against them. And by and large, this is largely correct. But over the course of time, as society has gone in the way in which it has, it's foolish to think that judges will become islands of excellence and will remain immune from the rest of what we see in society. Judges are part of the society, and so if the society is going to become more and more corrupt, then the judiciary is also going to go the same way. So if you were to come to the immediate instance of the Yashwant Verma case that you're talking about, my 3 co-panelists are argue in court every day, so they may be a little bit more restrained. I don't have that restraint, but the point is, while not commenting on the case itself, because as he rightly said, there are 3 judges who are inquiring into the matter. I think there are 2 points that need to be made. The first is that we can't transfer judges about whom there is some suspicion. Transfer of judges cannot be done on the basis of the fact that there is something problematic about a judge, because an Allahabad High Court or earlier a Sikkim High Court or Guwahati High Court has a right to have judges who are entirely above board. So just because there is a cloud transfer, the gentleman somewhere, is not a solution. So my sympathies with the Allahabad.
So where is the solution? Perhaps pause a bit and think what should have been done. Maybe demand the resignation, maybe just pause the transfer, go for an inquiry. wait for the inquiry?
So the inquiry is happening, and I think the answer
Yes.
lies in two things. The first is that I think there needs to be a quick time-bound inquiry that needs to take place with a quick resolution as to whether the gentleman is, in this case, is that cash which is allegedly been found burning in his house, did that cash in any way belong to him? Because it's really unfair on the gentleman. We all know Justice Yashwant Verma is one of the finest judges in the Delhi High Court. This is if by any chance he is innocent, then this has damaged his reputation irreparably. So we need, not only from the point of view of judicial accountability, but also fairness of the person. And the previous gentleman was talking about fairness during Chhatrapati Shivaji's time. I think fairness in constitutional democracy in India requires the fact that there be a quick and speedy resolution. If the person is guilty, then make sure that impeachment proceedings happen quickly. And if the person is not, then please make sure that he can continue doing his work in the Delhi High Court.
You used a very interesting word, impeachment proceedings. I want to bring Sumit on that note. Impeachment. So far, we've not seen any impeachment of a Supreme Court or a High Court or a lower court judge. Why so? Should they be enjoying such impunity?
See, there is a provision in the Constitution which provides for impeachment in certain cases. Now, just because in the impeachment process, you need majority of both the houses of the parliament, and they feel that yes, things need, a certain judge needs to be impeached, by all means, that process should go on. Now, just because that is not happening or not happening at a greater speed doesn't mean that you start getting involved into the collegium system. You start blaming the entire judicial system. There's an investigation process that is happening. Impeachment is an act of the parliament. The parliament needs to do it. The parliament is taking time to do it or not doing it in certain matters. You can't again go back to the judiciary and say that, listen, it's because of the judiciary that the parliament is not acting upon. Impeachment is a process in law. It can happen. It should happen in cases where it is deserving.
All right, but Ashish, if we look at the overall process of in-house inquiries also, proponents would, in fact, of those who feel that this can also be an executive decision, say that as far as in-house inquiries are concerned, they lack transparency. And that, is this going to be reliable enough a procedure? Questions are being raised about the authenticity of an in-house inquiry as well. We've had multiple cases where judges have been exonerated. The Karnataka High Court judges who were exonerated from sex scandals some years ago. I think it was 2014. So now they're saying that it's high time that the NJAC should be brought in. Your take.
See, we have to see the background in which all these provisions were included in our constitution. We have to understand that initially, before this first judge's case came, the appointments were being done by the executive. But it is only when in the 1970s, the judges were superseded and executive and the parliament and the government of that day exercised much greater influence. I think this concept of appointment by collegium was introduced, and it's not in the constitution. It's an interpretation of the word that when the consent of the CGI is taken, that is interpreted to be binding. Now, this is a system which is going on for last 30 odd years, and we have seen that yes, collegium system will have its issues. The government tried to bring in an NJAC, but the difficulty with the NJAC was the composition of NJAC. It included the CGI, 2 sitting judges, law minister, and the difficult part was 2 eminent persons who were given the voting rights, and those people were to be selected by the government. So this was the situation wherein the Supreme Court said that if these people who are so-called eminent people are not given voting rights, then it can be considered. And there is a misnomer in the general public that the government has no role in the appointment. In every appointment, government has a very important role, and government views are taken, IB views are taken, and it is a consultative process. Yes, there has to be a little bit more transparency, but that also has its negative side, because if suppose a person is a candidature for a judge, if he is rejected and that is declared in public before, then his entire practice gets affected. So that has that part has also to be balanced. Now, coming to the specific case of Justice Verma, as my friends have said, he's one of the finest judges we have seen in Delhi High Court. We all are surprised, and the inquiry is on. Perhaps the judges who were conducting the inquiry have now gone back and started holding their courts. Maybe we are going to see something very soon. But the difficulty is the protection which has been given to the judges in the constitution and the purpose for which the judiciary is there, that it is the watchdog of the constitution. Eventually, it is the judiciary where everyone will go when their rights are violated. So we need to create a mechanism where those people are also protected. If you see election commission of CIC, all
I
those
think
people,
that's a very valid point.
because
that
these
you've
people
made.
have to be protected.
How do you weigh in on that? And when we look at the collegium being challenged, many are saying that it is going to be anti-constitutional also because it is diluting the division of powers.
See, ultimately, we have to follow the dicta of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has said authoritatively with 9 judges. The NJAC was merely following the earlier judgment of the second judge's case in the 9 judges. So there was no doubt in my mind that the NJAC would have been struck down and the 99th constitutional amendment would be declared unconstitutional on account of it being violative of the earlier judgment. Now, the issue today is more fundamental. It is at the stage of selection of the judges. That is the area where you can employ more safeguards in the collegium system and actually have a more, robust mechanism where it is not as opaque as it is today. Today, the collegium system suffers from opacity. It suffers from arbitrariness. It suffers from a lack of judicial oversight. It suffers from other follies, but those follies are not, to my mind, equivalent to render the entire system undesirable and to have an NJAC sort of system, because as Soli Sorabji famously said that these are all human beings. Ultimately, human beings will be, they'll be falling foul to the integrity, to other issues. So you cannot ensure or legislate independence. Independence comes from within, and independence of the judiciary will only come by selecting the right people. And that is what should be emphasized today. And whatever happens in a particular case is not the reason for you to take a knee-jerk reaction. It must be well debated. So I'm not for a particular system. I think the current system must be reworked, tweaked, but you cannot go to NJAC, definitely.
No, but has that been a knee-jerk reaction, what we saw earlier when Prime Minister Modi during the 2014 tenure brought it in? That. Also, when you look at talking about a corruption-free India, is the onus just left on to the executive? We expect each and every organ of the government to be corruption-free. Why should the judiciary be granted this kind of impunity?
So let me put it a little bit differently. So your daughter is 13 years old and she wants to know more about the judiciary, but she feels that this is stuck in this legal jargon, and everywhere you talk about the judges, people say that ye to lawyer wali baat hai. So you suddenly feel that, oh, this is a no-go area for me because this is a technical matter. Now, this is the mindset that we need to change, because law is not something that is filled with mystique. Law is an instrument that is meant to order society and meant to make our lives easier. This seems a laughable proposition today in India, right? Because if anything, law doesn't make your life easy. No one wants to go anywhere near a court of law if they can have their way. So how do we make this easier? How do we reduce this shroud of opacity and make sure that law is something that the lay person can engage with? 3 things, which is related to appointments and accountability. I mean, there are many more, but on appointments, I mean, I have a different view from Avishkar. I think the collegium system started with all good intention, but is completely discredited at this point of time. And the reason is that it is a closed system. There is a view that it's only people appointing themselves, and there is a kind of closed brotherhood that is appointing people. Some merit to it, maybe not entirely, but I think every system has its time. This had its time. This is a system that needs to go. There needs to be a bipartisan commission of some kind. As Ashish was saying, we could think of the NJC with some tweaks. It doesn't have to be exactly the same composition, though I must point out that the eminent persons were not appointed by the government. They were appointed by the Chief Justice, the Prime Minister, and the leader of the opposition. But we can still tweak it. But we need some kind of system that is neither the government nor the judiciary on its own. On accountability, as I said, that this appointments commission also needs to be an appointments plus accountability commission, so that inquiries are held in a manner that doesn't feel like judges are only judging themselves.
So you feel like nothing will come out of it. If you looked at the Chief Justice of India, Gogoi had a 3-member inquiry committee that was set up against him. No one really believes that that was a credible process. I mean, whether it is credible or not is a different matter. It's a great disservice to the judges also who did that, because no one believes that it was credible. So we need to ensure that this commission, which is in charge of appointments, also takes into account accountability. And the last point on transfer should not be done in these kinds of situations.
I'm taking
It
those
cannot
as
be
closing
punitive.
thoughts.
Yes, that's fine.
Please keep in mind, I think there's been independence of judiciary is, I think, one of the core factors which should be respected. There is the 3 pillars of the constitution, as we say it. We have the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. We all the 3 pillars have their own roles for the governance. The 4th pillar, of course, being the media. Now, when there will be an interference between one pillar and the other, that itself will create a chaos. Any kind of a control over one over the other will go to the very premise of creating a situation where things may not work independently. If there is an involvement of the government in judiciary in any manner, whether be it appointment or in any other manner, towards the end, would that not influence judiciary? Then we are depending again on an external factor. And you think that today, if there are incidents, which are of course being taken care of, but if there are incidents, will the involvement in the appointments by the government in any manner, do you think it will create a purest form of system? No. There is a system which is created in a manner to protect the very institution itself.
But why hasn't the judiciary been able to ensure that if the collegium was so reliable?
Yes, so investigation is being taken place, at least in this case.
But then again, we are questioning how reliable are the in-house judicial processes.
I'll answer
themselves.
that. I'll answer that. Why? Because see, everybody deserves a fair investigation. There are accusations, of course. In this case, there was allegedly what we call a purple banana being found in one of his rooms. And of course, that bag full of money, should we, just because it was found there, no investigation should be made at all? Secondly, who came out with that video? Towards the end, it came from judiciary itself. They said, yes, let this come to the media.
There have been calls for a CBI or a TD investigation. Why not go ahead with that?
Exactly. So executive is already doing the investigation. Judiciary is, of course, keeping a check on what the investigation is. There are judges from different states who have been appointed for the purpose of this investigation.
Okay, I'm running short of time, so I have to quickly wrap that. Ashish, I want your closing thoughts, but as we discussed earlier, Mr. Chandrachud was here. And he made a very interesting point that just like the Indian Administrative Services, perhaps he's in fact one of those proponents who believe that it should also be applied to judiciary, that we should have a national level examination which is as stringent in perhaps ensuring that the best of the talent is the one that qualifies, and that he believes that it's not happening at a state level so far.
See, I'll just make one comment on NGSC. We must understand that the biggest litigant in this country is the government of India. So if you want a litigant to have a complete say in the appointment of judges, do we expect a fairness or a procedure where the good judges will be appointed? That's the thing which we have to see. No one is against the government in a consultative process, consultative mechanism, but whether the government should have the final say in the appointment is the part where, for the sake of independence of judiciary, we all have to oppose it. Now, coming to this larger issue of having the All India Judicial Service Examination, this idea has been mooted for long. As of now, the examinations are conducted by the High Court. Because the district judiciary is subordinate to the High Court of that state, the examination is conducted by the High Court. And High Courts have resisted this thing because eventually it is the High Court who is responsible for the implementation of law and the manner in which the cases are decided. When we say that there is a huge pendency, government is not blamed. It is the judges who are the blamed. So they have to see whether which kind of candidates are appointed. Justice Chandrachud has a view. He did say that yes, there should be a commission, there should be a exam. And I must tell you, the examination which is done by the High Courts is equally tough, if not more. So it can be said that there can be a different mechanism, but I think as of now, the High Courts are doing a good job. The results are there. We are finding new judges. There is so much of diversity and so many women have come forward in the district judiciary. 30 to 40%, we see that there are women judges in the district judiciary. And High Court is also cognizant of this.
I'd like to give you
I'll
15
just
seconds.
say that
if independence of the judiciary is part of the basic structure of the constitution, then no matter what law parliament brings, the Supreme Court will always have the right to strike it down if that law falls foul or impinges on the independence of the judiciary. And that was the precise reason for striking down NJAC. Today, they are free to bring any law in parliament under 368, but that law must be within the structure of the constitution, and it should not impede in any manner the independence of the judiciary.
All right. I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, all of you will agree that institutions are just not known by the strength of their decisions, but also by the integrity of their designs. Thank you so much for a very insightful conversation. As we all know, as far as Bharat is concerned, dharma is historic for us. It's in our civilization. Many thanks to you all for being part of Rising Bharat. It was a pleasure having you all over here. And I'm back. Our last session tonight, we have a very special guest over here, a master chronicler of the forgotten and often overlooked stories that have shaped our world. His work has always sought to illuminate the complex and sometimes forgotten pasts of cultures, empires, and individuals whose stories are too often sidelined. Whether it's his exploration of the Mughal Empire, the Silk Road, or the history of the East India Company, he has a unique way of bringing these hidden histories to light. I'll say hidden gems to light. Tonight, in fact, we'll delve into this process of uncovering these often elusive narratives with one and only William Dalrymple, who will reflect on how these hidden histories are just as vital to our understanding of the world today. And also, to have that conversation, I'd like to invite somebody who's a personal favorite, Rahul Shiv Shankar, to take this conversation forward. Yeah, enough.
Is there anything more left for me to say after that sterling introduction? Let's get straight to it, William Dalrymple. We've, of course, spoken right after the release of your book, and that was quite a well-heralded podcast with you. You've long chronicled British and Mughal India. But now you've come up with the golden road that pivots back to ancient India. Why? And what's the central thesis here?
So I spent 20 years working on the East India Company, 4 books: The Anarchy, White Mughals, Return of a King, The Last Mughal. And I think everyone, particularly my family, had thought that was enough East India Company and Mughals for one lifetime. Also, my beloved translator, Bruce Wannell, who worked very, very closely with me, had a spectacular ability to read any Persian text, any Mughal text, as easily as you and I could read the Times of India, died of cancer in 2019. And in some ways, I felt I'd sort of lost the key to Narnia. I could no longer just walk into libraries in Tongkor, in Patna, and access the texts which we've been looking at. So I went back to the subjects which had interested me as a teenager. I was originally keen on archaeology and ancient history. And it was very exciting after 20 years, really, working the same world, to completely discover a new world, the world of early India, of this extraordinary period when India was completely the center of Asia. It was the center initially of the trade and the economy. The monsoon winds blowing in one wave 6 months and back again for the next 6 put India very literally in the center of things, connected to the Roman world, where it was Rome's principal trading partner, but also connected to Southeast Asia and to China. And one of the main ideas in the book is that the Silk Road has come to dominate our understanding of ancient Asia.
the idea that there was this sort of motorway overland running from the Mediterranean to the South China Sea. But the idea of the Silk Road is entirely Sino-centric. It connects everything with China, and the idea that silk was the principal trading commodities is nonsense. It isn't reflected in any of the sources. And in fact, the idea of the Silk Road was invented in 1877 by a German geographer called von Richthofen. It's an entirely modern idea. No ancient source talks about it. What the ancient sources say is that India is the center of things. Pliny talks about a major balance of payments problem, just like Trump today worrying about America's balance of payments and inflicting tariffs. In the Roman period, Pliny is worried because he says India is the drain of all the world. Great Indian exports like pepper, cotton, ivory, nard, and silk, because actually Chinese silk came to Rome via India, were major exports, and they suffered a 30% tariff at the border, not so different from what Trump is proposing for this country now. And this provided as much as a third of the entire Roman imperial budget. So the idea in this book is that the Silk Road never actually existed before the Mongol period, when Genghis Khan's conquest did create a motorway that linked Mediterranean with the South China Sea. Before that, maritime routes rather than overland routes, and India rather than China.
Well, it's interesting because I would have thought that for someone coming in from the West, you would have been at least passably acquainted with this huge legacy, and therefore would have been curious about it. But you seem to suggest that it's the translator's fault, that you sort of did not, that ancient India remained marginal in your work.
No, it was the first thing that I loved when I came. My very first trip to India, I went straight to Gwalior, Sanchi, Khajuraho, Ajanta, Ellora. But over the course of time, got obsessed with the East India Company. The idea that a corporation could take over a continent seemed to me an extraordinary thing. And of course, it's something that's happening at the moment. We're worrying about this, the oligarchs in Trump's world, the way all the tech moguls were there at the inauguration. These huge companies like Amazon and Meta, and Apple and Microsoft, all of whose annual profits are greater than the GDP of most continents. This extraordinary power that corporations now have. It seemed to me a very interesting subject. But I have loved going back to this. And this was a lockdown book. We were all locked down. I had my library, and it gave me a wonderful opportunity to read very widely across different fields. And what I found was that the history of this period is often locked into different silos. So the Buddhist history is often told as part of a Chinese story, the Silk Road. The story of Sanskritization of Southeast Asia, how Indian epics, Indian language, Hindu kingship spread to Angkor Wat, where the largest Hindu temple in the world is built not in India, but in Cambodia. But the largest Hindu empire in the world is the Khmer Empire. The way that Indian mathematics spread through the Arab world to give us the number system we all use, the nearest thing we have to universal language. These seem fascinating ideas. And what I was trying to do was bring them all together under one roof and connect the dots, which I think people haven't done. The last time a book like this was written is probably A.L. Basham's Wonder That Was India, which is written in 1954.
Of course, we've had some historians that have looked at that, but at that period. But wanted to ask you, because it's an interesting thought experiment. And it points to the rising Bharat that we see today. So it's not an accident, is it?
So my view is that, I mean, if you look at Angus Maddison is the historian who studied trade figures historically, GDPs per head, and tried to work back from present figures to the sort of thing that was going on in Mughal India or medieval India or medieval Ming China, for example. And it's unequivocally the case, although you can quibble details in these figures, because obviously ancient economic figures are hard to come by and don't have the same veracity as modern figures. But nonetheless, it's completely clear that for most of history, maybe as much as 70, sometimes 80% of the world economy was generated by the lands that are now India and China. that both of these had terrific trading traditions, both over land and by sea. Both of them had extremely advanced credit systems, groups in society who dominated the mercantile world. And this was the case not just in ancient India, but as recently as the Mughal period. When people discuss the Mughals, they often think of, Aishwarya Rai and Hrithik Roshan lying back in the palace, dropping mangoes into each other's while white pigeons flutter around. What people forget is that those sort of riches, that incredible wealth, was generated, as anywhere else, largely by trade and industry. And so in the Mughal case, it's the incredible textile trade. Something like 1 million handlooms in Bengal alone, which is why the Portuguese and the Dutch and the British and the French and the Danish all turned up in the 17th century, because India was a major manufacturing center and was making the greatest, for example, cotton in the world. And the East India Company realized that the Mughals didn't have a navy, that they could be the exporters. So for most of history, India has been the richest region of the globe. Sometimes China pips it to the post, as in the Ming period. Sometimes India is ahead. But the dip comes, the freak comes, if you like, when the Europeans turn up. And with gunboats, from the moment that Vasco da Gama starts bombarding Calicut, India and China and Southeast Asia, all of them end up seeing gold for the first time in history pour into European pockets and disappear into distant parts of Europe. Then in 1947, the British disappear, the whole colonial system begins to self-destruct. It takes 20 or 30 years, it spreads through Africa, but by the late 70s, decolonization has largely happened. And what we see now, 75 years later, is not some freak of either of the brilliance of the administration in this part of the world, nor some strange quirk of economic history. It is things reverting to their natural place. India has always been a rich country. It has 2 harvests a year. It has rich minerals. It has gemstones. It has spectacularly fertile soils. It has innovative people. And so, seen from the long view of history, the rising Bharat that this summit is celebrating is not anything at all surprising. It's just the natural equilibrium of the world reasserting itself after 400 strange years of European colonialism.
I want to ask you a little bit more about, you sort of talked a little bit about, a lot about the trade aspects of things, the economy, but this was also a knowledge system of vast study.
Correct.
So build on that a little bit. You've really delved into that in your book. There's Nalanda, and before that also you sort of talked about other stuff.
Yeah, no, so Nalanda is the subject that the last panel but one was talking about. And they were quite correct to say that Nalanda was the main center of learning in Asia. Our main source for Nalanda is a Chinese monk, Xuanzang, who comes overland by foot in the 7th century. And he leaves a very detailed account of this place, which he regards as the NASA, the Harvard, the Ivy League, the Oxbridge of his day. And we know that not just Xuanzang, but hundreds of other monks from China, from Korea, from Japan, come to this place because it has the best library in Asia, 9 stories tall, 3 sections, all the books in the world. You can borrow any of them as long as you put them back in your pigeonhole in the central courtyard in the evening. And Xuanzang is like some sort of bright-eyed undergraduate that's just turned up at Harvard for the first time. Everything is wonderful. Everything is extraordinary. The monks are men of genius. They all work hard. They all study. And it's something which I think has been forgotten. And when people go from this country to Southeast Asia, to Vietnam, to Cambodia, they see the effects of this period. From the 7th century right through to about the 12th century, Sanskrit is the common language of both culture and diplomacy, all the way from Kandahar to Java to Bali. And the renown of Indian literature, like the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, the Puranas, are being read in all these countries. Men are renaming themselves, the small kings at the edge of an estuary in Malaysia. A chieftain in Java suddenly becomes not Kudunga like his father, but is Mahendravarman, Suryavarman. They take these Sanskritic names. And the landscape is renamed and reimagined. So you have a new Ayodhya outside Thailand, outside Bangkok, a new Kurukshetra in Laos. The Mekong, some etymologies say, is just the Khmer pronunciation of Ma Ganga. So, and most of the main Shaivite shrines in India find their names cropping up again with the new Khmer pyramid temples that are being built in the jungle in Cambodia. So India has terrific prestige during this time. It starts with the economy and with trade, but it grows into a whole civilizational diffusion. And the most remarkable conquest, if you can call it that, of the imagination, important to say this is a conquest of ideas, not a conquest of swords. It was not done with jackboots and spears and shields and swords. This was an empire of ideas, an empire of the spirit. The most remarkable conquest is China. And under China's only woman empress, called Wu Zetian, Wu brings in monks and scholars from Nalanda, some of them Chinese, some of them Indian. You have an Indian called Gautama Siddhartha running the Bureau of the Astronomy and Astrology and Mathematics. You have other Indians in senior places of government. And this is the high watermark of Indian influence. China becomes, for this one reign, a Buddhist country. It becomes the state religion. Confucianism and Taoism are both demoted. And again, I don't think people in this country are quite aware of the extent to which, often China and India are seen as rivals with, two different spheres of influence. I don't think many people have taken in the fact that an Indian religion born in Bihar becomes the state religion of China for a period of history. And I think it's hugely important now, as India is perceived now, rightly, as a rising economy, as a rising force, and will be, whatever happens, one of the three main economies of the world by the end of this century, if not sooner. It's very important to understand that it's not something that's sort of freak or kind of some weird quirk of modern politics. This is the natural order of things reasserting themselves.
Well, the economic miracle that was India was put to the sword, literally, or crushed under the jackboot of the Brits. But the knowledge system that it was also crushed, some people say, by the sword. Nalanda, for example, was sacked. And that led to what many people today describe as the great vandalism of what was an Indic culture, which predated Islam and, of course, then the Brits. How is it that we have not looked back and examined that sort of got lost in time? That narrative, that vandalism that took place, why was that ignored?
I don't think that's true.
You've portrayed the Mughals that followed as refined, rooted, and Indian. How do you now view critiques that this framing glossed over conquest, destruction, and displacement? You've been hard on the British, but not so.
So there are a long period of Islamic rule in this country. The worst destruction unquestionably took place in the early years of the 12th and 13th century. That's when Bakhtiar Khalki burns Nalanda. You get, at this period, as before, rulers who are violent. You get rulers who are great examples of civilization and refinement. It isn't as if violence was introduced to Eden in the 12th century. If you read about Chola conquests, for example, completely destroying the Chalukya capital of Vatapati, plowing it under so thoroughly that we don't even know where it is today with satellite imagery or anything. We can't find this capital because the Cholas destroyed it, or burning the temples of Sri Lanka, as the Pallavas and Cholas did. Violence has always existed. The Cholas also raided Buddhist monasteries at Sompur Mahavihara, which is the equivalent of Nalanda in what is now Bangladesh. So violence is there throughout history, but you're quite right that there's a terrible things happen, and the burning of a great library, whether it's Alexandria in the 8th century or whether it's Nalanda in the 12th, is one of the great horrible tragedies of world history. Not everything is lost. It should be said that a lot of the manuscripts from Nalanda make their way both before the destruction and as the destruction is happening to Tibet. There are monasteries in Tibet that contain great works of Nalanda monks. The tradition lives on in Tibet and abroad, and much of the learning of Nalanda continues because it has been an international center of Buddhism. You have monks coming from Korea, from Indonesia, from Tibet, and so on. So while what happened is one of the great tragedies of world history, and I would entirely agree with you, it isn't that it's totally extinguished. There is a great deal which survives, and we actually know a great deal of Indian history from Chinese manuscripts translated out of Sanskrit into Chinese, and we have to translate back, like with Xuanzang, in order to understand our own history here.
Would you agree with some of those who say that while the Hindu kings that you describe who went about invading other kingdoms, other Hindu kingdoms, they weren't necessarily supplanting a way of life? The Muslim invasions led to a break in the continuity of a particular tradition, of a Hindu tradition, of an Indic tradition, of a Buddhist tradition, call it what you want. So there's a distinction. Would you agree with that?
I say it's more complicated than that. It isn't as if Sanskrit is wiped out. You get the great epics surviving. They are translated into Persian and into other languages. A lot is lost. I'm not for a minute denying that, and I think a great disservice has been done to history by anyone that has ever denied that destruction. But India remains a great center of learning. People come to study in the centers of learning in India. And when, for example, Genghis Khan destroys the great universities of Central Asia, it is here in Delhi that new universities get built. When you go to House Khas village, that is the great University of Firoz Shah Tughlaq, which was full of scholars, refugees from Central Asia. So there is a long tradition of scholarship continuing in this country under all sorts of different religious and linguistic banners. There are spectacular examples of places where Indic learning continues even under Muslim rule. For example, in Bijapur, where the Sanskrit classics are translated and a lot of the learning. So history is full of violence. There are destructions through all periods of history, but I would say that the tradition has continued. There is a long thread that runs through Indian history, which is not one of continual destruction, but is this remarkable survival.
Where did Indians lose thread of this ancient India?
Say again?
Where did Indians lose the thread?
I think it's here. I think it is very much retrievable. I don't feel that I'm living in a country which has lost its civilization or lost its civilizational bearings. I think the fact that it is here, the fact that we are discussing this all now, and that India has still a rich tradition. I mean, it'd be not true to say that India has the same reputation it had during the age of Nalanda when all the great scholars were coming here. But it's possible to imagine that that will happen again, that there are traditions of learning and knowledge here which are remarkable and which can still teach the world a huge amount. And I think we need to. I think we should also, I should say, be more aware of our history and do more to preserve it. For example, Nalanda itself, only 10% has been excavated. 90% remains unexcavated. How is it that in the 21st century there is a tiny site museum there with strip lights and a couple of dusty cabinets? There should be, I mean, even in countries like Turkey you go today and you find enormous provincial museums, beautifully spot-lit, fantastic displays of objects in glass cases. Nalanda is a remarkable example of how India can showcase its past and show off its incredible traditions of soft power, traditions which have been lost, but which can be taught again. I'm very optimistic. I think there is so much that can be done. There are so few really first-class, world-class museums in this country, but there is great material here. A decision by government to invest more in museums and archaeology could see this become a major center of tourism and of cultural display.
So let me lead you on to the two final questions because we're running out of time. Obviously, there's a growing movement within India to reclaim civilizational memory from colonial and Islamic overlays. And you know that there's been a thrust, even politically. How do you view some of these efforts?
Which efforts are you referring to?
This reclamation of the ancient history, and there are now obviously some amount of tensions that are building up in certain sites across the country where people are hoping that one community would abet in this great reclamation project by giving up their own control, so to speak, or their own rights.
India is not unique in that it's a country with many different layers and civilizations, many different periods of different dominance. If you go to, for example, an island like Sicily in the middle of the Mediterranean, there are successive Arab, Byzantine, Spanish, Neapolitan. That island has been ruled from many different places. The answer, it seems, when you have a complex and nuanced history, is to write complex and nuanced books about it, and to teach it in a complex and nuanced way. That if you go to Sicily, the Spanish rulers who were very unpopular, who were toppled by Garibaldi and the Risorgimento, their statues are not toppled. They're still standing there. They're still in the museums. Their objects are on display. History is complicated. There are many parts of the world where civilizations lie in different layers, like sediment, like geology. And the attempt has to be made to teach it with nuance. History is not a matter of heroes and villains, of angels and demons. There are gray areas. People, human beings everywhere have both good and bad qualities. And I think that it's very important to try and teach and present history with nuance and with...
So what would you say to those people who are accused of poking the majority community in the eye by going out there and celebrating the Aurangzebs of the world or other controversial figures in history, maybe making even a case for preserving roads that have been named after British colonialists and so on and so forth? How do you react to those?
I think history is rich, and that to politicize the presentation of history and just to pretend that only one people have ever lived and ever ruled is a mistake.
You would apply that same principle?
I don't believe in knocking down statues or changing rules, changing roads. I think...
Or cancelling out authors and so on and so forth from your textbooks, even if they've said vile things. Like in the West, there is this...
I think you've got to struggle to have accurate history and nuanced history and to try and understand history. You don't learn about history by coming with a set political view and trying to find the facts that prove that view.
So you would say that
find the facts.
Rudyard Kipling, for example, who is now sort of held up as somebody who was a person of his times but no longer relevant because his, frankly, racist views, etc., are offensive to one section of the world, and therefore needs to be expunged or not read. What would you say to that lobby?
I mean, I think all of these things are interesting matters to be treated with proper scholarship. I'm not a believer in removing characters like that from the curriculum. I think they are of their time. They should be read. Ditto with Aurangzeb. He's not someone that I admire or hero worship, but he's someone who is part of history, who did certain things, and we should try and understand what he did. History is all about understanding. It's not about lecturing and sort of turning people into whiter than white saints and darker than black villains. It's the science of trying to understand the complexity of our past. And so to cancel people, to knock down statues, to remove things from a complex history, which is full of complexity and variety and many gray areas, seems to be completely the wrong way to approach these matters.
Well, William Dalrymple, thank you for resurrecting the Golden Road, and a road that takes us back to the glories of ancient India and hopefully runs right through and connects us to the present.
As a foreigner coming to this country, I am in awe of the variety of the different periods of history. And in the sense, I don't have a dog in this race. I don't support one team or the other. And I can get as much pleasure from visiting the Taj Mahal or watching a Mughal manuscript as I can from visiting Vijayanagar or going to the Tanjore Great Temple and being amazed by the Buddhist frescoes of Ajanta. It's all a very rich history and it should all be celebrated.
We leave it at that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
To sum this conversation, I'd like to quote William himself from White Mogul. India has always had a strange way with her conquerors. In defeat, she beckons them in, then slowly seduces, assimilates, and transforms them. Many thanks to you, William, for those precious insights. Now, as we come to the end of these 2 impactful days at the Rising Bharat Summit, I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for being part of this incredible journey. The ideas and discussions we've had here are a testament to India's dynamic potential and the collective determination to rise, grow, and redefine the future. I hope that the conversations we've had here will not only inspire action, but also foster collaboration among all of us to push the boundaries of what's possible. The Rising Bharat journey doesn't end here. Let's take the momentum, the partnerships, and the ideas from this summit and turn them into real-world impact. As we conclude this enriching summit, we would like to reiterate our heartfelt appreciation to our partners. Your unwavering support has enabled us to bring together the brightest minds and most innovative ideas. Thank you to our co-presenting partner, Dream Sports Associate Partners, Max Estates, Bikram Solar, Samtel, and Reliance Industries Limited. Workspace partner, IndiCube, our exchange partner, National Stock Exchange, logistics partner, DTDC, energy partner, Crown LNG, insurance partner, Insurance Deco, and state partners, Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh. Thank you everyone for making this summit a grand success. It wouldn't have been possible without your support. Thank you so much. Okay, what are you expecting? Now that I'm not getting a response, I might just ask you before pinpointing at people and asking them to stand up and tell us what are they expecting as the next speaker is all set to come up on this stage. Any guesses here? Ladies and gentlemen, any guesses? All right, you already queued in. So I am here talking to a very smart audience, right? So what are the questions that you look forward to asking the Union Minister once he's here? Can we have someone answer that? Any particular question that you have in mind? About tariffs, of course. That's an important question after the reciprocal tariffs that were imposed on India particularly, because we have to look at our country. What is the response that India is looking at? And he is the right person to answer that question. And whether or not India is going to be cushioning that impact, because there are greater amount of tariffs that have been imposed on countries like China, and there are retaliatory measures that have been slapped by China. So that's something that every Indian, I believe, is looking forward to. And that's why we got the gentleman there in the nice suit say that point blank about tariffs. Any other question that you have in mind that you'd like to ask the Union Minister? Anything that comes to your mind? Okay. Can we have a mic there in the audience so that we are able to hear the gentleman there?
Mic 9.
Okay, so we have actually a very curious panel, and we'd like everyone to get involved as the Union Minister comes on stage. So the wait is over. Ladies and gentlemen, let's now talk about building, about creating jobs, about relationships among countries. Because our next speaker is a distinguished personality who has been meticulously running through each and every detail with a fine-tooth comb.
His personal rapport with trade ministers from various countries have helped bolster the cause of India's stakeholders, helping iron out sticky, rough edges. He has expanded the area of the possible for India in a fast-changing global trade scenario. In another equally vital role, he has been shepherding Bharat's rise as one of the most vibrant startup capitals in the world, and also as a preferred global manufacturing hotspot, creating the right ecosystems for a new enterprise to flourish, unleashing strong jobs and economic multipliers. So please join me in welcoming Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Union Minister for Commerce and Industry. He will be in conversation with Palki Sharma. This is a session that is called Reshaping Destinies, Preparing for a Glorious Tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Shri Piyush Goyal. All yours, Palki.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are calling this session Reshaping Destinies, Preparing for a Glorious Tomorrow. A lot of people say your destiny is in your hand, but increasingly it looks tough. It depends on a lot of factors that you cannot control, like which side of the bed did Donald Trump get up from, how fast is climate change coming for us, how soon are the wars in Europe and West Asia ending. So there's a fair bit of uncertainty, and the question is, how will India navigate this? To get some answers, we have with us a very special guest, Union Commerce Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal ji. Piyush ji, good evening. Welcome to Rising Bharat. It's Wednesday. Trump tariffs have kicked in. Markets are volatile. Recession fears loom. What is India's strategy, sir?
Thank you, Palki. Thank you, Palki. I think we've all seen the way Prime Minister Modi has deftly managed the entire situation. He was very cognizant of the impending possibilities. He was first off the block in building back his old friendship and relationship with President Trump. They both jointly declared that the US and India are trusted partners, and we will work towards a bilateral trade agreement by fall of 2025 to ensure that our relationship, our friendship, and our ongoing partnership, not only in trade, but in so many areas, geopolitical, defense, we have a very strategic relationship with the US. And I think it's only got reinforced since President Trump has come in. I think our strategy is very clear. We are engaged with the US. Incidentally, we are right up front in the queue because we started early. Prime Minister Modi had the foresight to recognize the crisis, and as is his wont, we have seen it in history over the last 11 years, every crisis has been converted into an opportunity for India.
We hope this one is true. And you've been at the forefront of the conversations, and you've engaged with the Americans and your counterparts in Washington, D.C. What have they told you? What is their primary concern? Is it the trade surplus, or is it the high tariffs? What do they want to fix?
I think we must recognize that this problem that the US is facing is not particularly directed towards India. The whole issue is about fair trade. And that's something India has been very vocal about for the last 10 years. I recently shared with an audience that we have to go to the root of the issue. The genesis of this problem emanates from the entry of China into the WTO about 30 years ago, when they approached the WTO and then they were admitted as a full-time member with all the privileges of most favored nation status, which means, in common words, that we cannot have differential tariffs for different nations. And therefore, whatever is the tariff one country imposes on country A has to be the same from country A to Z, unless we have a bilateral trade agreement or a free trade agreement. Now, I think we have suffered over the years tremendously. I don't know what agreement Congress party signed with the Communist Party of China during the UPA government. But post that, we saw the trade deficit with China grow by leaps and bounds. And India and Indian manufacturers, Indian industry, Indian trade suffered massively. Similarly, the US has suffered massive trade deficits because of the non-market economy that is China, because of their predatory pricing or unfair trade practices. And I think the United States is trying to reset the rules of the game. And in some sense, it's a good omen for India because it opens up huge opportunities. I've just come in, Palki, to your program straight from an interaction with all the sectoral export promotion councils. And I must tell you, save and except one or two, everybody is very excited. They see good potential going forward. They're supporting our engagement with the US, and together they and us will convert this into a great business opportunity.
Right, fair point. And I did see that comment about China's unfair economic rise earlier. And by that logic, Trump is taking the fight to China. But in the last decade then, our trade deficit with China has crossed $100 billion. So what are we doing to fix the imbalance?
Incidentally, the exponential growth that happened in the UPA time was about 25x. So a small trade deficit from $1 billion, $1.5 billion increased to almost $35 odd billion. Now, once you have weakened Indian industry, once you have killed, for example, our KSM and the important ingredients that go into making our pharma industry the pharmacy of the world, we become dependent on China for these materials, for many items. And then it takes a long time to get all of that back reshored into India. We have been working through projects like the Product Linked Incentive Scheme, where 1,97,000 crores has been given to different sectors. Our Semicon project, where the semiconductor industry and its ecosystem is getting 75,000 crores. We have recently announced that we'll come out with a scheme for the toys and the footwear sector. 2 days back, the cabinet decision was announced, I think probably on Friday last week, 3 days back, that we are going to offer 22,000 crores for the electronics component manufacturers to support them to manufacture high quality inputs in India. So it's a continuous process to promote manufacturing, to get industry in India to replace a lot of goods which have become a part of our supply chains. And wherever we see dumping or predatory pricing from products coming in from China, the government acts proactively. We have the Director General of Trade Remedies acting on any request that sector's industry puts up to us. We have the Industry Ministry working with the different sectors to protect any irrational pricing. So it's an ongoing effort, and our growth of the deficit during our 10 years compared to the 25x plus that grew in the 10 years of UPA is possibly only 3x or so.
Right. I'll come to the China point in a bit, and I know there's a political reset as well. But coming back to the Trump tariffs, I'm sure you had some calculation before the tariffs were announced. Was 26% closer to your best case scenario or worst case scenario?
I think the tariffs have been determined based on a formula, which is the trade deficit that the US has with a particular country divided by the total imports into the US from that country.
What do you make of that formula, though? You're a chartered accountant yourself.
I would not like to comment on a formula that's used by the United States. Basis that formula, they've come up with different tariffs for different countries. We believe that India was not one of those countries which really needed to have tariffs on them because we were already in engagement for a bilateral trade deal. But I think the US has not differentiated. For every country, they've come out with a number. But we are in constant engagement, and I think we'll be working with them to take off these additional tariffs in the days to come.
And India has a better deal than some of our other players in the region.
And we are much faster off the block compared to the others.
But I think the strategy at the moment focuses on the trade deal that we're working towards. If for some reason it does not happen by the end of this year, what is the plan B, or is plan B to make plan A work?
Well, I think this is another area where I'd like to quote from your past experience. Look at COVID. The challenges were many. Solutions were experimented with very often. If you recall, the oxygen was a big crisis. We had only 900 metric tons of medical oxygen being produced a day. We needed 10 times that amount. But Prime Minister Modi, through deft handling of the entire ecosystem that could produce oxygen, actually achieved not only the production of medical oxygen grow to 10 or 11,000 tons a day, but the bigger problem of logistics of moving this large quantity was also resolved. We had to send empty containers, ISO containers, by Air Force planes to save time, and move the finished or filled up containers through railway. And we did that literally on real-time overnight basis. Like that, I can recount 50 examples during COVID. There's always plan A, plan B, plan C, but we succeed in whatever we take up. We will succeed here. Look at the Ukraine-Russia war. Many people criticize Prime Minister Modi that why are you not taking sides one way or the other? But look at the situation today. The world is recognizing and respecting Prime Minister Modi's astute handling of the war between Ukraine and Russia.
It's very interesting.
We never took sides.
Yeah.
We balanced our relationship. We worked towards diplomacy and dialogue leading to peace. And the whole world realizes today that that was the right path and the only way this crisis could be resolved. And I would add to that, there was the crisis of oil, oil imports, crude oil imports into the country. Now just imagine, Palki, and you understand economics a little bit. I see your Vantage program quite often. Friends, just try to imagine if India did not import the crude oil that we got from Russia, and we were standing in the international market with our requirement, and our requirement is not small. We import between 3 and 4 million barrels a day. 3 or 4 million barrels a day is our requirement. We don't have enough domestic oil. Now, if we were standing in the market to buy that level of crude oil, the price of oil for the whole world would have increased to probably $300 per barrel. Thanks to India importing oil from Russia in large measure, we were able to bring stability to the crude oil prices, the benefit of which the entire world enjoyed. The entire world could protect themselves from inflation. That is the way Prime Minister Modi thinks in advance of what the others can think. So he's always two steps ahead. And I think the world, as Dr. Jaishankar rightly said, the world should send a thank you note to Prime Minister Modi for saving the whole world from this oil crisis that could have happened.
President Trump has said that India is going to substantially reduce tariffs, and I know that we've made some moves with American whiskey and high-end bikes and so on. But have you also spelled out some red lines that these are the no-go zones where we shall not entertain American demands?
Palki, we always look at India's interests. For us, it is India first. Our goal of making India a developed and prosperous nation by 2047 is paramount in our mind when we are engaged with any country. The US, the EU, UK, New Zealand, Chile, Peru, Oman. We are working on several free trade agreements bilaterally. with developed nations with whom we have no competition, but who can add to our economic prosperity. And in each of them, India's interests are paramount. So obviously, we take care of what India needs and what is good for India, but every trade deal is a win-win for both sides. And it involves negotiations. We never negotiate on the platform of a news channel. Negotiations are behind closed doors, and there's a lot of give and take that happens, but the final outcome will always be in India's interest. That assurance I can give to all Indian countrymen, and the proof of the story lies in the past.
Yeah.
We did an FTA with Mauritius. We did an FTA with Australia. We did the ECTA agreement, Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement. We did an FTA with the UAE, the world's fastest ever negotiated FTA. We did an FTA with the 4 EFTA countries, Switzerland, Iceland, Norway, and Liechtenstein. All of these agreements with extensive stakeholder consultations. Even News18 could not find any fault with those free trade agreements. So our free trade agreements under the Modi government, guided by Prime Minister Modi's principles of India first, are always in the best interests of India and 140 crore Indians.
Piyushji, have you heard the Gen Z term truth bombs? It's what you dropped a few days back about Indian startups. Why did you choose to drop the truth bomb, and why now?
First of all, let me tell you, it was not a truth bomb. It was an appeal to India's talent. And we have huge talent in India. We are the people who provide talent to the world. Our skills, our STEM graduates. And by the way, we produce the highest number of STEM graduates in India, 43% of whom are women. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. 43% of our STEM graduates are women. Our talent has huge potential. They've done some wonderful work over the last 9 years since Prime Minister Modi launched Startup India. We've grown from 400 startups to nearly 170,000 plus startups. There's always a moment in history when you now look for the next level of growth. You aspire for bigger and better. And that needs a little bit of jogging of the true potential of India. And I was only trying to show the mirror to our young men and women, show them the huge potential that India has, that each one of our youngsters has, and encourage them to dream big, to aspire big. Because as Prime Minister Modi often says, unless we dream big, unless we look for very big targets, we will never achieve that. And I think that was the simple effort I tried to do. But I must share with you, by and large, I did an analysis of the entire social media, which was abuzz with the comments of the news channels.
Yeah.
And I found there was a very small ecosystem. Almost all the Congress handles, obviously they are the culprits, one would imagine. But I saw that I got my office to analyze all those news, all those handles on Twitter, on Insta, on Facebook who were critical of my comments. Save and except 3-4 people.
Yeah.
They were all a part of an ecosystem that has been bashing the Modi government on every single opportunity. I can share that report one day in public. It will be an eye-opener for all my young friends to see how the Congress party and its ecosystem doesn't wish to see our startups engage with modern technology, engage with the best in the world, have big aspirations, big targets. And on the other hand, even Aman Gupta of Sharp Tank, I saw a lot of comments by very reputed founders, very reputed startup companies, welcoming the call to action for our youngsters to aspire to achieve big targets. You remember Chandrayaan?
Yes.
We didn't succeed the first time, and we tried to do the lunar landing on the south pole of the moon. Prime Minister Modi was right there, encouraging the young scientists, encouraging the team, many women there, encouraging them, don't lose hope. I think it was Dr. Sivan at that time, encouraging them, we have to succeed. We will succeed as a nation. And lo and behold, second time around, we are the first country in the world to do the lunar landing at the South Pole. We need to encourage our scientists, we need to encourage our people. They have the potential. And that's what I tried.
No, and I agree. It was a positive provocation, if I may, and it's important to have tough conversations to grow as a country. And new ideas, especially the ones in technologically advanced spaces, require a strong platform to build on. And that is also a challenge that we as a country need to overcome because that platform is usually typically provided by a government. I was looking at a report that said that we spend, 0.6% of our GDP on R&D, research and development. China spends 2.4%. The US spends more than 3%. Would you say that successive governments have failed to create the right environment and launch pad for young entrepreneurs to really take off?
It's the story of the water in this glass. It's half full and half empty.
Of course.
A number of initiatives have been taken. A number of initiatives are on the anvil. A number of initiatives are already on the table. Let me share 2 or 3 things. Our startups have done us proud with huge amount of good things that have come out. In fact, we had the Startup Mahakumbh at this very venue, Bharat Mandapam.
Right.
In my 11 years as a minister, I've never been to any program. All 3 days. But I came here all 3 days. It was so exciting. And the work that I saw here, the deep techs, the agri-techs, the edu-tech, some of the innovative fintech work. There was some fantastic work. What I saw encouraged me to think bigger. And I think it will encourage thousands. We had a footfall of 30,000 in Startup Mahakumbh first edition last year. We had estimated we'll have about 1 lakh of people coming this time. You know, we crossed 2,30,000.
Fantastic.
Almost 9.5x in the Startup Mahakumbh too. Out of the 3,000 exhibitors, 1,500 technology-based entrepreneurs. We gave them space free of charge, encouraging them to come here and showcase their technology products. We did a Mahariti challenge for the technology-oriented startups, where we gave 70 crores worth of grants. No equity, no loan, nothing, grants to all those who came up with good ideas. And I gave out some of those awards. You know, they were from places like Badaun, from Odisha, from Bihar, from Sikkim, from Guwahati, all over the country. Now we are coming out with Startup Fund of Funds second edition, another 10,000 crores. And I've asked Sidbi, who monitors it, to promote more of the tech-based, deep tech-based, AI-based startups. Take more grant-based funding or less equity. Allow the founders to enjoy the equity. If they do well, allow them to claw back their equity. We are coming out with a 1 lakh crore Anusandhan NRF, National Research Foundation, a fund of 1 lakh crores to promote research in a public-private academia partnership. And that 1 lakh can be equivalent to 10 lakh crores of funding for R&D, because our R&D is at 1/10 the cost of US or Switzerland. So,
Yes.
and there are many more initiatives. Time is up.
Yes.
But I can assure all the viewers of Network 18 and its channels across the length and breadth of the country, Modi ji's government is with all of you. Go for it. Innovate in India. The country stands behind you. Thank you.
Thank you for the message and thank you for taking all the questions. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you, Palki. Thank you, Piyushi. Thank you so much. Thank you for making the time at your busy schedule. You're busy working out those important trade deals with multiple nations and multiple entities. Wish you all the best there. Thank you. To the audience, we are now queuing up for the big session of the evening, the conversation with the Union Home Minister, Shri Amit Shah. He is at the Bharat Mandapam. But thereafter, I would also like to remind you that post the interview, the evening isn't over yet at Rising Bharat Summit 2025. We have a phenomenal performance where multiple generations of the Subramaniam family will be performing. Padma Vibhushan Dr. L. Subramaniam, Kavita Krishnamurti ji, Vidya Subramaniam, and Ambi Subramaniam will be there along with their crew for a mesmerizing performance, which perhaps will be our grand finale here at Rising Bharat Summit 2025. So request you to please stay on and enjoy that performance. The other aspect, even as we get ready here on stage, we have a lot of dignitaries, guests who are present with us. I acknowledge their presence and a warm namaste to all of you. Thank you for coming in. I would also request you to put your hands together for the entire Network 18 crew that's put up Rising Bharat 2025 for you. If you have had a memorable 2 days, there is a lot of effort that's gone behind putting this show for you. Now, we are just the faces. There are many behind the scenes who have worked tirelessly over the last 2-3 months to put this together and bring this together. So may I request your humble indulgence and put your hands together again for them. This is for the entire team. And in all humility and gratitude, I'd like to thank you all on behalf of Network 18 for being such a fantastic audience. Thank you very, very much. And a big round of applause to you too. This is from all of us. Some do's and don'ts, some guidelines. Please put your phones on silent. You're welcome to take pictures, but no use of flash. And there is a security drill. Please try and clear the aisles. Request everyone to take a seat. Similar guidelines as we followed last evening when we had the Honorable Prime Minister, who perhaps for the first time spoke about the Waqf Amendment, and it being perhaps a continuum from the partition times where the Prime Minister said it's the collusion of those who are power hungry and those who were fundamentalist in their approach. Kattarpanth or Satta ke bhuke. These were the words that he used. We will be having in our midst any moment now a person who has been at the forefront of some path-breaking legislation. So we'll talk about that in just a bit. But overall, as we are ready for the Union Home Minister, Shri Amit Shah, perhaps Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his team is the first in a long list of politicians and prime ministers who've served our country to give us a vision that is 25 years ahead of us, to put forward a vision of Viksit Bharat, and to continue to underline that the biggest demographic dividend of our country, the youth, are the ones in which the government of the day has blind faith in, just like Swami Vivekananda ji did. And this is something that the Prime Minister underlined here at Rising Bharat Summit 2025 when he was addressing the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session with a political leader who's a brain behind the BJP's electoral successes and the mega comebacks from minor setbacks. He's now a barometer for political astuteness. उन्हें यूं ही भारत की वर्तमान राजनीति का चाणक्य नहीं कहा जाता. His commitment to ideology, विचारधारा, value of workers, कार्यकर्ता, and sanctity of workplace, कार्यालय, are his key standout attributes. Since taking over as the Union Home Minister in May 2019, he has piloted several key measures and legislations, including abrogation of Article 370, the Muslim Women Protection of Rights of Marriage Act 2019, that's made instant triple talaq an illegal practice, the Citizenship Amendment Act 2019, and the Ummeed Bill or the Waqf Amendment Act 2024, among others. Be it an overhaul of Bharat's key Nyaya Samhita, or ensuring a massive nationwide crackdown on drugs while working tirelessly towards Naxalism-free Bharat by March 2026. Jo kaha hai wo karke dikhaunga seems to be his motto. Committed to making Bharat a stronger, safer and more secure nation. He's also a history buff and a foodie. Please welcome, with greater round of applause, the Union Home Minister and Minister of Cooperation, Shri Amit Bhai Shah. in conversation with Rahul Joshi, Managing Director and Group Editor-in-Chief, Network 18, for the session titled Make India Great Again. Over to you, Rahul.
थैंक यू। अमित भाई, आपका राइजिंग भारत मंच में स्वागत है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको इस समय निकालने का। ये हमारा फाइनल लास्ट सेशन है। सब लोग आपको सुनने के लिए आतुर हैं, पर इस बार मैं शुरुआत जरा अलग तरीके से करना चाहता हूं। कल प्रधानमंत्री जी आए थे और उन्होंने वक्फ बिल के बारे में यहाँ पर पहली बार बोला। तो मैं चाहता हूं कि आप एक क्लिप सुने और उसके बाद हम लोग प्रश्नोत्तर करेंगे।
अलग देश का विचार सामान्य मुस्लिम परिवारों का नहीं था, बल्कि कुछ कट्टरपंथियों का था, जिसको कांग्रेस के कुछ नेताओं ने खात्मा नहीं दिया ताकि वे सत्ता के अकेले दावेदार बन सके। साथियों, तुष्टीकरण की इस राजनीति में कांग्रेस को सत्ता मिली, कुछ कट्टरपंथी नेताओं को ताकत और दौलत मिली, लेकिन सवाल ये है, आम मुसलमान को क्या मिला? गरीब पसमंदा मुसलमान को क्या मिला? उसे मिली उपेक्षा, उसे मिली अशिक्षा, उसे मिली बेरोजगारी। और मुस्लिम महिलाओं को क्या मिला? उन्हें मिला शाहबानो जैसा अन्याय, जहां उनका संवैधानिक हक कट्टरपंथ की भेंट चढ़ गया।
अमित जी, मोदी जी ने कहा कि उस वक्त के जो नेता थे उन्होंने राष्ट्र हित को के ऊपर सत्ता को रखा। तो मैं ये जानना चाहता हूं आपसे कि मोदी जी किन लोगों के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं? कट्टरपंथियों का साथ किन नेताओं ने लिया और ऐसा क्यों किया? और पार्टीशन के लिए वो कहते हैं कि जो है मुसलमान नहीं चाहते थे कि पार्टीशन हो, गरीब मुसलमान नहीं चाहते थे ऐसा हो।
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो सब जानते हैं कि जब मुस्लिम लीग चुनाव में खड़ा हुआ और 2 राष्ट्र के सिद्धांत के आधार पर खड़ा हुआ, पार्टीशन के पहले जो अंतिम चुनाव हुए स्थानीय विधानसभाओं के, उसमें पाकिस्तान के हिस्से में भी मुस्लिम लीग का पराजय हुआ था। मुस्लिम जनता सच अर्थ में नहीं चाहती थी कि इस देश के टुकड़े हो, और ये बात मोदी जी ने ठीक ही कही है कि उस वक्त के कांग्रेस के नेता ही राष्ट्र के विभाजन के लिए जिम्मेदार हैं। उनकी तुष्टीकरण की नीति ही राष्ट्र के विभाजन के लिए जिम्मेदार है। और आज मैं आपके कार्यक्रम के माध्यम से मैं देश के युवाओं को विशेषकर कहना चाहता हूं, बाकी कुछ भी सहन करना, मगर तुष्टीकरण ऐसा जहरीला नासूर है जिसको देश से हमेशा के लिए युवा पीढ़ी ने उखाड़ कर फेंक देना। जो तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करते हैं वो देश हितों के साथ समाधान करते हैं, वो देश हित की नीतियों के साथ वोट बैंक के कारण कॉम्प्रोमाइज करते हैं और देश के अंदर ही एक नया देश बनाने का बीज बोने का काम करते हैं। मगर मोदी जी थोड़े चिंतित दिखते हैं। मैं भी कहना चाहता हूं युवाओं को कि समय बहुत निकल गया है। मोदी जी ने ही 10 साल में इस देश को जातिवाद, परिवारवाद और तुष्टीकरण से मुक्त कराकर विकास की राजनीति की ओर ले जाने का काम किया है। हमारी युवा पीढ़ी ने इसको आगे बढ़ाना। दल कोई भी तय करिए, दल के अंदर युवाओं को समान मौके होने चाहिए। दल की नीतियां दल के हित में नहीं बननी चाहिए, देश के हित में बननी चाहिए। और दल जातिवाद, प्रांतवाद, भाषावाद से ऊपर उठकर देश की चिंता करने वाला दल होना चाहिए। दल कोई भी चुनिए, वोट उसी को दीजिए जो दल जातिवाद, तुष्टीकरण और परिवारवाद से मुक्त हो। और यही हमारे देश के विकास का, हमारे देश के लोकतंत्र की रक्षा का सच्चा रास्ता है।
कांग्रेस में उस जमाने में बहुत बड़े बड़े नेता हुए, आपने मेरे सवाल का जवाब नहीं दिया। किस नेता के बारे में बात हो रही थी? वो कौन से नेता थे जो ये कर रहे थे?
नहीं, ऐसे सिंगल आउट करना तो बहुत तकलीफ होगी, मगर कांग्रेस ने बाद में प्रधानमंत्री नेहरू जी को बनाया था,
तो इशारा उन्हीं की तरफ है।
इशारे का सवाल नहीं है। प्रधानमंत्री तो अंततोगतो वही बनता है जो फैसले करता है। हमारे सर्वोच्च नेता मोदी जी है तो मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे। अब कांग्रेस ने उस वक्त नेहरू जी को बनाया था, परंतु मैं इतना सुनिश्चित रूप से कहता हूं, आज देश के युवाओं को खड़ा कर दीजिए, किसी को भी उठाकर मंच पर लाकर पूछ लीजिए, उस वक्त आप विभाजन लेते क्या? विभाजन किया नहीं गया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के उस वक्त के नेताओं ने विभाजन को स्वीकार किया है, और ये मैं मानता हूं इससे बड़ा देश, इससे समझौता कोई हो नहीं सकता।
अमित जी, दूसरे सवाल की ओर चलते हैं। आप कहते हैं कि वक्फ बिल लाकर आप लोगों ने मुसलमानों पर अन्याय खत्म कर दिया, और मुसलमान समुदाय ये कहता है कि उससे बड़ा कोई अन्याय ही नहीं है।
देखिए राहुल जी, आप पूरे समुदाय के नाम से इतना बड़ा लोडेड स्टेटमेंट मत करिए, आपको तकलीफ आएगा। मुसलमान समुदाय ऐसा नहीं चाहता है उनके साथ अन्याय है, कुछ गिने चुने नेता चाहते हैं। मैं आपको दो चार सरल सवाल पूछता हूं जी। अभी का जो वक्फ का कानून है, इसके अंदर महिलाओं के लिए कोई कंपलसरी प्रावधान है क्या? आना चाहिए या नहीं आना चाहिए? इस देश की मुस्लिम महिलाओं को वक्फ बोर्ड और वक्फ काउंसिल में हिस्सा मिलना चाहिए या नहीं मिलना चाहिए? 80% मुस्लिम समाज पसमंदाओं का है, जो गरीब है, एक प्रकार से ओबीसी है, उनको वक्फ में प्रतिनिधित्व मिलना चाहिए या नहीं मिलना चाहिए? जी। सिया, आगा खानी, दाऊदी वोरा, मोहम्मदिया, अहमदिया, ये सारे मुसलमानों का कोई प्रतिनिधित्व नहीं है। वो भी मुसलमान है, क्यों नहीं मिलना चाहिए भाई? और कांग्रेस पार्टी तो माइनॉरिटी की बात करती है, तो माइनॉरिटी विद इन माइनॉरिटी को हम रखते हैं तो विरोध करते हैं। ये जो बिल आया है, वो बिल मुस्लिम समाज के हरेक अंग का प्रतिनिधित्व करने वाला बिल है। दूसरा, आज मैं, आपने बहस देखी ही होगी, कांग्रेस के नेता कहते थे कि क्या गलत हुआ है। मैं आज देश की जनता को टीवी 18 के कार्यक्रम के माध्यम से बताना चाहता हूं कि आजादी से लेकर 2013 तक, आजादी से लेकर 2013 तक, इस्लाम जब से भारत में आया तब से जितनी वक्फ में भूमि वक्फ घोषित की गई, वो 18 लाख एकड़ थी, जिसमें मुगलों के पहले से भी जो वक्फ हुए हैं वो सारे आ गए, क्योंकि दिल्ली में तो वक्फ सल्तनत काल में हो गया था। और 2013 का कानून आने के बाद 18 लाख एकड़ में 21 लाख एकड़ भूमि और बढ़ गई। तो यही बताता है कि 2013 के कानून में आपने ऐसी व्यवस्था करी जो न्यायपूर्ण नहीं थी। किसी की भी भूमि को आपने वक्फ घोषित कर दिया, चाहे भूमि हिंदू की थी, पूरे के पूरे गांव वक्फ घोषित हो गए जिसमें लोग रह रहे हैं। कहीं मंदिर, 1500 साल पुराने मंदिर वक्फ घोषित हो गए जहां पूजन अर्चन होता है। इस तरह से कैसे चल सकता है? और ये 2013 के पहले नहीं था। 2014 के चुनाव के एंड मौके पर कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अपनी वोट बैंक सुनिश्चित करने के लिए काम किया था। और मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं, सारे मुसलमान भाई भी मुझे सुनते होंगे, ये 39 लाख एकड़ भूमि हुई है। इसमें से आर्गुमेंट करते, कुछ तो कब्रिस्तान है, कुछ तो मस्जिद है, कुछ तो दरगाह है, ये सब मिल मिलाकर 5% से ज्यादा नहीं है। 39 लाख एकड़ की भूमि से राजस्व क्या मिलता है, आय क्या मिलती है, 123 करोड़ रुपया। रेलवे और सेना से बड़ी भूमि है भाई ये। तो ये आय कहां जा रही है? जो बैठ गए हैं वो भ्रष्टाचार करते हैं, क्योंकि ऑडिट की व्यवस्था ठीक नहीं। हमने कानून के माध्यम से ऑडिट की व्यवस्था ठीक करी है। कानून के माध्यम से मुस्लिम समाज के हर तबके को इसके अंदर प्रतिनिधित्व दिया है। और उनका एक बहुत बड़ा आर्गुमेंट है कि हमारे धार्मिक मामलों में दखल देना। राहुल भाई, इससे बड़ा झूठ कोई हो नहीं सकता। वक्फ जो है वो वाकिफ बनाता है और मुतव्विल इसका मैनेजमेंट करता है। वक्फ बाकी सारे धर्मों के हिसाब से देखे तो ये ट्रस्ट है। ट्रस्ट तो उसी का होता है जो वो बनाता है। वक्फ उसी का होता है जो बनाते। इसमें कोई नॉन मुस्लिम रखने का प्रोविजन हमने नहीं किया है।
पर 2 मेंबर वो तो आपने डाले हैं ना?
वो वक्फ बोर्ड में डाले हैं और वक्फ काउंसिल में डाले।
वो कहते हैं टेम्पल ट्रस्ट में।
सुनो ना भाई, टेम्पल ट्रस्ट है ना, टेम्पल ट्रस्ट में नहीं रख सकते, वक्फ में भी नहीं रख सकते। पर चैरिटी कमिश्नर हिंदू हो गए, कंपलसरी है क्या? वो सिख भी हो सकता है, मुसलमान भी हो सकता है, क्रिश्चियन भी हो सकता है। टेम्पल ट्रस्ट में नहीं रखना चाहिए, मैं भी मानता हूं। वक्फ में भी नहीं रख रहे हैं। जैसे ट्रस्ट होता है, इसका मैनेजमेंट अगर रिलीजियस ट्रस्ट है तो हिंदुओं के हाथ में होना चाहिए। वक्फ अगर अल्लाह के नाम पर दान दी गई संपत्ति है तो मुस्लिमों के हाथ में होना चाहिए। मगर ट्रस्ट चैरिटी के कानून के हिसाब से बरोबर चल रहा है नहीं चल रहा है, इसकी देखरेख ये तो व्यवस्थात्मक काम है। इसमें धर्म कहां से आता है? फिर भी हमने तो 22 में 2 रखे हैं भाई, 14 में 2 रखे हैं। और एक बात मुझे बताओ, जो मैंने पहले कहा पूरे के गांव कर दिए वक्फ, कोई मंदिर भी कर दिए, तो संपत्ति का डिस्प्यूट नॉन हिंदू का भी है या नहीं है?
जी
हुआ या नहीं हुआ? जी। तो वो पार्टी है या नहीं है? 2 हिंदू इसका पक्ष न्यूट्रलिटी से देखेंगे तो क्या बिगड़ जाएगा? क्या इस देश में हिंदुओं को इतना भी अधिकार नहीं है भाई? ये बिल्कुल खोखली बात है जो कांग्रेस ने फिर से उनके समाप्त होते हुए अस्तित्व को आधार देने के लिए अपीसमेंट की पॉलिसी। और अगर इतना ही था तो प्रियंका जी तो वोट डालने भी नहीं आई, राहुल जी ने भाषण भी नहीं कराया। अगर आपकी पार्टी की प्रमुख पॉलिसी है तो पार्लियामेंट से बड़ा मंच क्या हो सकता है? लोकतंत्र में सबसे बड़ी पंचायत है। राहुल जी वहां बोले ही नहीं। इनकी पार्टी को 50% समय दिया था हमने, 50%, और कहते हैं हमें बोलने नहीं देते। भाई आपकी पार्टी के वक्ता तो आप तय करोगे, आप बोले ही नहीं। अब हम क्या कर सकते हैं? अब चिल्लाएंगे रोड पर, हमें बोलने नहीं देते, हमें बोलने देते थे। उनकी पार्टी को जो टाइम दिया है उसमें पूरा टाइम राहुल गांधी बोल सकते थे। ना उनकी पार्टी चाहती है ना वो चाहती है।
ये ऑपोजिशन पार्टीज ये भी कह रही हैं कि ये जो नैरेटिव आप बना रहे हैं, आप भी बहुत दमखम से बोले लोकसभा में, कल प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी शानदार स्पीच दी यहाँ पे। वो कह रहे हैं ये पासमंदा मुसलमानों और महिलाओं को, गरीब मुसलमानों को अपनी तरफ वो करने का एक तरीका है, एक वोट बैंक को उनका वो करना। पर मेरा क्वेश्चन थोड़ा लार्जर है। क्या आपको लगता है कि मुसलमान भारतीय जनता पार्टी के संग कभी आएगा? क्या कोई ये ट्रस्ट बिल्ड हो पाएगा आने वाले समय में, जिससे कि आपको उधर से भी कुछ वोट मिलेंगे?
देखो राहुल जी, हर काम वोट के लिए नहीं करते। अगर हर काम वोट के लिए होता तो हमने इतने बड़े बड़े फैसले किए, वो न कर पाते। जी। कुछ काम देश के अंदर गलत पॉलिसियों को निकालने के लिए भी करने पड़ते हैं, और वो ही कर सकते हैं जो देश का सोचते हैं। और अगर ये लोग ऐसा सोचते हैं कि हमारा ऐसा करने का उद्देश्य है कि मुस्लिम बहनें हमें वोट दे दे, पसमंदा मुसलमान हमें वोट दे दे, सिया, बोहरा, आगा खानी, मोहम्मदिया, ये सारे हमें वोट दे दे, तो आप क्यों नाराज कर रहे हो भाई? आप भी ले लो, स्वीकार कर लो इसको। वो करने की खातिर आर्गुमेंट करते हैं। उनको भी मालूम है वोट का मामला नहीं है, व्यवस्थापन का मामला है।
अमित जी, जब सीए का बिल पारित हुआ था तब उस वक्त थोड़ा हिंसा का माहौल बना था देश में। कुछ आप लोगों को कोई इस बात की चिंता है कि इस बार भी
बहुत
कुछ हिंसा
अच्छा
हो सकती है?
किया आप सीए निकाल दिया। मैं चाहता था कोई पूछे, कोई पूछता नहीं था, आपने पूछ ही लिया, अच्छा हो गया। भाई पूरे देश के सामने ढिंढोरा पिटा राहुल गांधी एंड कंपनी ने कि सीए से मुसलमानों की नागरिकता चली जाएगी। अब सीए पूर्णतया लागू होने से 2 साल हो गए। मैं राहुल गांधी को सार्वजनिक चुनौती देता हूं, एक भी मुसलमान की अगर नागरिकता गई है तो हमें बताए। पूरे देश को कांग्रेस पार्टी ने गुमराह किया, इनके इंडी अलायंस वालों ने गुमराह किया। मुसलमानों की नागरिकता चली जाएगी, नागरिकता चली जाएगी, नागरिकता चली जाएगी, और देश में हिंसा करे। यही जिम्मेदार है हिंसा के।
तो इस बार नहीं लगता आपको कि ऐसा कोई डर?
कुछ तो समझे होंगे।
अमित जी, थोड़ा दूसरे सब्जेक्ट डिलिमिटेशन की ओर बढ़ते हैं। ये मुद्दा भी बहुत गर्म रहा है पिछले कुछ महीनों में। तो डिलिमिटेशन से क्या आप आज ये आश्वासन साउथ सदर्न स्टेट्स को दे सकते हैं कि डिलिमिटेशन से उनकी सीटों पे कोई कमी नहीं आएगी प्रोपोर्शनेटली?
देखो, मेरे कोरे आश्वासन से शायद साउथ के हमारे भारतीय है वो नहीं समझ पाएंगे। मैं थोड़ा कहना चाहता हूं।
जरूर।
हिमाचल में कांग्रेस की सरकार है
जी,
वहां डिलिमिटेशन के लिए कुछ हो रहा है? जरा बोलो ना भाई।
जी जी,
नहीं हो रहा है। कई जगह इंडी अलायंस की सरकार है, वहां डिलिमिटेशन के लिए कुछ हो रहा है?
नहीं।
सिर्फ तमिलनाडु में क्यों हो रहा है?
चुनाव आ रहा है।
चुनाव है। अभी डिलिमिटेशन सरकार ने घोषित किया है क्या?
जी नहीं।
नहीं। एक सेकंड।
हाँ, जी जी।
डिलिमिटेशन एक्ट हमने बनाया है क्या? नहीं बना।
जी नहीं।
डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन में किसी सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज को अपॉइंट किया है क्या? नहीं किया है। तो आज है क्या? क्योंकि रैंपड करप्शन कर कर तमिलनाडु की जनता आपके खिलाफ हो गई है। इसको ढकने के लिए ये मुद्दा आज उठा रहे हो। आज बुरहत क्या है डिलिमिटेशन लाने का? मगर आपने कहा है, मैं स्पष्टता कर ही देता हूं, दक्षिण के किसी भी राज्य ने, किसी भी मतदाता ने, किसी भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ने चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का वादा है कि किसी को अन्याय नहीं होगा, आपकी प्रोरेटा सीटें बनी रहेंगी।
तो मतलब अगर 7.5 सीटें होंगी तो प्रोरेटा के हिसाब से उनकी जो बनती है 180
मैंने
वोट
कह ही दिया भैया, पहले भी कह चुका हूं, मगर सुनना ही नहीं चाहते
जी।
क्योंकि ये शोर शराबा बंद कर देते हैं तो उनको करप्शन का जवाब देना पड़ेगा, उनको परिवारवाद का जवाब देना पड़ेगा। चुनाव मुद्दे पर वो चाहते नहीं।
तो जैसे 750 सीटें अगर हो गई तो उत्तर प्रदेश की सीटें भी बढ़ के 110-120 हो जाएंगी, तो ये बहुत बड़ा नंबर है।
राहुल जी, ऐसा है कि डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन का हर बार एक्ट बनाना पड़ता है। अभी तक की एक्ट का आयुष्य 25 तक था। अब नया एक्ट आएगा तो वो भी समझते हैं, हम भी समझते हैं, पार्लियामेंट में आएगा। छिपा कर नहीं हो सकता। इसके पहले ऑल पार्टी कंसल्टेशन होगा, एक्ट आएगा, शायद समिति को भी जाएगा या डायरेक्ट भी होगा, तो चर्चा होगी ना
जी।
अभी कुछ आया ही नहीं है और आप हो हल्ला कर रहे हो क्योंकि आपको चुनाव में मुद्दा चाहिए।
मैं ये कह रहा था कि अगर उत्तर प्रदेश में इतनी ज्यादा सीटें हो तो जैसे मायावती जी एक समय कहा करती थी कि उस प्रदेश का विभाजन होना चाहिए, 4 टुकड़ों में उसको बांटना चाहिए।
वो वोट बैंक के लिए कर रहे हो, आप टीआरपी के लिए कर रहे हो। अभी भैया आया ही नहीं है डिलिमिटेशन, काहे को डिलिमिटेशन करते हैं।
डिलिमिटेशन अमित जी तभी हो सकता है जब नया सेंसस आए, तो ये कैसे होगा, कब होगा? और इसमें कास्ट सेंसस की जो बात चल रही है, जो ऑपोजिशन की भी डिमांड है, उस पर आपका क्या विचार?
घर डिलिमिटेशन भी 2001 के जनगणना के आधार पर हुआ था, ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है, परंतु डिलिमिटेशन जब भी करना पड़ेगा, किस प्रकार से करेंगे, किस जनगणना के आधार पर करेंगे, और किस प्रकार से करेंगे, ये सारा एक कानून बनकर संसद में पारित होता है, तब जाकर डिलिमिटेशन की प्रक्रिया शुरू होती है, क्योंकि वो हमारे लोकतंत्र का मूल आधार है। जो लोकतंत्र को सत्ता तय करने का कॉलेजियम है, हमारी संसद है, हमारी विधायिका है, वो वहीं से चुनकर आती है। तो उनकी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी का डिजाइन करना, इससे बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण कार्य लोकतंत्र में और कोई हो नहीं सकता। वो पार्लियामेंट के कानून से, और पार्लियामेंट के कानून को राष्ट्रपति महोदय के अनुमोदन के बाद ही होता है, और उसमें कोई पार्टी इन्वॉल्व नहीं होती है। इसमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट के एक जज इसकी अध्यक्षता करते हैं।
अमित जी, एक और बड़ा मुद्दा आप लोगों का रहा है वन नेशन वन पोल। काफी चर्चा भी हुई है, उसमें आपने काम बहुत किया है। ये कैसे कर पाएंगे आप? इसको पारित करने के लिए आपको 2/3 बहुमत की जरूरत है, तो और कौन सी पार्टियां जुड़ सकती हैं आपसे? इस मुद्दे को कैसे, इस कार्यकाल में इसमें हम कुछ देखेंगे क्या?
देखिए भाई, आप तो ऐसा सवाल कर रहे हो, गांधी जी ने देश को आजाद करने की मांग की, तो वो कोई पूछ लेगा उनको, कैसे करोगे भाई, अंग्रेजों का राज है। ऐसा है भाई, हम हमारा मुद्दा लेकर जनता के सामने गए हैं, हम जनता के बीच में कार्यक्रम कर कर भी जा रहे हैं। 2-3 साल होते होते माहौल ऐसा होगा कि कोई पार्टी वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन का विरोध नहीं कर पाए, क्योंकि ये देश के भले में। कोई मुझे बताए कि बार बार चुनाव कर कर, खर्च कर कर हम क्या करना चाहते हैं इस देश में? एक साथ चुनाव क्यों नहीं होना चाहिए? कारण क्या है? ये कहते हैं संविधान सम्मत नहीं, कोई आर्गुमेंट नहीं करता, एक वाक्य लिख कर दे दिया है, बोले रखते हैं संविधान सम्मत नहीं। कैसे संविधान सम्मत नहीं? और नहीं है तो आपने 3 चुनाव कैसे कराए? जी, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने जब तक सरकारें तोड़ने की शुरुआत नहीं करी, उनकी सरकारें आती थी, तब तक तो सभी चुनाव एक साथ करे, और 2-3 राज्य 4 राज्य नए बन गए, इसके चुनाव आगे पीछे हो गए। तो वो एक साथ करने के लिए असेंबलियां डिसॉल्व कर दी कांग्रेस ने। वही कांग्रेस पार्टी ये कह रही है कि लोकतंत्र के विरोधी है। 7 राज्यों के असेंबलियां डिसॉल्व कर कर वन नेशन वन इलेक्शन कराया था, और आज वही विरोध कर रहे हैं। जनता वो मानते हैं, ऐसे नहीं सोचती है। जनता के अपने के सोचने के तरीके, कुछ नेता ऐसा मानते हैं कि मैंने कह दिया तो बस जनता मान गई, और फिर परिणाम आते हैं तो कहते हैं कि भाई ईवीएम में गड़बड़ हो गया। एक्चुअल में भैया आप जो बोलते हो वो जनता मानती नहीं है।
अभी तो कह रहे हैं महाराष्ट्र का इलेक्शन भी जो है उसको भी चोरी कर लिया आप लोगों ने।
अगर हम जीत जाते तो क्या, वो जीत जाते तो क्या कहते? हम तो वो है 10 साल, हमारे 10 साल में इनकी तेलंगाना सरकार बनी, चेन्नई में सरकार बनी, बंगाल में बनी, हिमाचल में बनी, वो कैसे बनी फिर? तो
कांग्रेस की बात हो रही है तो एक सवाल यहाँ पे आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा। ये एआईसीसी का सेशन चल रहा है, उसमें जो खबरें हम पढ़ रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं, जो वहां से निकल के आ रही है, तो उसमें लीडर्स का मानना है 2 तरीके के थॉट्स हैं। एक तो ये है कि मोदी को गाली दो, मोदी के खिलाफ भाषण देते रहो, मोदी के पीछे पड़े रहो, और दूसरा कुछ नेता ये मानते हैं कि आप अपनी ऑल्टरनेट सोच, अपना विजन भी सामने लोगों के रखें। आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे इस पर राहुल?
देखिए, इसका मतलब है कुछ तो समझ वाले लोग अभी भी वहां बचे हैं, क्योंकि इतने सालों का अनुभव है, 2001 से लेकर 2025 तक का, जितनी बार मोदी जी को गाली दी, इनकी माता जी ने भी दे दी, इन्होंने भी दे दी, जितनी बार गाली दी मोदी जी और मजबूत होकर बाहर आए हैं। उनको मालूम नहीं हमारे दल का चुनाव चिन्ह कमल है, जो कीचड़ में ही खिलता है, ज्यादा खिलता है। तो हम तो गालियों के कीचड़ में ही खिलकर बाहर आते हैं, वो उनको मालूम नहीं।
अमित जी, आपको काफी दिनों बाद इस बार इंटरव्यू कर रहा हूं। 2024 के चुनाव के समय आपसे बात हुई थी, एक सवाल उस पर भी। 2024 में आप लोगों को उम्मीद थी, नारा था अब की बार 400 पार, सीटें आई भारतीय जनता पार्टी की 240। कहां गड़बड़ हो गई, कहां रणनीति में कमी रह गई?
देखिए राहुल जी, हम भी मानते हैं कि हमारी सीटें कम हुई, हो तो आंकड़ा है जी, मगर ये जो कह रहे हैं कि भाई ये तो ये कह रहे थे ये आए, ये कह रहे थे ये आए, मुझे बताओ, कोई खिलाड़ी मैच खेलने जाएगा, सामने टीम कैसी भी हो, पिच कैसी भी हो, वो क्या कहेगा? नहीं हम आज हार जाएंगे, ऐसा कहेगा क्या? अरे भाई हमारा 300 था तो हमने 400 कहा, इसमें क्या बुराई की है भाई? हम तो सोचते ही हम बढ़ोतरी करेंगे, और करेंगे अभी भी मैं कहता हूं हम तमिलनाडु जीतेंगे, बिहार भी जीतेंगे और इनका सुपड़ा साफ हो जाए।
नहीं, 2024 की उसके बाद आपने 3 शानदार विजय भी वो की हैं, दर्ज की हैं। आप हरियाणा में जीते बहुत अच्छी तरीके से। महाराष्ट्र में तो मुझको फडणवीस जी ने कहा कि वो सोच भी नहीं रहे थे कि इतनी सीटें आएंगी और उससे कहीं ज्यादा सीटें आई। तो दिल्ली में आपने जो है केजरीवाल जी की सरकार को परास्त किया। तो ये कैसे हुआ? ये आप लोग बाउंस बैक कैसे करें?
देखिए, जनता ने चुनाव में कुछ झूठा प्रचार किया गया, कुछ भ्रामक बातें फैलाई गई, इसका कुछ तो असर हुआ, कुछ वोट कम मिले। जब परिणाम आया तो सबके मन में एक प्रकार की रंजिश थी कि हमने मोदी जी के साथ ये ठीक नहीं किया, और इसके कारण ही भारतीय जनता पार्टी का समर्थन भी बढ़ा है और बड़े जोर के साथ मोदी के काम पर थप्पा लगाने का काम ये 3 राज्यों में।
थोड़ा सा आप हिंदी के पक्ष में बहुत बातें करते हैं, तो थोड़ा एक लैंग्वेज मुद्दे पर भी बात कर लेते हैं। ये भी साउथ से जुड़ा हुआ है।
पहले मैं थोड़ी स्पष्टता कर दूं, मैं हिंदी भाषी नहीं हूं, मैं गुजराती हूं। मैं हिंदी के पक्ष में बात करता हूं, ये विपक्ष का प्रचार है। मैं भारतीय भाषाओं की बात जरूर करता हूं और मैं मानता हूं कि इस देश को अपनी संस्कृति, अपने संस्कार और अपने इतिहास के साथ जुड़ना है तो देश की हर एक भाषा को जिंदा रखना पड़ेगा, और ये मेरा अकेले का नहीं, देश का हर नागरिक का दायित्व, क्योंकि व्यक्ति अपनी मां की भाषा में ही सोच सकता है, अपनी मां की भाषा में ही व्यक्ति विश्लेषण कर सकता है, मतलब एनालिसिस करता है, तर्क कर सकता है, मतलब लॉजिक इसका डेवलप होता है, इसके आधार पर वो निर्णय लेता है और इसके आधार पर इंप्लीमेंटेशन की वो योजना बनाता है। ये पूरी प्रक्रिया मां की भाषा में ही होती है। मगर अब कुछ लोगों की भाषा यहां की नहीं है मां की, तो मैं क्या कर सकता हूं भाई? मैं तो भारत में जन्मा हूं, तो भारत की भाषाओं की बात करता हूं। ये सब निरर्थक हो अल्लाह करते हैं। मैं आपको बताता हूं कि हमारे आने से पहले, मेरा स्पष्ट मानना है, हमारे आने से पहले कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इतने सालों तक हिंदी और अंग्रेजी को सभी भाषाओं के बच्चों पर थोपा था। यूपीएससी की परीक्षा जो आईएएस आईपीएस की थी, वो अन्य भाषा में नहीं आती। 2015 में नरेंद्र मोदी ने निर्णय किया कि आप तमिल में भी पेपर दे सकते हो, गुजराती में भी दे सकते हो, मराठी में भी दे सकते हो, मलयाली में भी दे सकते हो। 2020 तक सीएपीएफ की जो भर्ती होती है, इनका पेपर सिर्फ हिंदी और अंग्रेजी में लिखा जाता था, आज 13 भाषाओं में लिखा जाता है। हमने तो तमिल की एंट्री की है, गुजराती की एंट्री की है, मराठी बंगाली की एंट्री भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने की, आपने अंग्रेजी पर छोड़ दिया। इनके समय के अंदर लोकल स्टेशनों पर लोकल भाषा में अनाउंसमेंट भी नहीं होते थे, वो भी हमने किए। इनके समय में मेडिकल और इंजीनियरिंग कंपलसरी अंग्रेजी में ही पढ़नी पड़ती थी, हमने उसको स्थानीय भाषा में एंट्री करा दी और आज मध्य प्रदेश में हो चुका है, उत्तर प्रदेश आगे बढ़ चुका है, राजस्थान आगे बढ़ चुका है। पूरे के पूरे मेडिकल के कोर्स हिंदी में अनुवादित हो गए। 13 भाषा में इंजीनियरिंग पढ़ाने की व्यवस्था 2026 के पहले हम कर देंगे।
तो डीएमके का ये कहना हिंदी, हिंदू, हिंदुस्तान, ये गलत है कि आप लोग?
नहीं भाई, मैं देखो, अभी मोदी जी गए थे, उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से कहा कि एक भी डीएमके नेता का सिग्नेचर तमिल में हो तो बताओ मुझे।
अंग्रेजी में करते हैं।
हमारे राज्यों ने तो अपनी भाषा में मेडिकल इंजीनियरिंग के कोर्स का अनुवाद कर दिया है, वो तमिल में शुरू भी नहीं करते हैं
जी,
और वो तमिल की बात करें।
एक गर्म मुद्दा जो कि सिर्फ भारत का ही मुद्दा नहीं है, पूरे विश्व भर का मुद्दा है, वो है टैरिफ का मुद्दा। तो ये जो टैरिफ वॉर चल रहा है इस वक्त, उसका भारत पर क्या असर होगा, आप ये जरा सा समझें।
देखिए, असर का आकलन करने के लिए बहुत जल्दबाजी होगी। सिर्फ अकेले भारत पर टैरिफ नहीं डाला गया है, ढेर सारे देशों पर डाला गया है। हमारे कितने ऑप्शन खुलेंगे। अमेरिका में भी हमसे ज्यादा हमारे स्पर्धक है, वो देशों पर टैरिफ डाला गया है, तो इसका असर क्या होगा। हो सकता है कि हमारा सामान ज्यादा भी जा सकता है। कई सारे देशों में हमारे सामान जाने की व्यवस्था भी होगी। बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स मसला है, इसमें इतनी जल्दबाजी में इसका असर का आकलन किसी को नहीं करना चाहिए।
पैनिक एक जो आ रहा है, आपको लगता है कि भारत में कोई ऐसा पैनिक का कोई वो?
नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि देश की जनता ऐसे पैनिक में कभी आती नहीं है। ये थोड़ा मीडियाबाजी होती है तो असर तो होता है, असर नहीं होता है ऐसा नहीं, मगर धीरे धीरे संभल जाएगा।
अमित जी, सब लोग जानना चाहते हैं, मेरे कुछ कॉलीग्स ने भी बोला है कि आपसे जरूर पूछूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का अगला अध्यक्ष कौन होगा। बहुत दिनों से चर्चा चल रही है, सुर्खियों में भी है, मगर कोई नाम निकल कर नहीं आ रहा है।
अभी तक तय नहीं हुआ है।
बिल्कुल तय नहीं हुआ, तो कितना समय लगेगा? आपकी मुस्कुराहट से मुझे लग रहा है कि कुछ नहीं बता रहे,
नहीं
कुछ
हुआ
छुपा रहे हैं।
भाई 13 करोड़ के मेंबरशिप की पार्टी का अध्यक्ष छिपा नहीं रह सकता ना, तय होगा उसी दिन सार्वजनिक हो जाएगा। वो पर्चा भरेंगे तो तुरंत ही नाम घोषित हो जाएगा।
तो समय क्यों लग रहा है अभी तक? तो
जी समय लग रहा है
जी। मुझे याद है एक बार मैंने इनसे ज्यादा सवाल पूछा था कि कितने टिकट बटेंगे, किसको क्या मिलेगा। कहता है जब होगा तो आपको भी बुला लेंगे तो आपको पता चल जाएगा। अमित जी, दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट के एक जज के घर में आग लग गई, आउट हाउस में आग लग गई, तो उसमें भारी मात्रा में कैश करेंसी बरामद हुई। तो मेरा सवाल यह है कि इस तरह का एक चित्र देश के सामने आया है, तो क्या आप संतुष्ट हैं कि इसके पीछे क्या कार्यवाही चल रही है, क्या होना चाहिए, कैसे लोगों को विश्वास दिलाया जाए कि
देखिए, परंपराओं से जो परंपरा अब तक बनी है वो ये है कि जुडिशरी की जांच में इनिशिएटिव, अगर हाईकोर्ट जज के लिए कोई मसला खड़ा होता है तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सर्वोच्च न्यायाधीश ने लेना होता है। उन्होंने एक कमेटी बनाई है। हमें न्यायिक प्रक्रिया पर, सुप्रीम कोर्ट की प्रक्रिया पर भरोसा रखना चाहिए। इसकी रिपोर्ट आएगी तो काफी सारी चीजें स्पष्ट हो जाएगी। मगर मैं इतना कहना चाहता हूं, उन्होंने कमेटी बनाने के निर्णय करने में कोई तक देरी नहीं की है, और मैं आशा करता हूं कि जल्दी, क्योंकि पूरी जनता भी इसको बड़ा गंभीरता से देख रही है, तो जल्दी ही ये कमेटी की रिपोर्ट, और उसके बाद ऐसा भविष्य में न हो इसके लिए क्या कदम उठाए जाए वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट की ओर से सार्वजनिक होगा। हम भी राह देख रहे हैं, आप भी राह देखो।
एक जुड़ा हुआ सवाल जुडिशरी पर, हायर जुडिशरी के जो अपॉइंटमेंट प्रोसेस का एक सवाल काफी मुद्दा चल रहा है। एनजेसी की भी बात हो रही थी, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसको अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बताया। इस पर आपका व्यक्तिगत क्या मत है?
देखिए, मेरा व्यक्तिगत कोई मत नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि मैं एक पार्टी से बंधा हुआ व्यक्ति हूँ। मेरा कोई व्यक्तिगत मत नहीं होता है। मेरा मत व्यक्तिगत मैं पार्टी में रख सकता हूँ। पार्टी एक निर्णय पर पहुंचती है, फिर पार्टी का मत मेरा मत होता है। इसी तरह से सरकार में भी मेरा कोई व्यक्तिगत मत नहीं होता है। व्यक्तिगत मत जब प्रधानमंत्री जी चर्चा करते हो तब मुझे रखना होता है, या तो कैबिनेट में रखना होता है। इसके बाहर तो कैबिनेट का जो डिसीजन होता है वही हमारा डिसीजन होता है। परंतु मैं मानता हूं कि इस पर एक नए सिरे से एक बहस ये घटना के कारण खड़ी हुई है। जनता में काफी उत्सुकता भी है। हम राह देखते हैं कमेटी क्या करती है, उससे काफी
आप कह रहे हैं उसके बाद बहस होनी चाहिए?
नहीं, बहस तो अभी कर ही रहे हो आप। बहस में तो कौन किसको रोक सकता है, परंतु कमेटी क्या रिपोर्ट देती है इसके आधार पर सारी चीजें स्पष्ट हो।
जम्मू और कश्मीर की ओर चलते हैं, कल आप वहां पर थे भी। राज्य का दर्जा कब तक मिलेगा, क्या आपको लगता है, और नई सरकार का कैसे आप आंकलन करते हैं?
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक अखिल भारतीय पार्टी है। हमने भारत में दो नेताओं के नेतृत्व में सरकार बनाई, एक अटल जी के नेतृत्व में बनाई और एक लंबे समय के लिए लगातार तीसरी बार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में बनाई। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कभी भी केंद्र में सत्ता रहते वक्त राज्य सरकार किसकी है वो नहीं सोचा है, ना हम कश्मीर के लिए सोच रहे हैं। कल ही मैं रिव्यू करने के लिए गया था, उमर साहब मेरे साथ ही बैठे थे, भोजन भी किया, बड़े अच्छे से उनकी फोटो भी आई।
जी जी।
और हम सभी राज्य सरकारों के साथ जिस तरह का हमारा व्यवहार होता है इसी का है, परंतु सुरक्षा और अलगाववाद इस पर हमारा स्टैंड फर्म है, इसमें कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज ना हम करेंगे ना किसी को करने देंगे।
अभी कठुआ क्षेत्र में कुछ घुसपैठी की घटना जरा सा सामने आई है, इसमें कुछ आपको लगता है ये पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म टाइप के कुछ?
नहीं, घुसपैठ तो पाकिस्तान के अलावा रसिया से कैसे हो सकता है, वहीं से हो सकता है, और ये तो सालों से कर रहे हैं, मगर देश के जवान बहुत मुस्तैद है, देश की सरकार भी मुस्तैद है। हम यहाँ पर कोई कांड नहीं करने देंगे, और करेंगे तो दंडित भी करेंगे।
अमित जी थोड़ा इलीगल माइग्रेशन की ओर चलते हैं। ये मुद्दा जो है आपने भी कई बार उठाया है, खासकर बांग्लादेश में जहां तख्ता पलट होने के बाद सर ये बढ़ा है, तो इस पर क्या कदम उठाएंगे कि ऐसा ना हो? इसको हम कैसे टैकल करेंगे?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं इसके लिए बंगाल की जनता को विनती करना चाहता हूं, आने वाले चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बना दीजिए, ये समस्या वहीं से समाप्त हो जाए। इसलिए क्योंकि ममता जी हम पर आरोप लगाती हैं कि भाई बीएसएफ बॉर्डर को देख रही है और आप कैसे घुसपैठ हो रही है, और बंगाल से दिल्ली तक, बंगाल से जम्मू तक कैसे पहुंच जाते, भारत सरकार क्या कर रही है? पूरे देश को मालूम है कि बॉर्डर पर फेंसिंग करने के बाद भी लगभग 250 किलोमीटर बॉर्डर ऐसी है जहां फेंसिंग हो ही नहीं सकती। नाले हैं, बड़ी बड़ी नदियां हैं, विकट भौगोलिक परिस्थिति है, और 400 किलोमीटर बॉर्डर ऐसी है जहां पर बंगाल सरकार हमें फेंसिंग करने के लिए भूमि नहीं दे रही। अब जिस बॉर्डर में 600 किलोमीटर खुला रह जाए, वहां घुसपैठ का रोकना बहुत दिक्कत होता है। मूसलाधार बारिश में, ठंड में, गर्मी में नदियों के नाले खुले हैं, वहीं से आते हैं, न जाने घने जंगलों से। परंतु मैं एक छोटा सा सवाल देश की जनता के सामने, सवाल और स्पष्टता दोनों रखता हूं। वो आग तो गए देश में, चाहे रोहिंग्या हो चाहे बांग्लादेशी हो, उनका वोटर कार्ड कहां बन रहा है, जिसको लेकर वो पूरे देश भर में उत्तराखंड तक और कश्मीर तक ट्रैवल करते हैं? वो सारा वोटर कार्ड बंगाल के 24 परगना जिले से ही बनता है। हजारों पकड़े गए बांग्लादेशियों के पास से जो दस्तावेज मिलता है, जिला भी नहीं बदलते, इतना बेखौफ हो गए। सभी के फर्जी वोटर कार्ड, फर्जी आधार कार्ड, वो 24 परगना जिले के। और अब मैं ममता जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, किसकी जिम्मेदारी है? कोई विदेश से आता है, घुस गया, चलिए, इसकी जिम्मेदारी जनता तय करेगी, मगर घुस कर गांव में आया, क्या पटवारी को मालूम नहीं पड़ेगा कि गांव में 25 लोग नए आ गए हैं? क्या पुलिस वाले को मालूम नहीं पड़ेगा? कौन इनका आधार कार्ड बना रहा है, कौन उसका वोटर कार्ड? और वो कहती है आधार कार्ड भारत सरकार की एजेंसी अंततोगत्वा कलेक्टर होता है, जो आपके अधीन। इलेक्शन कमीशन की भी एजेंसी तो कलेक्टर ही होता है, जो आपके अधीन है। परंतु ये सब इंडिया अलायंस की पार्टियों को उसमें अपना वोट बैंक दिखाई पड़ता है।
तो इसका समाधान
अब आसाम से क्यों बंद हो गया
जी?
देखो भाई, समाधान तो हम जरूर ढूंढेंगे, मगर मैं तो इस मंच का उपयोग कर कर बंगाल की जनता को कहता हूं, इसका एक सरल समाधान है, इस बार कमल फूल की सरकार बना दीजिए, अपने आप समाधान आ जाएगा।
क्या लगता है अगले चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी? पिछली बार भी बहुत वो था, पर आप लोग सरकार नहीं बना पाए, और लोकसभा के चुनाव में भी धक्का लगा है आपको वहां।
देखो भाई, ऐसा है, हमारे 4 मेंबर थे। मैं मीडिया का रुख, जिसमें आप भी आ जाते हो, वो समझाता हूं। हमारे 4 मेंबर थे, 4 से 77 हुए, हमें झटका लगा। जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी ने 23, सुनो ना यार, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी ने 27 साल राज करा, ये जीरो हो गए, उनको झटका नहीं लगा है। जिस कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी ने 27 साल राज करा वो भी जीरो हो गए, झटका नहीं लगा है। भाई 4 से हम 77 पहुंचे एक चुनाव में, तो 77 से कितना होता है जरा गुणाकार करो। सरकार बनती है और कई सरकार हमने बनाई है।
नहीं 77 तो बहुत बड़ी आपकी वो थी, बहुत अच्छा प्रदर्शन रहा था। मैं ये कह रहा था कि अगला चुनाव को अगर देखें तो इस बार के लोकसभा चुनाव में ज्यादा अपेक्षा थी, कम सीटें आई।
स्वाभाविक रूप से कम हुई है, मगर हमने इसके बाद में काफी हमारे संगठन का विस्तार भी किया है, सदस्यता भी की है, ड्राई एरिया में भी सदस्यता करी है, हमारे फुल टाइमर भी निकले हैं और हम इसको अच्छे से देख रहे हैं। बंगाल केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए जीतना जरूरी नहीं है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए जीतना तो जरूरी ही है, परंतु बंगाल देश के लिए भी भाजपा या तो कोई भी राष्ट्रवादी दल जीते ये बहुत जरूरी है, इसलिए हम बंगाल के पीछे।
अभी 25,000 जो अनलमेंट हुआ है सुप्रीम कोर्ट का डिसीजन, उसके खिलाफ भी ममता जी खड़ी हैं, कह रही हैं कि किसी की नौकरी नहीं जाएगी, मैं देखती हूँ कौन क्या करता है।
चलिए अब वो तो कुछ भी कह सकते हैं, मैं ऐसा नहीं बोल सकता कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के फैसले को मैं नहीं मानूंगा, वरना आप लोग मेरे थोड़े से जो बाल बचे हैं वो भी नोच लोगे भैया।
मोहम्मद यूनुस जी का कहना है कि बांग्लादेश के इस संदर्भ में एक सवाल और कि जो वहां के इंटरिम लीडर हैं कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट स्टेट जो है वो लैंडलॉक्ड स्टेट्स हैं और चाइना को जो है जो भी कुछ करना है वो बांग्लादेश के थ्रू जो है वो मार्केट एक्सेस है, चारों तरफ सी का वो है। इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं, इनके स्टेटमेंट को कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार है, भारत की 1 इंच जमीन पर हम किसी को आंख नहीं डालने देंगे, एंट्री का तो सवाल ही नहीं है।
आपने हरदम, मैंने आपसे ये सवाल 2-3 बार पूछा है, फिर से पूछता हूं क्योंकि नया कार्यकाल है, इस तीसरे कार्यकाल में पाकिस्तान ऑक्यूपाइड कश्मीर पीओके के बारे में, इस पर क्या इस थर्ड उस पे?
देखिए, भारत का स्टैंड बड़ा रुख है जी, स्पष्ट है और सालों से है कि पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर हमारा है। और जहां तक कब आएगा इसका सवाल है, तो इतना तो तुम भी समझते हो राहुल, मैं सार्वजनिक मंच पर इसकी तिथि न बता सकता हूं ना योजना बना सकता, मगर हर भारत सरकार का दायित्व है कि पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर हमारा है। वो हमारा सिर्फ क्लेम नहीं है, हमारी बिलीफ है और ऐतिहासिक डॉक्यूमेंट भी है और हमारा लीगल केस भी मजबूत।
पाकिस्तान कहता है कि जो बलूचिस्तान में अटैक हो रहे हैं उसके पीछे इंडिया का हाथ है, इसको कैसे आप देखते हैं?
चलिए, अब उनसे समझ नहीं पड़ता, वो तो कुछ ना कुछ कहेंगे, वहां की जनता को क्या करेंगे, मगर अब उनकी समस्या है, उनको निपटना चाहिए।
पर क्या इंडिया सपोर्ट करता है बलूच लोगों के लिए इंडिपेंडेंट स्टेट? हमारी
इंडिया के सपोर्ट का सवाल ही नहीं होता। उनके यहाँ जिस प्रकार से शासन चल रहा है, इसके कारण कुछ प्रांतों में असंतोष है, इसको हम रिपेयर नहीं कर सकते।
नेपाल में जो है, नेपाल में इस वक्त हिंदू राष्ट्र की जो है एक मांग है, इस मांग को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
अब वहां पर भी डेमोक्रेसी है, सब लोग अपनी अपनी मांगे करते हैं।
चाइना का स्टैंड जो है इधर कुछ सॉफन होता हुआ आपको दिख रहा है, हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि बातचीत बढ़ रही है, क्या चाइना से इन्वेस्टमेंट्स आने की कोई उम्मीद है?
देखो, मैं मीडिया का आदमी नहीं हूं
जी, एक
स्टेटमेंट से देशों के रुख तय नहीं होते हैं, बहुत सारे हमारे मुद्दे हैं, सकारात्मक समाधान निकलता है तो अच्छी बात है।
तहव्वुर राणा का जो है एक्स्ट्राडिशन जो है हो रहा है, वो कुछ दिनों में यहाँ आ जाएंगे, क्या डेविड हेडली के लिए भी हम ये वो करेंगे? कुछ उम्मीद है कि वो भी?
देखिए, मोदी सरकार का प्रयास है कि जिन लोगों ने भी भारत की जमीन, भारत का सम्मान और भारत के नागरिकों के साथ दुर्व्यवहार भी किया है, वो हमारे कानून के जद में लाना चाहिए। और मैं मानता हूं तब राणा की यहां वापिस आना ये मोदी सरकार की कूटनीति का बहुत बड़ी सफलता है जी। तो क्योंकि जिनके समय में जब बम धमाके हुए वो तो ला नहीं पाए, मगर आज वो वापिस आएगा, हमारी अदालत के सामने पेश होगा, हमारे संविधान के तहत उसको सजा होगी, ये देश के लिए बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है।
अमित जी, आपने नक्सलिज्म पे बड़ा बयान दिया है, इसका रोड मैप क्या है, कैसे खत्म होगा पूरा? आपने एक टाइम फ्रेम भी दिया है, थोड़ा सा अगर हमारे दर्शकों को बताएं।
देखिए, नक्सलिज्म अब 120 जिलों के आसपास था, घटते 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 अब 12 जिलों तक सिमट कर रह गया है। एक जमाने में स्वप्न देखते थे पशुपति टू तिरुपति का, वो सपना उनका चूर चूर हो गया है। बिहार मुक्त हो गया है, झारखंड मुक्त हो गया है, महाराष्ट्र ऑलमोस्ट मुक्त हो गया है, कुछ तहसील बच गई है, मध्य प्रदेश ऑलमोस्ट मुक्त हो गया है, कुछ तहसील बची है, तेलंगाना मुक्त हो गया, आंध्र प्रदेश मुक्त हो गया, उड़ीसा मुक्त हो गया, केरल मुक्त हो गया है, कर्नाटक मुक्त हो गया है। अब कुछ जिले और कुछ तहसीलें बची है, और ये थोड़ा लेट भी इसलिए हुआ है कि बीच में 5 साल कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार आ गई। मैं जब कहता हूं तब कांग्रेस पार्टी वाले मुझ पर बड़ा आरोप लगाते हैं कि आप नक्सल के खिलाफ की लड़ाई में पक्षापक्षी करते हैं, मगर मैं आंकड़ा देना चाहता हूं जी। 24 में हमारी सरकार बनी छत्तीसगढ़ में, 24 से अब तक 25 में टोटल 436 नक्सली मारे गए, 1364 गिरफ्तार किए गए और 1400 सरेंडर हुए। 15 साल का टोटल ये नहीं है। छत्तीसगढ़ में हमने सुरक्षा वैक्यूम को समाप्त कर दिया है। विगत 5 सालों में लगभग 380 कैंप बनाए हैं और सीआरपीएफ के जवान, आईटीबीपी के जवान, बीएसएफ के जवान और छत्तीसगढ़ पुलिस घने जंगलों में, एक प्रकार से इसके लिए शब्द उपयोग करना है तो घोर तपस्या कर कर इनके पीछे लगे हैं और उनके उन्मूलन में लगे हैं। फिर भी मैं तो आज के कार्यक्रम से माध्यम से कहना चाहता हूं, कई लोगों ने सरेंडर किया है, जिनके हाथ में हथियार डाले, मेन स्ट्रीम में आए और अपना जीवन अच्छे से बिताए। उत्तर पूर्व में भी 10,000 लोगों ने सरेंडर किया है, 20 समझौते हमने किए हैं और उत्तर पूर्व में कमोबेश टेररिज्म समाप्त हो चुका है। परंतु एक बात निश्चित है कि 31 मार्च 2026 इस देश में नक्सल हिंसा पास्ट बन जाएगी। ये हमारी सरकार का बहुत फर्म निर्णय है कि हम नक्सल से मुक्त भारत बनाएं।
मतलब 1 साल में। अमित जी, भारत के अंदर खालिस्तान की एक्टिविटीज कुछ बढ़ रही हैं क्या? आपका क्या वो है? और पंजाब की सरकार जो है वो कितनी सक्षम है इसको कंट्रोल करने में आप लोगों के साथ मिलकर?
देखिए, पंजाब सरकार की प्राथमिक जिम्मेदारी है
जी,
मगर भारत सरकार की भी जिम्मेदारी है। कोई भी किसी भी नाम से अगर देश को तोड़ने की बात करता है तो हम जरा भी सहन नहीं कर सकते और उसको बिल्कुल सख्ती के साथ दबाने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार करेगी।
पंजाब में क्या लगता है आपको, अगले चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का क्या भूमिका रहेगी? क्या आप अकाली दल के साथ लड़ेंगे?
ऐसा कहते हैं कि सृष्टि की रचना ब्रह्मा जी ने करी है, पंजाब के अगले चुनाव का आकलन तो ब्रह्मा जी भी नहीं कर पाएंगे भैया। ऐसा मैच होकर पड़ा है। मगर मुझे आशा है कि चुनाव आते आते पंजाब की जनता एक अच्छे निर्णय की तरफ पहुंचेगी और एक पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार कोई ना कोई जरूर बनाएगी।
मणिपुर में आप जो है दोनों कम्युनिटीज के बीच बातचीत का माहौल एक बना रहे हैं, कब तक प्रेसिडेंट रूल रहेगा? कैसे, कब? देखिए, प्रेसिडेंट रूल पूर्णतया नहीं लगाया गया। अभी हमने असेंबली को सुषुप्त अवस्था में रखा है जी। तो हमारा तो प्रयास है कि जल्दी से दोनों समुदायों के बीच में बातचीत हो और शांति स्थापित हो। कुछ सफलता मिली भी है, घटनाएं तो बंदी हुई है मगर बातचीत में भी कुछ सफलता मिली है। परंतु मुझे लगता है कि 2-3 दौर की बाढ़ और होगी। जो सबसे पास चुनाव है वो है बिहार का चुनाव, तो क्या बिहार में क्या लगता है आपको, क्या
एनडीए अब तक के सबसे बड़े बहुमत के साथ बिहार में सरकार बनाएगा, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं।
और जो सीट शेयरिंग होगी वो क्या जैसे पिछली बार थी उसी प्रोपोर्शन में रहेगी?
प्रदेश की प्रदेश में हमारी पार्टी और हमारे साथी दल बैठकर तय
पर क्या नीतीश जी के चेहरा होंगे चुनाव का? बाकी
देखिए, अभी तो
मुख्यमंत्री
नीतीश जी मुख्यमंत्री है ही, सवाल ही कहाँ है।
तो वही मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे अगर आप जीतेंगे?
अरे भाई, अभी नीतीश जी के नेतृत्व में ही हम चुनाव लड़ रहे।
कुछ पर्सनल सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा। हर बार 2-3 पूछता हूं, पर इस बार भी
पर्सनल पूछकर क्या करोगे? कुछ निकलेगा नहीं यार।
मैं फिर भी कोशिश करता हूं। मैंने सुना है कि आपका जब जन्म हुआ था तो आपका शरद पूनम के दिन जन्म हुआ था, तो बहुत दिनों तक आपको पूनम भाई के नाम से भी लोग जानते हैं, और आपके नामकरण में बहुत देरी भी हुई थी। इसकी क्या वजह थी, कुछ बताइए।
नहीं, मेरी बुआ ने मन्नत मानी थी कि 5 साल का होऊंगा तब नाम तय किया जाएगा। चूंकि मैं पूनम के दिन जन्मा था तो सब पूनम कहते थे। इसमें कोई बड़ा रहस्य नहीं है भाई, हर एक बच्चे के साथ गांव में होता है।
एक कहानी जो मैंने आपसे भी सुनी है थोड़ी बहुत, कि जब आप 11 वर्ष के थे तो आपको आपके घर वाले चाहते थे कि आप यूएस चले जाएं, तो आप घर छोड़कर भाग गए।
छोड़ो, मैं भारत छोड़कर कहीं नहीं जाने वाला, यहीं रहूंगा, यहीं लड़ूंगा और यहीं जीऊंगा।
अगले साल मोदी जी के गवर्नेंस में करीब 25 साल पूरे हो जाएंगे, और आपने उनके संग बहुत क्लोजली बहुत समय तक काम किया है। इस केमिस्ट्री के बारे में कुछ बताएं। किस तरीके से ये जोड़ी इतने साल से साथ में काम कर रही है? आप एक दूसरे को कैसे कॉम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं?
देखिए, कोई भी दो कार्यकर्ता एक साथ काम करते, एक नेता और कार्यकर्ता एक साथ काम करता है, तो इतने लंबे समय तक काम करते करते एक दूसरे की काम की पद्धति भी समझ में आ जाती है, एक दूसरे का सोचने का ढंग भी समझ में आ जाता है, और एक दूसरे का स्वभाव भी समझ में आ जाता है। अंततोगत्वा तो चाहे मोदी जी हो चाहे मैं हूं, हमें हमारी आइडियोलॉजी के अनुरूप काम करना है। तो हमारी आइडियोलॉजी है, वो हमारी गाइडलाइन है, इसीलिए कभी मतभेद पैदा नहीं होते हैं। वो भी आइडियोलॉजी के लिए, देश के लिए, संविधान के लिए सोचते हैं, मैं भी आइडियोलॉजी के लिए, देश के लिए और संविधान के लिए सोचता हूं। तो मतभेद होने का कोई सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता। जहां एक दूसरे को कंट्रीब्यूट करने का सवाल है, इसमें जरूर एक दूसरे को कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं, मगर अलग प्रकार से। मैं मोदी जी जो लक्ष्य तय करते हैं, इसका पूरा करने के लिए मेरे साथियों को साथ में रखकर पूरा प्रयास करता हूं। ये मेरे कंट्रीब्यूशन का तरीका है। मोदी जी हमारे नेता है, हम सब कार्यकर्ता जो इनके साथ तैयार हुए, इनके नीचे काम कर रहे हैं, वो सभी के छोटी गलतियां हैं, उनको मोदी जी माफ कर सुधारते हैं। तो हमें भी वो कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं एक तरफ से कंप्लीट बनाने में। तो इस तरह से एक दूसरे का कंट्रीब्यूशन हो ही जाता है। परंतु ये उदाहरण जो आप दे रहे हो नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह का, ऐसे नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ जुड़े हुए इस देश में हजारों कार्यकर्ता है, जिनमें कार्यकर्ता बनाने से लेकर उसको बड़ा सोचने तक, तरीके से सोचने तक की पूरी प्रक्रिया नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने की है, हमारे कई नेताओं ने की है, और ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। और इसी के कारण हम चुनाव अनेक हारे, मगर हमारी पार्टी कभी टूटी नहीं। चुनाव हारे, हम साफ नहीं हो गए। यूपी में कांग्रेस चुनाव हारी, साफ हो गई। बिहार में चुनाव हारी, साफ हो गई। हम साफ नहीं होते, इसी का कारण है कि हमारे कार्यकर्ता आइडियोलॉजी के लिए काम करते हैं, देश के लिए काम करते हैं, देश के संविधान के लिए काम करते हैं।
अमित जी, एक आखिरी सवाल। अगर एक दिन मान लीजिए आपको बिल्कुल फुर्सत हो, कुछ भी करने को ना हो, कोई मीटिंग ना हो, आपके पास पूरा समय हो अपने लिए, तो आप क्या करेंगे उस दिन?
मेरे पास 8000 पुस्तकें हैं, काफी सारे पढ़ने का बाकी है, और मुझे शास्त्रीय संगीत का भी बहुत शौक है, जिसको मैं समय नहीं देना पड़ता। पुस्तक तो जरूर पढ़ूंगा और संगीत सुनते सुनते पढ़ूंगा।
अमित जी, आज आप हमारे संग जुड़े, आपने हमारे सारे प्रश्नों का उत्तर दिया। आपका राइजिंग भारत मंच पे आने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
You can be a little more generous with your applause. He's been so candid, forthright in his answers. Amit ji, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay in the auditorium because we have Dr. L. Subramaniam Kavita Krishnamurthy ji, Bindu Subramaniam and Ambi Subramaniam taking the stage for a mesmerizing performance. We request you all to please stay seated.
Since you said it's been challenging circumstances, it's beyond what anyone could have imagined. Let's address the elephant in the room, and that is the tariffs that have kicked in today. That's what our business editors have been telling us. The reciprocal tariffs have kicked in today, and first of all, I'd like to understand from you, what is your assessment, what is your reading of, what is going to be the impact of these reciprocal tariffs on India? What is India's strategy to try and deal with the fallout of it? If you could sort of, elucidate what your views are.
I don't think it's possible to speak about what would be the impact because we don't know. What is our strategy? I think that's pretty clear. We decided that we will engage the Trump administration early on this set of issues. We were very open with them, very constructive with them, as they were with us. What we agreed to do was to try to negotiate a bilateral trade agreement by fall of this year. To the best of my knowledge, and I could be corrected here, I think we are the only country after President Trump has assumed presidency the second time, which has actually reached such an understanding in principle. So I don't know, every country, because every country is tariffed, okay? So every country in the world today is fashioning its own strategy of dealing with the United States. In our case, our strategy has a goal, and the goal is to see whether it's possible to actually deal with this situation by concluding a bilateral trade agreement. And I should add that in an interesting way, this has long been our objective. The present situation may have created the circumstances for such a serious conversation. But if you look at President Trump's first term, we were actually negotiating a trade deal which could not fructify. And if one looks even at Biden's administration, we discussed trade possibilities and we ended up with the IPEF initiative. They were very averse to doing a bilateral agreement. So from the Indian perspective, actually doing, working out something bilaterally with the United States is not at all a sort of a negative or a sort of unwanted situation. On the contrary, it is something which has long been our objective.
Last time you were here at the summit, the big concern, the big talking point was the relationship with China, and you had said that the relationship is not normal, and we need to deal with the situation in the border for the relationship to become normal. Now there's been a disengagement process. Prime Minister has met with the Chinese president. You've met with your counterpart, I think, on a couple of occasions since then. How would you describe the state of the relationship with China? How far away from normal is it?
Well, it's obviously better than the last time I was here. Sure. I think the disengagement, particularly the Depsang Temchok, was important. We are now addressing, to some extent, issues on the border because there's been a force build up over a period of years. But there were many other things which also happened during this period. Some of it was a collateral of the situation. Some of it was actually a carryover from the COVID era. For example, our direct flights stopped during COVID. They were not resumed. The Kailash Mansarovar Yatra stopped during COVID. It did not again resume. So I think there is work to be done. We are at it. We are, sort of trying to see whether a lot of this post-COVID and, parallel to the border tension, the combination of these issues, how much we can progress on this. We are looking at it because at the end of the day, we have always maintained that the situation which we saw between 2020 and 2024 was not in the interest of either country. It was not in the interest of our relationship. And I think there is a recognition of that now.
So it's on the road to being normal again?
Well, I think we are moving in a positive direction. The problem with your profession is you want instantaneous transformation. The challenge of my profession is it's a very arduous and painstaking one.
Harshen, who runs one of the most profitable unicorns in the country, Mohandas Pai, who's very vocal about a number of issues. So are you in a good mood or a bad mood today? You're in a good mood. And Vivek Wadhwa, who's come all the way from Silicon Valley. Thank you very much for talking to us. Before we get into the specific of the sports culture and sports economy, I want the three of you to give me an overview of the rapid digitization we have seen in India in the last 10 years. While there is room for improvement in many things, we must also acknowledge that we've come a long way from where we were in 2014. We have 800 million internet users. I think Dream Sports alone has 250 million users, registered users. UPI has taken off in a big way. So give us an overview of where we are, where we should be. Harsh, maybe you can start, and Mr. Pai and Mr. Wadhwa can join in.
Thanks for having us here. I think we've been running Dream Sports for the last 18 years now. And I think the last 10 years have been completely transformative. Obviously, everyone should thank Jio, because Jio has truly changed the game in terms of mass adoption of data and really good high-speed internet available at your fingertips. There's also been the COVID factor, which got people to pay at the right time online, and just before was demonetization. So there's been a bunch of very strong, high impactful events that have happened in the last 10 years that have led us to where we are today. Speaking of sports, I think that we have an insane opportunity where we have almost 1 billion sports fans in this country, 800 million from the last I checked online watching sports. That is more than almost every other, I think it's larger than every country on the planet, right? This is the largest sports fan base online in the world. And this moment is something that we can really, really utilize, because India is still a cricket country. Cricket is religion. But today you can see the green shoots for kabaddi, hockey, football, so many different sports coming in. And I think that our technology, our tech startups, what we're trying to solve, the problems we have, along with the opportunities we have, which are very unique for such a large sports nation, can come together to produce some amazing results. And every conglomerate that I know, thanks to our PM's push, is now working on sports foundations, led by programs such as Khelo India and the TOP scheme.
Right. Mr. Pai?
Chandra, we are in the midst of the digital revolution for the last 10 years. In 1750, when the Industrial Revolution took place, it displaced India and China as the most richest countries in the world, and Europe took over and dominated. And now India is the third largest digital power in the universe. It's the United States, China, and India. And India and the United States are joined at the hip. Now it all starts with software and human capital. The US has 10 million people working in software, out of which 6 million in the United States. 1 million of the 6 million is Indian. India has 7.5 million people, 6 million in the export industry, 1.5 million in the local industry. And of 6 million, about 3 million work for American companies. Out of 10 million working for American companies, 4 million are Indians. 50% of global hiring in software in the free world outside China happens in India. And the 7.5 million will go to 10 million by 2030. We probably will have more people. We already have more people working in software in India than the US has in the United States. And let's understand that very clearly. We exported $235 billion of software. We export more software than I think Saudi Arabia exports oil, unless the price goes up.
And out of the top 10 software service companies by market value globally, 5 are Indian. Of the top 5, 3 are Indian. Of the 3.2 million employees in the top 10, 2.3 million are Indians. And 50% of global hiring in software happens in India. If you look forward, we'll have the largest pool of human capital in the software technology industry, excluding the top 10%. The top 10% will remain in the United States because Vivek lives here. He's got to spend more time in India to make that happen.
Everyone keeps saying India can't do it, you need billions of dollars. No, you don't do it. India can do it. So let's start with number one. I live in Silicon Valley. In Menlo Park, I would go hiking across Route 280. And the moment I go 1 kilometer there, my internet stops working. There are no Wi-Fi towers. There's no internet access there. Where I live in Belmont right now, I've been dying to get fiber optic things. I can get something close to a gigabyte. Can't get it. Okay, I mean, you go around and then you go shopping and they want credit cards. No digital currency, no digital anything. Here, everywhere you go, even beggars are taking QR codes. And they, that's literally what happened to me last trip over here. That this guy came up to me, he says, I forgot what his words were. He wanted to say, I said, I'm sorry, I don't have any cash. I didn't have any cash. He says, QR code, Lelo. I mean, so, Silicon Valley, we can't even dream about anything like that. We have these old-fashioned credit cards. I have to have credit cards with me wherever I go. That's how primitive we are over there. And here people complain about the quality of their geo service. It's slow. My God, to me, it's lightning fast here. I can't believe how well everywhere I go, I have internet access. It costs nothing. I mean, over there, my T-Mobile plan, if I exceed, so much a month, I start getting all these bills and warnings, and it costs a fortune to get a basic cell phone plan. Here, you get it for free, and you're complaining. All right, so don't don't get over the inferiority complex. You are much better off than Silicon Valley is as far as digital infrastructure goes.
Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, namaste and बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you, very kind of you. I'm sure this is going to be a learning experience for me as well. So thanks for making me a part of this.
सर एक पैसेज इसी से मैं शुरू करना चाहता हूं. वक्त से जुड़ी डिबेट के मूल में तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति है. पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ अपीजमेंट है. ये तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति कोई नई नहीं है. इसका बीज हमारे स्वतंत्रता संग्राम के समय ही बो दिया गया था. आप सोचिए, भारत से पहले, भारत के साथ साथ और हमारे बाद दुनिया के कई देश आजाद हुए, लेकिन कितने देश ऐसे थे जिनकी आजादी की शर्त विभाजन थी. आजादी के साथ ही वो टूट गया. भारत के साथ ऐसा क्यों हुआ? क्योंकि उस समय राष्ट्रहित के ऊपर सत्ता का मोह रख दिया गया. ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी एट द राइजिंग भारत समिट लेस देन 24 आवर्स अगो.
Yeah, Anand, I think जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है, nobody could have summed it up better than what he's done in a very polite, very subtle manner, which has, of course, very crude connotations. And since you raked up this, I'll ask you to give me 2 or 3 minutes because I have always had very strong views on this. And I have gone on record. In fact, I have written a number of times, also said once in the parliament, that the partition of the Indian subcontinent was possibly the greatest blunder in the recent history of the world. और एक बड़ा मूल प्रश्न ये है, nobody raises this, who asked for partition? There was no public demand, there was no yearning in any section of society. It was just the ambition of 2 individuals, Nehru and Jinnah, because you couldn't have 2 prime ministers in a single country, so they carved out one each for each one of them. And the British Empire made the best use of this ambition of theirs to divide. In fact, Mountbatten initially had another plan to divide it into 3 parts: Hindustan, Pakistan, or Princesstan. Thankfully, thanks to Sardar Patel, he didn't let that happen. But जो बुनियादी सवाल जो कहीं नहीं बोला जाता वो ये है कि in fact, while the so-called political protagonists of Pakistan were demanding an Islamic state or Islamic nation on the basis of 2-nation theory, the common man, even in the Muslim community, was opposed to it. There was a forum of the Muslim intellectuals and Muslim writers called the Progressive Writers Forum, जिसमें साहिर भी थे, जिसमें कैफी भी थे, मोहसिन भोपाली भी थे. They had actually very vehemently opposed the idea of partition. So much so that, and in fact, even when this happened, they were so disgusted that they had no hesitation in writing about it. Faiz Ahmad Faiz वहां चले गए, वो तो वहीं थे लाहौर में. तो वहां से उन्होंने लिखा कि ये दाग दाग उजाला ये शब गुजीदा शहर, वो इंतजार था जिसको ये वो शहर नहीं. When he saw the riots happening, and Sahir went to Pakistan actually, but he stayed there for about 2 years. I think somewhere towards the end of 1949 he came back very disgusted, and he wrote immediately कि "ऐ रहबरे मुल्क बता ये किसका लहू ये कौन मरा." And then later on, a few years later, he went on to write another beautiful poem, which of course Raj Kapoor incorporated in one of his movies. जब दुख के बादल पिघलेंगे, जब सुख का सागर छलकेगा, जब अंबर झूम कर नाचेगा, जब धरती नगमे गाएगी, जिस सुबह की खातिर मर मर के हम युग युग से जीते हैं, जिस सुबह के अमृत की धुन में हम जहर के प्याले पीते हैं, इन भूखी प्यासी रूहों को एक दिन तो कर्म फरमाएगा.
Chief Justice, there's a lot of talk around judicial reform of late, and I know we don't want to get into the specifics of anything because, some things could be still under investigation, some matters could be sub judice. I just want your 35,000 feet view on judicial reform. Is it a good time to have this debate in this country? You were part of, various judgments which talked about judicial reform. There is a view that, something needs to be done. I want your 35,000 feet view on whether it is an apt time to have that debate in this country about whether some certain things need to be reformed in the higher judiciary.
Talking of judicial reform, I think reform has to begin at the very base of the pyramid, namely the district judiciary, because that's where common people come into contact with the judicial system. A young couple which has a matrimonial dispute, where do they go to? They don't go to the High Court or the Supreme Court as a matter of first instance. They go to the family court. Now you see that in the family courts, there's a huge backlog of cases for the reason that we have used the adversarial system for resolving family disputes, which is so completely incorrect. Family disputes have to be resolved by applying non-adversarial systems because you have a child. If the couple has a child, there are issues of child custody, of child welfare. So we have to adopt a more non-adversarial system at the level of the district judiciary. The second important reform which we need to focus on is the huge vacancies in the district judiciary. Recruitment to the Indian district judiciary takes place in the states. It's never at the national level. I am a proponent of at least some national deliberation taking place on should we have an all India judicial service in India. In other words, we must make some effort to attract the best into the Indian judiciary at the district judiciary level, apply reservations. Now, the states do have some concerns because we are a federal nation. So will having an all India judicial service impact on the responsibilities, the authorities, the constitutional role of the states? That has to be obviously thought of, and I don't discount the concerns of the states. But having said that, we can at least have a national level examination and then allow for recruitment by the states on the basis of the merit list in the national examination, applying reservations in relation to each state, whether for the SCs, the STs, or the OBCs, as the case may be. So that reform has to take place at the lowest level.
So I just want to follow up on that. You say that the choice between activism versus restraint is a false one. It's more responsibility versus abdication. There's also the balance that needs to be found between judicial, the right to fair reputation of a judge versus the right to transparency of the public to know what the judge holds, right? There is now a new move that your successor has made that all judges have to declare their assets. I know it started under you, and at the last time we met, I think you said 30 out of 35 judges have already declared their assets and put it on the website. Now he's made it mandatory for everyone. Do you feel there is a need in this country to restore full faith in the judiciary when it comes to the question of assets, when it comes to the debate that we're having about judicial reform, etc.? And how do you speak to that need?
It's important to understand that right from, I believe, 2009, there was a resolution of the full court of the Supreme Court that all judges must declare their assets. Now, as you know, all of us as citizens have to declare our assets for the purposes of income tax. And all judges are like individual citizens. Income tax pays. So when you file your returns, you necessarily have to disclose your assets, which are dealt with, in certain cases audited. Now, the resolution which was passed by the Supreme Court of India was that declaration of assets by all judges, including the Chief Justice of India, is mandatory. Whether they should be put on the website should be left to each individual judge, because there is more to be said on both sides of the picture. Should you have judges' assets declared on a website so that just anybody can scrutinize what kind of assets which you have? Or should this be subject to some level of responsible institutional mechanisms? What is the purpose of declaring your assets? To identify whether a judge has recorded a sudden spurt in the assets during the course of the judicial career. Now, does putting that on the website necessarily pursue the aim of transparency? Or does it only give an opportunity to social media to pick up a judge and target a judge, not knowing where those assets came from? So yes, I completely understand and I support the decision which has been taken. I support the decision which was taken by my predecessors a decade ago on the declaration of assets. To what extent should you have transparency? That's a very important question, and that's a more vexed question. We shouldn't, in the name of transparency, be doing something which will prevent genuinely competent people from entering into the institution of the judiciary.
But who defines the Indic way fundamentally? Who gets left out when it becomes an instrument of narrative power, for example? These are some questions that we must explore, because so many people say that history is being rewritten to pursue some interest, some political interest. So let me begin with you first, Sanjeev Sanyal. You advocate for a civilizational lens in statecraft. But can policy rooted in the past, in the ancient, still have relevance today in this complex world, modern plural nation states, the vicissitudes of time and dogma, etc.? How does that work?
So let me say first that think about how our history is explained to us at a meta level. You will get the impression from reading our history that, it's a long series of defeats that Indians have had against. Every time some passing fellow from Central Asia came by, they defeated us, ruled over us. Even our Vedic culture that we are proud of was given to us by some white people who came from Central Asia. And even our freedom struggle is taught to us in a very peculiar way, in which you get the impression that Gandhiji gently suggested to the British that they should leave, and they politely left. So if that is the narrative in which we are all the becharas who are getting handouts from the rest, and even Vedic culture was given to us by the white people, and so the impression is that the British Raj was basically a software update when another bunch of white people came and sort of reformed us, all the great reformers of the 19th century, stopped sati and all this, and of course gave us the railways. So we are given this impression that our entire culture and civilization is us being becharas, who are, being handed out by, occasionally civilized by these passing hordes. And we really are passive recipients of the vicissitudes of time. That is the impression you'll get from. So what I did is dig into this and look into this. Look, we are the oldest continuous civilization. Surely we must have won a few battles along the way. There must be some strength in us that after all these thousands of years, I'm still chanting the Gayatri Mantra. So there must be something going on. So I dug into this and I discovered that the history is completely different from what we are being told. So for example, completely different. So I'll give you one example. You'll get the impression, there were these caste rules about crossing the seas.
So we Indians had a peculiar people that we lived right next to one of the biggest oceans in the world. In fact, oddly enough, the only nation which actually has an ocean named after it, but we showed no interest in crossing it or sailing into it, etc. Which is of course nonsense, because you just have to go to Southeast Asia and see the enormous influence of India everywhere. I mean, the largest Hindu temple in the world is not in India, it's in Cambodia. The largest Buddhist structure in the world is in Indonesia. The history of Korea begins with the marriage of a princess of Ayodhya to a local prince. So we were clearly everywhere. And indeed, once you begin digging into it, we discover that we have a maritime history that is perhaps the longest and most exciting in the world, going back to the Bronze Age, from the Harappan period.
That's right.
We have a continuous history. So what I'm trying to do is to simply dig this up and present it. And one is to write books and so on, which also I do, and so does Vikram and others. But I thought there are other interesting ways of doing it. So one way I'm doing it, for example, I am actually building a Gupta period ship from the 5th century. No nails in it. We're going to stitch it together with rope, literally the old style. And that ship has already been sort of tested in water. Next month, we will name it. And hopefully, if all the testing goes well, in December, we will sail it to Oman.
बिहार में चुनाव आने वाले हैं, राहुल गांधी एक के बाद एक दौरा कर रहे, 4 दौरे कर लिए हैं.
करें, हमारी मदद करते हैं जितने दौरे वो करते हैं.
कन्हैया कुमार उनके साथ है.
सोचिए कौन है उनके साथ.
अरे आपको सोचना है, चुनाव आप लड़ रहे हैं, मैं क्या करूंगी सोच के.
देखिए रुबिका जी, सारी चीजें एक तरफ, बट राष्ट्र हित से ऊपर कुछ नहीं हो सकता. कतई कितने भी बंटवारे की राजनीति कर लें, सांप्रदायिकता, जातीयता जो कर लें, बट व्हेन इट कम्स टू द नेशन, उसके ऊपर कुछ नहीं होना चाहिए. और मैं मानता हूं ईमानदारी से हर इंडिविजुअल, हर भारतीय को सोचना चाहिए कि कोई एक ऐसा व्यक्ति जो देश में रहकर बंटवारे की राजनीति करता हो, जो देश में रहकर भारत के टुकड़े रखने की सोच रखता हो, क्या ऐसे व्यक्ति के साथ किसी को भी जुड़ना चाहिए. और देश की एक बड़ी पार्टी, और बड़ी पार्टी नहीं जिनका आप जिक्र कर रही हैं, वो हमारे एलओपी हैं लोकसभा में, वो उनके साथ खड़े होते हैं जिन्होंने देश के टुकड़े करने के नारे लगाए. ये उचित नहीं है.
नहीं, पर वो ये कहते हैं कि मैंने कभी ऐसे कोई नारे नहीं लगाए, कहीं भी ये साबित नहीं हो पाया है. और हाँ, मैं टुकड़े टुकड़े गैंग से हूँ, मैं बीजेपी के टुकड़े करने के लिए आया हूँ. सीधे तौर पर उन्होंने ये बयान
प्रयास करें. उनके नेता भी यही प्रयास करते हैं. देखते हैं कौन सफल होगा.
सबसे ज्यादा हावी मुद्दा बिहार में क्या रहने वाला है? वो ये कि इससे पहले मुझे याद है कन्हैया कुमार कह रहे थे कि सड़कें नहीं बन रही हैं, लोग वोट नहीं कर रहे हैं.
उन्होंने स्वीकार किया कि विकास हुआ है बिहार में.
नहीं, पर पानी चोरी के लिए सड़कें बन रही हैं.
कब पानी की किल्लत होगी, कब चोरी होगी, हाँ, उसके लिए सड़कें आज बना रहे हैं हम लोग. क्या सोच है ये? अगर ये एक युवा, पढ़े लिखे युवा की सो कॉल्ड अगर सोच है, तो मैं कतई इससे इत्तेफाक नहीं रखता हूं. मतलब ये, बट कम से कम इन द प्रोसेस उन्होंने इस बात को स्वीकार तो किया कि बिहार में विकास हुआ, वहां पे सड़कें बनी. हाँ, वो किस सोच के लिए बनी बताइए. मतलब कब वो समय आएगा, उसके लिए हम लोग को चिंतित होना चाहिए. जरूर वाटर सेव करना चाहिए, पानी को हम लोग को बचाना चाहिए. आने वाले समय में संभवतः ऐसी परिस्थितियां उत्पन्न होंगी, पर वो कब होंगी, उसके लिए बिहार आज सड़कें बना रहा है. सोचिए क्या बात कर रहे हैं लोग.
अच्छा, लेकिन आपको क्या लगता है, कन्हैया अभी पद यात्रा हुई है, राहुल गांधी एकदम जातिगत जनगणना को लेकर बहुत एक्टिव थे. फिर बाद में उन्होंने जो जातिगत जनगणना हुई थी उसी को कहा कि ये ठीक से नहीं हुई है. आप भी फेवर में रहे जातिगत जनगणना के, बीजेपी ने क्लैरिटी से बताया नहीं है, तो ये फिर आपको ऐसे कटघरे में खड़ा करता है कि भाई ये कैसा साथी है?
नहीं, कैसा साथी नहीं है. देखिए, मैं साथी इसीलिए हूं ना, नहीं तो मैं उन्हीं का सदस्य होता. Why am I a different party? Because I have my own priorities. I have my own ideology. मेरी अपनी विचारधारा है, मेरी अपनी सोच है, मेरी अपनी प्राथमिकता है. इसीलिए मैं एक अलग दल हूं. अगर सब कुछ सेम ही होता और उन्हीं की सोच के साथ मुझे चलना होता, तो we might as well be one party ना. Why am I an ally?
लेकिन
Because I have my...
चिराग जी ऐसा कहते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए परसेप्शन ये है कि जो उन्हें पसंद वही बात करेंगे, जो तुमको ना पसंद वो बात नहीं करेंगे. वो क्या गाना है ना. तो आपको कभी ऐसा नहीं, मोदी जी ने, अमित शाह ने ऐसा नहीं बोला कि भाई चिराग ये ऐसे तो नहीं चल पाएगा, ये क्या है, तुम अलग ही अपनी राह पर चल रहे हो, अलग ही राग है?
गाना आपने ठीक बोला, साइड आपने गलत कर दी. वो वर्जन मेरा था, आपने उनकी तरफ से सुना दिया। जो मुझे
जो
हो
तुमको
पसंद
है
वही बात
पसंद, वही
करेंगे।
बात करेंगे।
उन्होंने किया भी है। मैंने लैटरल एंट्री को लेके एक बड़ा विषय था और मेरी प्राथमिकताओं का विषय था। मुझे खुशी है इस बात की कि जैसे ही मैंने प्रधानमंत्री जी के समक्ष उस विषय को रखा, उन्होंने तुरंत उसको एक्नॉलेज किया, उसके ऊपर एक्शन किया और उसको विड्रॉ किया। और जब जब मैंने उनके सामने ऐसी बातों को रखा है, और मैं अपनी बात ही नहीं, मैं शायद आई डोंट नो, आई कैन टॉक ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ ऑल द एलाइज, बट आई थिंक वी ऑल आर ऑन द सेम पेज। जितने भी सहयोगियों ने अपनी बातों को, अपने कंसर्न्स को रखा है, हमेशा प्रधानमंत्री जी और गठबंधन के भीतर उसको वो सम्मान दिया गया है।
जोरदार तालियां चिराग पासवान के लिए।
Check, check, check. Hello? Check. Hello, hello. Check. Check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check.
Track connected is very track play. Okay, thanks. वो हो गया मेरा, नहीं वो नहीं है, केवल एक घड़ी की स्त्री को ऑन कर दूं, की स्त्री ऑन कर दूं, ये जरा म्यूट है।
check, check.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Tak, 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 kecil. Tin, tak.